The Rediscovery of Man, the complete short science fiction of Cordwainer Smith, by Cordwainer Smith, edited by James A. Mann. DB 61706. Copyright 1993 by the New England Science Fiction Association. Stories copyright 1993 by the estate of Paul Linebarger. Read by L.J. Ganser. This book contains 671 pages. Approximate reading time, 31 hours, 5 minutes. This book contains markers, allowing direct access to introduction, editor's introduction, and parts at level 1, to stories at level 2, and to chapters at level 3. Library of Congress annotation. 33 stories by Smith, née Paul Linebarger, 1913 to 1966, published between 1928 and 1993. 27 are from the Instrumentality of Mankind saga and occur in a universe where humanity emerges from a dark age of wars. Technology advances to include cyborg pilots and telepathic overlords. Includes biographical and editor's introductions. 1993. From the book jacket. The Rediscovery of Man, the complete short science fiction of Cordwainer Smith, is the second book in the NESFA's Choice series. It brings back into print all of the short science fiction of Cordwainer Smith, and includes 2 never-before-published stories. The Rediscovery of Man includes all of Smith's short science fiction, including Scanners Live in Vain, The Ballad of Lost Camel, The Dead Lady of Clown Town, The Game of Rat and Dragon, On the Storm Planet. It also includes an in-depth introduction to the works of Cordwainer Smith by John J. Pierce, a noted authority on Smith's work. About the author. Cordwainer Smith was a pseudonym for Dr. Paul Linebarger. Linebarger was born in Milwaukee in 1913, but grew up in Japan, China, France, and Germany. He was the godson of Sun Yat-sen. He earned his Ph.D. in political science from Johns Hopkins when he was 23. His first professional science fiction story, Scanners Live in Vain, was published in Fantasy Book in 1950. It wasn't until the mid-50s, though, that Frederick Pohl encouraged Smith to write more. Most of his science fiction was written between 1955 and 1966. He died in 1966. In addition to the stories included in this book, Linebarger wrote 1 SF novel, Norstrilia, and, under other pen names, 3 mainstream novels, Ria, Corolla, and Atomsk. He was also the author of Psychological Warfare, which is still regarded as the authoritative book in its field. Contents. Introduction by John J. Pierce. Page Roman numeral 7. Editor's introduction. Page Roman numeral 15. Stories of the Instrumentality of Mankind. No, not Rogov. Page 3. War number 81Q. Rewritten version. Page 19. Mark Elf. Page 29. The Queen of the Afternoon. Page 41. Scanners Live in Vain. Page 65. The Lady Who Sailed the Soul. Page 97. When the People Fell. Page 119. Think Blue, Count 2. Page 129. The Colonel Came Back from the Nothing at All. Page 155. The Game of Rat and Dragon. Page 163. The Burning of the Brain. Page 177. From Gustible's Planet. Page 187. Himself in Anachron. Page 193. The Crime and the Glory of Commander Suzdal. Page 201. Golden the ship was, oh, oh, oh. Page 215. The Dead Lady of Clowntown, page 223. Under Old Earth, page 289. Drunk Boat, page 327. Mother Hitton's Little Kittons, page 355. Ralpha Boulevard, page 375. The Ballad of Lost Camel, page 401. A Planet Named Shayol, page 419. On the Gem Planet, page 451. On the Storm Planet, page 475. On the Sand Planet, page 541. 3 to a Given Star, page 567. Down to a Sunless Sea, page 587. Other stories: War Number 81Q, original version, page 613. Western Science is So Wonderful, page 617. Nancy, page 629. The Fife of Bodhidharma, page 641. Angerhelm, page 649. The Good Friends, page 667. Introduction, by John J. Pierce. It's trite to say, of course, but there has never been another science fiction writer like Cordwainer Smith. Smith was never a very prolific SF writer, as evidenced by the fact that nearly all of his short fiction can be encompassed in a single omnibus volume like this. He was never a very popular writer, as evidenced by the fact that most of his work has usually been out of print. Nor has he been a favorite of the critics, as evidenced by the fact that few citations to his SF can be found in journals like Science Fiction Studies. It is impossible to fit Smith's work into any of the neat categories that appeal to most readers or critics. It isn't hard science fiction. It isn't military science fiction. It isn't sociological science fiction. It isn't satire. It isn't surrealism. It isn't postmodernism. For those who have fallen in love with it over the years, however, it is some of the most powerful science fiction ever written. It is the kind of fiction that, as C.S. Lewis once wrote, becomes part of the reader's personal iconography. You may have already read the story of Paul Myron Anthony Linebarger, 1913-66, the man behind Cordwainer Smith, who grew up in China, Japan, Germany, and France, and became a soldier, diplomat, and respected authority on Far Eastern affairs. He was the son of Paul Myron Wentworth Linebarger, a retired American judge who helped finance the Chinese Revolution of 1911, and became the legal advisor to Sun Yat-sen. It was Sun himself who gave young Paul his Chinese name, Linba Lo, or Forest of Incandescent Bliss. His father had been dubbed Linba Q, or Forest of 1,000 Victories. In time, the younger Linebarger became the confidant of Chiang Kai-shek, and, like his father, wrote about China. Still later, he was in demand at the Department of Asiatic Politics at Johns Hopkins University, where he shared his own expertise with members of the diplomatic corps. And that isn't counting his years as an operative in China during World War II, or as a visitor to small wars thereafter, from which he became perhaps the world's leading authority on psychological warfare. He wrote the book on psychological warfare, under his own name, as with all his nonfiction, but he was very shy about his fiction. He wrote 2 novels, Ria and Carola, both unusual due to their female protagonists and international settings, under the name Felix C. Forrest, a play on his Chinese name. But when people found out who Forrest was, he couldn't write anymore. He tried a spy thriller, Atomsk, as Carmichael Smith, but was found out again. He even submitted a manuscript for another novel under his wife's name, but nobody was fooled. Although Linebarger wrote at least partial drafts of several other novels, he was never able to interest publishers, and it appears he never really tried that hard. He might have had a distinguished, if minor, career as a novelist, It is an odd coincidence that Herma Briffaut, widow of Robert Briffaut, to whose novels of European politics Frederick Pohl would later compare Ria and Carola, had in fact read Carola in manuscript, only she compared it to the work of Jean-Paul Sartre. Yet it isn't only a matter of happenstance, of opportunities elsewhere denied, that Paul M.A. Linebarger became a science fiction writer. In fact, he was writing SF before he wrote anything else. From his early teens, he turned out an incredible volume of juvenile SF, under titles like The Books of Futurity, some bad imitations of Edgar Rice Burroughs, others clumsily satirical or incorporating Chinese legends or folklore. One of these efforts contained, as an imaginary review, the genesis of The Fife of Bodhidharma, published over 20 years later in its final form. At the age of 15, he even had an SF story published, War No. 81Q, which appeared in The Adjutant, the official organ of his high school cadet corps in Washington, D.C., in June 1928. Because he used the name of his cousin, Jack Bearden, for the hero, Bearden decided to get back with a story of his own, the notorious C-39. But Bearden's story actually made it into Amazing Stories. More than 30 years later, Linebarger rewrote War No. 81Q for his first collection of Cordwainer Smith SF stories, You Will Never Be the Same, but it didn't make the cut. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, Linebarger continued to write short fiction, some SF, some fantasy, some contemporary or Chinese historical. The manuscripts, including those of the earliest Cordwainer Smith stories, were eventually bound in a red leather volume now in the hands of a daughter living in Oregon. Most of these stories were apparently never submitted for publication, but Linebarger did send two of the fantasies, A Lauda Dalma and The Archer and the Deep, to Unknown in 1942. If you don't recognize the titles, it is because Unknown turned them down. The latter didn't fare any better with Judith Merrill in 1961. Then in 1945, recently returned from China and facing idle hours in some sort of desk job at the Pentagon, he wrote another of the manuscripts included in the bound volume, the one that was to put him on the literary map, Scanners Live in Vain. You doubtless know that it was Scanners which introduced the Instrumentality of Mankind, although only as a shadowy background to the bizarre tale of the cyborged space pilots who are dead, though they live, and would rather kill than live with the new discovery that has made their sacrifice and its attendant rituals obsolete. Yet, however shadowy, that background, with its references to the beasts and the Manchonjagers and the Unforgiven, and the implications of some terrible dark age from which humanity has only just emerged, suggests a long period of gestation for the story and, possibly, the existence of earlier stories with the same background. Only there is no evidence of any such thing. To the contrary, at least some of the background appears to date back to a note Linebarger wrote to himself January 7, 1945, for a projected story, The Weapons, set in a future or imaginary world in which humanity must always be on guard against old weapons, perpetual and automatic, surviving from some old and forgotten war. In that note, we can see the genesis of the Manchonjagers, the German killing machines, from Menschenjäger, or Hunter of Men, first referred to in Scanners Live in Vain. Can Paul Linebarger have thought up an entire future history in the time it took to write Scanners Live in Vain? It is probably a lot more complicated than that. It may well be that a number of ideas that had been floating around in his head for years, without ever being set down on paper, suddenly gelled when he had the inspiration for the story. It didn't take long for the universe of Scanners Live in Vain to take shape, however, for the story had been written within a few months of that note for The Weapons. On July 18, 1945, it was submitted to John W. Campbell, Jr. at Astounding Science Fiction, who rejected it as too extreme, That proved to be the first of several rejections, until Scanners Live in Vain finally found a home at Fantasy Book in 1950. The only related story that Linebarger wrote before then was Himself in Anachron, dated 1946. Never published in a magazine, it was later slated, like the revised War No. 81Q, for inclusion in You Will Never Be the Same, under the title My Love is Lost in the Null of Naught, or She Lost Her Love in the Null of Naught. But Linebarger wasn't able to deliver a revised manuscript in time. Although he may have written such a revision at a later date, none can be found in his literary papers, and the present version was adapted by his widow, Genevieve, from the 1946 draft. The career of Cordwainer Smith might have been stillborn, with only one published and one unpublished story to show for it. Fortunately, Smith soon had a few champions, most notably Frederick Pohl, who didn't have the foggiest idea who the author was, but knew a stellar performance when he saw one. By including Scanners Live in Vain in an anthology, Pohl rescued it from the obscurity of Fantasy Book, and that led a few years later to Linebarger's submission of The Game of Rat and Dragon to Galaxy. The rest, as they say, is history. A great deal may not be told until the hoped-for publication of a biography of Linebarger by Alan C. Elms, who has done exhaustive interviews with his friends and family, as well as researching all his papers. Among other things, Elms has the lowdown on how it happened that the young Linebarger knew L. Ron Hubbard. It wasn't a mere fluke that one of Linebarger's own unpublished works was Pathematics, his revisionist take on Hubbard's Dianetics. It is important to understand some crucial facts about his life that have previously been overlooked. For example, although he was a devout Episcopalian late in life, he was only a nominal Methodist, his father's church, at the time he wrote Scanners Live in Vain. He originally joined the Episcopal Church as a compromise with his second wife, who was raised as a Catholic. Only about 1960 did he become a believer in any deep sense, and only then did the religious imagery and Christian message become strong in his SF works. The change in spiritual orientation that marks his later work is thus a genuine change, not merely a change of emphasis. There are also all kinds of details about the life of Paul M. A. Linebarger, his family and friends, that bear on his work, as we shall see when Elm's researches bear fruit. The strictly literary history, however, is fascinating in itself. In spite of such major gaps as the loss of Linebarger's main notebook for the Instrumentality saga in 1965, and the apparent disappearance of the dictabelts on which his widow recalled that he had recorded notes for, or even drafts of stories never committed to paper, it is possible to reconstruct a lot of this literary history from Linebarger's literary papers, now at the University of Kansas, although some, including more juvenilia and such oddities as an early poem titled An Ode to My Buick, mistakenly ended up at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, the repository for papers relating to his military, diplomatic, and scholarly career. Among these literary papers are any number of variant, mostly partial manuscripts for stories already familiar to us, false starts for stories never completed, notebooks with ideas for stories never written, and miscellaneous correspondence. The story of the Instrumentality saga has been told before. The ancient wars, the Dark Age, the renaissance of humanity in the time of the Scanners, the romantic age of exploration by sail ship, the discoveries of planiforming and strewn that bind together the myriad worlds and usher in a bland utopia of ease and plenty, the twin revolutions of the underpeople's holy insurgency and the Instrumentality's rediscovery of man. The stories in this volume tell it all better than any summary can. Smith had it all worked out, of course. He even offered to supply a chronology for You Will Never Be the Same, which would undoubtedly have been far superior to the one I supplied for The Best of Cordwainer Smith, for Del Rey Books. But the saga was never conceived as a seamless whole, however much Linebarger worked to develop the overall framework that would embrace both his original conception and his later one. His working method seemed to be to develop several strands of thought and weave them together, or perhaps let them weave themselves together. This is first evident in the genesis of scanners, in which ideas of a future dark age, automatic weapons, the Vomact family, the scanners themselves, and even the instrumentality suddenly come together. Subsequent stories develop that background. Both Mark Elf and the original two-chapter fragment of The Queen of the Afternoon backtracked to the end of the Dark Age. The latter made no mention of the Underpeople in that version, nor did it hint at any Christian themes. The game of Rat and Dragon took the saga forward to the heroic age of planiforming, and the vision of the far future in No, Not Rogov hinted at a secular apotheosis for human history. Both When the People Fell and The Burning of the Brain are snapshots of different periods in the same history, as well as compelling stories in themselves. In 1958, Linebarger began writing a novel called Star-Craving Mad, which was his first attempt at what eventually became Norstrilia. But the initial version of the story is far different from that we know today. There is no rediscovery of man, nor any holy insurgency. Lord Gestacost and Arthur McBan, CLI, both figure here, but in different guises. Gestacost is simply a cruel but shrewd tyrant, whose name, cruelty in Russian, has none of the ironic meaning we now associate with it, while McBan is a man of action who comes to the aid of the Underpeople only for the love of Kamel. And the rebellion of the Underpeople is nothing more than an uprising of the oppressed, like the French Revolution to which it is compared. The Atelikeli appears, but as a future Jacobite rather than a spiritual sage. Linebarger was developing an ironic theme, but it had to do with true men having inadvertently created a race of supermen in the form of the Underpeople. Linebarger apparently wasn't satisfied with the way the story was going, for it was abandoned after a few chapters. Several other false starts over the next year failed to get Star-Craving Mad moving again, and a severe illness which Genevieve Linebarger later remembered as the genesis of Norstrilia may have actually been the genesis of a spiritual rebirth that changed the entire thrust of the Instrumentality saga. As in the case of Scanners Live in Vain, however, Paul Linebarger was evidently thinking along several lines at once before they all came together. Even in the original draft of Star-Craving Mad, there is one hint of the rediscovery of man, but it remains only a hint. Kamel's father, Kamacintosh, is not an athlete, but a licensed robber at a savage park in Mississippi. Such parks are a means for humanity to keep the peace within its own troubled and complex soul, but they are apparently a long-standing institution, not a revolutionary development. In an early false start for the Ballad of Lost Kamel, Lord Red Lady has unleashed ancient diseases on Earth, but not as part of a spiritual revolution. The idea to discourage invasions by developing immunities among Earthmen to pathogens that can then be used as weapons against outsiders. In another false start for a story called Strange Men and Doomed Ladies, Lord Gestacost proposes to end the policy of euthanasia for spoiled people, such as the crippled, the sickly, the stupid, and even the overly brilliant. Let them be, and let us see. But this seems to be an isolated idea, unrelated to any grand plan. The false start for the Ballad of Lost Kamel, Where is the Witch of the What She Did, also opens with a prologue that recounts the entire history of Earth. Our times are the second ancient days. They came before the first ancient days, but were discovered later. The first ancient days came either before or after the Long Nothing. A summary of the chronology contradicts the narrative. Civilization was restored by the Dwellers, who brought the cities back into shape around the ruins left by the Daimoni, including Earthport Gulusan. It was during the time of the Dwellers that humanity discovered space to the third power and overcame the rule of the perfect men. But that was all long before the time of Kamel. The originals, invaders from space, overcame the Dwellers, but were later overthrown by an alliance of true men and underpeople. Then came the Bright, who did things with music and dance, with picture and word, which had never been done before. They also built the Peace Square at Anfang, and, another contradiction, had something to do with the fall of the perfect men and the temporary rule of Lord Red Lady. Then came a time of troubles, the High Cruel Years, followed by another invasion by the Pure, men of Earth who had been gone too long, who still rule Earth at the time of the story. Although the Dwellers may be the true men of Mark Elf, and the rule of the Bright may have something to do with the Bright Empire mentioned in Norstrelia, nothing in the canon of stories we know seems to relate to the originals, or the High Cruel Years, or the Pure. Linebarger was apparently reshaping his vision of the far future, almost to the moment he wrote Ralpha Boulevard, in which it all crystallized. The Where is the Witch of the What She Did fragment has the narrator recalling that the most blessed of computers burned out on Ralpha Boulevard, but assigns this to the long-past age of the Dwellers. During the same period, Linebarger was reshaping The Colonel Came Back from the Nothing at All, a then unpublished story about the discovery of planiforming, into the story of Arthur Rimbaud's mystical experience in space to the third power. The story went through several partial drafts, one titled Archipelagos of Stars, which used different approaches capturing the poetic experience of Arthur Rimbaud. One version quotes Rimbaud's Le Bateau Ivre itself as a prophecy of space to the third power, and asks, "How knew it he, all the fine points of it? He an ancient was." Another draft opens, "They put him into a box. They shut him to the end of time." Then, when it was all over, people discovered that another man, also a singer, had written it all down in the most ancient world. The final version, of course, is far more subtle. It was typical of Linebarger to make his stories less straightforward and more elusive in such details. Although most of the background for the Instrumentality saga was contained in a notebook that Linebarger accidentally left in a restaurant in Rhodes in 1965, another notebook, begun during the last year of his life, contains ideas for several stories that were never written. Because they are notes to himself, they can be as cryptic as the lyrics of a David Lynch song. But some are clear enough, as far as they go, including those for The Robot, The Rat, and The Copt, which was originally conceived as a single story, but later was a cycle of 4 stories, like the Casher O'Neill series. We know from references in published stories that The Robot, The Rat, and The Copt were to bring back a Christian revelation from space to the third power. But the notes don't add much to that, except to confirm that this new dimension is where Christ had really been and always was experienced. The rat was to have been named Robert, however, and there was to have been a Coptic planet. A list of Coptic names, including Shanuda, or God Lives, appear in an entirely different notebook, a ring binder titled New Science Fiction by Cordwainer Smith, which also includes most of the false starts and first drafts already referred to. Some of the ideas seem relatively trivial. A forlorn suitor has the crushed head of his true love killed in an accident, regrown on Shayol, and re-implanted with her personality. A Go captain who has a mysterious but unspecified experience in space is treated as a madman on his conservative homeworld. Another story was to have been set on a remote, prosperous world where one parents gamble on the futures of their newly issued children. This would evidently have shed more light on the sequential system of child-raising by 1 parents, 2 parents, and 3 parents, alluded to in Under Old Earth. Another note is simply a name, the Lord Sto Dva, presumably a successor to the Lord Sto Odin of Under Old Earth. But the most intriguing note is undoubtedly one for a story called How the Dream Lords Died. Set in AD 6111, It would have involved the use of 12,000 slave brains by the Dream Lords in an attempt to explore other times telepathically, like the 18th Men of the Distant Future in Olaf Stapledon's Last and First Men. The Dream Lords were clearly among the others in the earth after the fall of the ancient world, alluded to in Norstrilia, and this note is the only reference to any story to have been set during that time, well before Mark Elf. Coupled with the titling of The Queen of the Afternoon, set, like Mark Elf, at the very end of the New Dark Ages, it suggests that a new cycle of stories, the Lords of the Afternoon, may have been related to the Dark Ages. Shortly before his death, Linebarger told his friend Arthur Burns he was planning a story cycle of that name. Burns conjectured that it would take place in the period of Under Old Earth, and most timelines have shown the series taking place in that period. The year given for how the Dream Lords died naturally knocks the timeline used in the Best of Cordwainer Smith and the Instrumentality of Mankind into a cocked hat. The Dark Ages must have lasted much longer than listed there, and the rest of the future history thus must have been compressed into a much shorter time. We will probably never know much more about Linebarger's intentions. Even his wife doesn't seem to have been privy to them. In The Saga of the Third Sister, a deservedly unpublished sequel to The Queen of the Afternoon, she involved Carla vom Acht in the quest of the robot, the rat, and the Copt, even though that story was obviously intended to have come millennia later. In working on Paul's unfinished manuscript for The Queen of the Afternoon itself, she insisted on anachronistic references to underpeople, and softened the characterizations of Julie vom Acht and the true men. Incidentally, it isn't clear from Paul's original material whether Julie's arrival on Earth was actually to have come after Carlotta's, rather than before. But enough of the history behind the history. You already know the story of the Instrumentality is more than history. It is poetry, and romance, and myth, and unlike any other SF series or future history. It is almost impossible to imagine anyone except Linebarger writing stories set in the universe of Cordwainer Smith, as others have written stories about Isaac Asimov's Robots or Larry Niven's Kazinti. It would probably be close to blasphemy, in the realm of the arts, for anyone else to even try. Like the rarest vintage wine, the work of Cordwainer Smith cannot be duplicated. We must be grateful that we can still savor the true vintage of these pages. Editor's Introduction. This volume contains all the short science fiction written by Cordwainer Smith, Dr. Paul Linebarger. It contains all the stories included in The Best of Cordwainer Smith, The Instrumentality of Mankind, and Quest of the Three Worlds. The latter book, while marketed as a novel, is actually a collection of 4 short works. This collection also includes the story Down to a Sunless Sea, published by the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, under the name Cordwainer Smith, but actually written by Genevieve Linebarger, Paul's wife. She was the co-author with Paul on several other stories, most notably The Lady Who Sailed the Soul. The current volume contains 2 previously unpublished short pieces. Himself in Anachron was completed by Genevieve Linebarger after Paul's death, and is also scheduled for publication in The Last Dangerous Visions. War No. 81Q is a complete rewrite of a story Linebarger wrote while in high school. The original version was published in The Instrumentality of Mankind and is also included here. In many cases, there were a number of differences between the original magazine version of the story and the versions published later in various collections of Smith's work. Sometimes, whole sentences or paragraphs were added to the book version. In general, we used the book versions, since these seemed to be the more complete. For the 4 stories in Quest of the Three Worlds, we also used the versions that appeared in the novel. In one case, Scanners Live in Vain, we had the original manuscript. We discovered that Fantasy Book, which published the story, dropped several lines and made a number of other minor changes. Subsequent publications followed the fantasy book version. The text contained here is the first publication of that story with the complete text of the original. In addition to the short fiction contained here, Smith produced one SF novel, Norstrilia. Norstrilia was originally published as two short novels, The Boy Who Bought Old Earth and The Store of Heart's Desire, which were then reprinted in 2 volumes, The Planet Buyer and The Underpeople, respectively. Only later were they combined into 1 volume as Norstrilia. However, unlike the stories that make up Quest of the Three Worlds, these 2 stories were never intended as shorter works. They are truly a novel split in 2, while Quest of the Three Worlds is really 4 independent stories, which share the same central character, cobbled together to form a novel. Norstrilia, therefore, is not included in this collection. One final note on contents. Most of Smith's science fiction is set in a common future, that of the Instrumentality of Mankind. This book is arranged in 2 sections. In the first section, the instrumentality stories are arranged in internal chronological order, as best as can be determined from the stories. The second section contains the non-instrumentality stories, arranged in order of original publication. James A. Mann, Northborough, Massachusetts, April 1993. Acknowledgements. This book was put together through the efforts of many volunteers. Frank and Lisa Richards scanned in most of the book. Tony Lewis made the contractual arrangements for the stories and the cover. Greg Thokar arranged for printing, provided some stylistic guidance, and gave a thorough consistency check to the final book. Mark Olson helped typeset a number of the stories, proofed parts of the book, and provided general support. George Flynn copy-edited almost the entire book, comparing many stories to both book and magazine versions. Priscilla Olson also proofed and copy-edited large pieces of the book. Aaron Nsinga, Tim Setsul, Ann Crimmins, and Gay Ellen Dennett proofed several stories. Tom Whitmore provided the original manuscript of Scanners Live in Vain, and the cover letter reprinted on page 64. Laurie Mann helped enter proof corrections, typed some of the material that could not be scanned, and provided general moral support. Thanks to you all. Stories of the Instrumentality of Mankind. 2831 29th Street, Northwest, Washington 8, D.C., March 9th, 1948. Editor, Fantasy Book, Avalon Boulevard, Los Angeles 3, California. Dear Mr. Ford, first, let me point out the obvious. I enclose my novelette, Scanners Live in Vain, for your consideration. This is more literary fiction than pulp fiction, but I have hopes that your magazine, being off-trail, might be interested in using it. If you want to check up on who I am, you can look me up in Who's Who in America, the current 1947-8 edition. My 7th and 8th books are now in the hands of their respective publishers. Second, let me enter a subscription for the book paper edition of your magazine, dated back to Volume 1, Number 1. I enclose my check for $3. And let me urge you to A. Run Van Vogt, and then more Van Vogt, and B. Not to print tear-em-out-style coupons on the backs of pages with text. With every good wish for your success and a modest one for my own. Sincerely yours, Paul M. A. Linebarger. P.S. The customary stamped self-addressed envelope is, of course, enclosed. Scanners Live in Vain. Martel was angry. He did not even adjust his blood away from anger. He stamped across the room by judgment, not by sight. When he saw the table hit the floor, and could tell by the expression on Lucy's face that the table must have made a loud crash, he looked down to see if his leg were broken. It was not. Scanner to the core, he had to scan himself. The action was reflex and automatic. The inventory included his legs, abdomen, chest box of instruments, hands, arms, face, and back with the mirror. Only then did Martel go back to being angry. He talked with his voice, even though he knew that his wife hated its blare and preferred to have him write. "I tell you I must cranch. I have to cranch. It's my worry, isn't it?" When Lucy answered, he saw only a part of her words as he read her lips. "Darling, you're my husband. Right to love you. Dangerous. Do it. Dangerous. Wait." He faced her, but put sound in his voice, letting the blare hurt her again. "I tell you I am going to cranch." Catching her expression, he became rueful and a little tender. "Can't you understand what it means to me? To get out of this horrible prison in my own head? To be a man again? Hearing your voice? Smelling smoke? To feel again? To feel my feet on the ground? To feel the air move against my face? Don't you know what it means?" Her wide-eyed, worrisome concern thrust him back into pure annoyance. He read only a few of the words as her lips moved. "Love you, your own good. Don't you think I want you to be human? Your own good. Too much. He said. They said." When he roared at her, he realized that his voice must be particularly bad. He knew that the sound hurt her no less than did the words. "Do you think I wanted you to marry a scanner? Didn't I tell you we're almost as low as the Habermans? We're dead, I tell you. We've got to be dead to do our work. How can anybody go to the up and out? Can you dream what raw space is? I warned you, but you married me. All right, you married a man. Please, darling, let me be a man. Let me hear your voice. Let me feel the warmth of being alive, of being human. Let me." He saw by her look of stricken assent that he had won the argument. He did not use his voice again. Instead, he pulled his tablet up from where it hung against his chest. He wrote on it, using the pointed fingernail of his right forefinger, the talking nail of a scanner, in quick, clean-cut script. "Please, darling, where's cranching wire?" She pulled the long, gold-sheathed wire out of the pocket of her apron. She let its field sphere fall to the carpeted floor. Swiftly, dutifully, with the deft obedience of a scanner's wife, she wound the cranching wire around his head, spirally around his neck and chest. She avoided the instruments set in his chest. She even avoided the radiating scars around the instruments, the stigmata of men who had gone up and into the out. Mechanically, he lifted a foot as she slipped the wire between his feet. She drew the wire taut. She snapped the small plug into the high burden control next to his heart reader. She helped him to sit down, arranging his hands for him, pushing his head back into the cup at the top of the chair. She turned then, full face toward him, so that he could read her lips easily. Her expression was composed. "Ready, darling?" She knelt, scooped up the sphere at the other end of the wire, stood erect calmly, her back to him. He scanned her, and saw nothing in her posture but grief, which would have escaped the eye of anyone but a scanner. She spoke. He could see her chest muscles moving. She realized that she was not facing him, and turned so that he could see her lips. "Ready at last?" He smiled a yes. She turned her back to him again. Lucy could never bear to watch him go under the wire. She tossed the wire sphere into the air. It caught in the force field and hung there. Suddenly, it glowed. That was all. All except for the sudden, red, stinking roar of coming back to his senses. Coming back, across the wild threshold of pain. 1. When he awakened under the wire, he did not feel as though he had just cranched. Even though it was the second cranching within the week, he felt fit. He lay in the chair. His ears drank in the sound of air touching things in the room. He heard Lucy breathing in the next room, where she was hanging up the wire to cool. He smelt the 1,001 smells that are in anybody's room, the crisp freshness of the germ burner, the sour-sweet tang of the humidifier, the odor of the dinner they had just eaten, the smells of clothes, furniture, of people themselves. All these were pure delight. He sang a phrase or two of his favorite song. "Here's to the Haberman, up and out, up-o and out-o, up and out." He heard Lucy chuckle in the next room. He gloated over the sounds of her dress as she swished to the doorway. She gave him her crooked little smile. "You sound all right. Are you all right, really?" Even with this luxury of senses, he scanned. He took the flash-quick inventory which constituted his professional skill. His eyes swept in the news of the instruments. Nothing showed off scale, beyond the nerve compression hanging in the edge of danger. But he could not worry about the nerve box. That always came through cranching. You couldn't get under the wire without having it show on the nerve box. Someday the box would go to overload and drop back down to dead. That was the way a Haberman ended. But you couldn't have everything. People who went to the up-and-out had to pay the price for space. Anyhow, he should worry. He was a scanner, a good one, and he knew it. If he couldn't scan himself, who could? This cranching wasn't too dangerous. Dangerous, but not too dangerous. Lucy put out her hand and ruffled his hair, as if she had been reading his thoughts, instead of just following them. "But you know you shouldn't have. You shouldn't." "But I did," he grinned at her. Her gaiety, still forced, she said, "Come on, darling, let's have a good time. I have almost everything there is in the icebox, all your favorite tastes, and I have 2 new records just full of smells. I tried them out myself, and even I liked them, and you know me." "Which? Which what, you old darling?" He slipped his hand over her shoulders as he limped out of the room. He could never go back to feeling the floor beneath his feet, feeling the air against his face, without being bewildered and clumsy, as if cranching was real, and being a Haberman was a bad dream. But he was a Haberman and a scanner. "You know what I meant, Lucy? The smells which you have? Which one did you like, on the record?" "Well," she said judiciously, "there were some lamb chops that were the strangest things." He interrupted. "What are lamb chops?" "Wait till you smell them, then guess. I'll tell you this much. It's a smell hundreds and hundreds of years old. They found about it in the old books." "Is a lamb chot a beast?" "I won't tell you. You've got to wait," she laughed, as she helped him sit down and spread out his tasting dishes before him. He wanted to go back over the dinner first, sampling all the pretty things he had eaten and savoring them this time with his now living lips and tongue. When Lucy had found the music wire and had thrown its sphere up into the force field, he reminded her of the new smells. She took out the long glass records and set the first one into a transmitter. "Now sniff." A queer, frightening, exciting smell came over the room. It seemed like nothing in this world, nor like anything from the up-and-out. Yet it was familiar. His mouth watered. His pulse beat a little faster. He scanned his heart box. Faster, sure enough. But that smell, what was it? In mock perplexity, he grabbed her hands, looked into her eyes, and growled. "Tell me, darling, tell me, or I'll eat you up." "That's just right." "What?" "You're right. It should make you want to eat me. It's meat." "Meat? Who?" "Not a person," said she, knowledgeably. "A beast. A beast which people used to eat. A lamb was a small sheep. You've seen sheep out in the wild, haven't you? And a chop is part of its middle. Here." She pointed at her chest. Martel did not hear her. All his boxes had swung over toward alarm, some to danger. He fought against the roar of his own mind, forcing his body into excess excitement. How easy it was to be a scanner when you really stood outside your own body, Haberman fashion, and looked back into it with your eyes alone. Then you could manage the body, rule it coldly, even in the enduring agony of space. But to realize that you were a body, that this thing was ruling you, that the mind could kick the flesh and send it roaring off into panic, that was bad. He tried to remember the days before he had gone into the Haberman device, before he had been cut apart for the up and out. Had he always been subject to the rush of his emotions from his mind to his body, from his body back to his mind, confounding him so that he couldn't scan? But he hadn't been a scanner then. He knew what had hit him. Amid the roar of his own pulse, he knew. In the nightmare of the up and out, that smell had forced its way through to him, while their ship burned off Venus, and the Habermans fought the collapsing metal with their bare hands. He had scanned them. All were in danger. Chest boxes went up to overload and dropped to dead all around him, as he had moved from man to man, shoving the drifting corpses out of his way as he fought to scan each man in turn, to clamp vices on unnoticed broken legs, to snap the sleeping valve on men whose instruments showed that they were hopelessly near overload, with men trying to work and cursing him for a scanner while he, professional zeal aroused, fought to do his job and keep them alive in the great pain of space. He had smelled that smell. It had fought its way along his rebuilt nerves, past the Haberman cuts, past all the safeguards of physical and mental discipline. In the wildest hour of tragedy, he had smelled aloud. He remembered it was like a bad cranching, connected with the fury and nightmare all around him. He had even stopped his work to scan himself, fearful that the first effect might come, breaking past all Haberman cuts and ruining him with the pain of space. But he had come through. His own instruments stayed and stayed at danger, without nearing overload. He had done his job and won a commendation for it. He had even forgotten the burning ship. All except the smell. And here the smell was all over again, the smell of meat with fire. Lucy looked at him with wifely concern. She obviously thought he had cranched too much and was about to Haberman back. She tried to be cheerful. "You'd better rest, honey." He whispered to her, "Cut off that smell." She did not question his word. She cut the transmitter. She even crossed the room and stepped up the room controls until a small breeze flitted across the floor and drove the smells up to the ceiling. He rose, tired and stiff. His instruments were normal, except that heart was fast and nerves still hanging on the edge of danger. He spoke sadly. "Forgive me, Lucy. I suppose I shouldn't have cranched. Not so soon again. But, darling, I have to get out from being a Haberman. How can I ever be near you? How can I be a man, not hearing my own voice, not even feeling my own life as it goes through my veins? I love you, darling. Can't I ever be near you?" Her pride was disciplined and automatic. "But you're a scanner." "I know I'm a scanner. But so what?" She went over the words, like a tale told 1,000 times to reassure herself. "You are the bravest of the brave, the most skillful of the skilled. All mankind owes most honor to the scanner, who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They're the judges in the up and out. They make men live in the place where men need desperately to die. They are the most honored of mankind, and even the chiefs of the Instrumentality are delighted to pay them homage." With obstinate sorrow he demurred. "Lucy, we've heard that all before. But does it pay us back? Scanners work for more than pay. They are the strong guards of mankind. Don't you remember that?" "But our lives, Lucy. What can you get out of being the wife of a scanner? Why did you marry me? I'm human only when I cranch. The rest of the time, you know what I am. A machine. A man turned into a machine. A man who has been killed and kept alive for duty. Don't you realize what I miss?" "Of course, darling. Of course." He went on. "Don't you think I remember my childhood? Don't you think I remember what it is to be a man and not a haberman? To walk and feel my feet on the ground? To feel decent, clean pain instead of watching my body every minute to see if I'm alive? How will I know if I'm dead? Did you ever think of that, Lucy? How will I know if I'm dead?" She ignored the unreasonableness of his outburst. Pacifyingly, she said, "Sit down, darling. Let me make you some kind of a drink. You're overwrought." Automatically, he scanned. "No, I'm not. Listen to me. How do you think it feels to be in the up and out with the crew tied for space all around you? How do you think it feels to watch them sleep? How do you think I like scanning, month after month, when I can feel the pain of space beating against every part of my body, trying to get past my Haberman blocks? How do you think I like to wake the men when I have to, and have them hate me for it? Have you ever seen Habermans fight? Strong men fighting? And neither knowing pain, fighting until one touches overload? Do you think about that, Lucy?" Triumphantly, he added, "Can you blame me if I cranch and come back to being a man just 2 days a month?" "I'm not blaming you, darling. Let's enjoy your cranch. Sit down now and have a drink." He was sitting down, resting his face in his hands, while she fixed the drink, using natural fruits out of bottles in addition to the secure alkaloids. He watched her restlessly and pitied her for marrying a scanner, and then, though it was unjust, resented having to pity her. Just as she turned to hand him the drink, they both jumped a little when the phone rang. It should not have rung. They had turned it off. It rang again, obviously on the emergency circuit. Stepping ahead of Lucy, Martel strode over to the phone and looked into it. Wehrmacht was looking at him. The custom of scanners entitled him to be brusque, even with a senior scanner, on certain given occasions. This was one. Before Wehrmacht could speak, Martel spoke 2 words into the plate, not caring whether the old man could read lips or not. "Cranching. Busy." He cut the switch and went back to Lucy. The phone rang again. Lucy said gently, "I can find out what it is, darling. Here, take your drink and sit down." "Leave it alone," said her husband. "No one has a right to call when I'm cranching. He knows that. He ought to know that." The phone rang again. In a fury, Martel rose and went to the plate. He cut it back on. Wehrmacht was on the screen. Before Martel could speak, Wehrmacht held up his talking nail in line with his heartbox. Martel reverted to discipline. "Scanner Martel present and waiting, sir." The lips moved solemnly. "Top emergency." "Sir, I am under the wire." "Top emergency." "Sir, don't you understand?" Martel mouthed his words so he could be sure that Wehrmacht followed. "I am under the wire. Unfit for space." Wehrmacht repeated. "Top emergency. Report to your central tie-in." "But, sir, no emergency like this." "Right, Martel. No emergency like this ever before. Report to tie-in." With a faint glint of kindliness, Wehrmacht added, "No need to decranch. Report as you are." This time it was Martel whose phone was cut out. The screen went gray. He turned to Lucy. The temper had gone out of his voice. She came to him. She kissed him and rumpled his hair. All she could say was, "I'm sorry." She kissed him again, knowing his disappointment. "Take good care of yourself, darling. I'll wait." He scanned and slipped into his transparent air coat. At the window he paused and waved. She called, "Good luck!" As the air flowed past him, he said to himself, "This is the first time I've felt flight in 11 years." Lord, but it's easy to fly if you can feel yourself live. Central tie-in glowed white and austere far ahead. Martel peered. He saw no glare of incoming ships from the up-and-out, no shuddering flare of space fire out of control. Everything was quiet, as it should be on an off-duty night. And yet Wehrmacht had called. He had called an emergency higher than space. There was no such thing, but Wehrmacht had called it. 2. When Martel got there, he found about half the scanners present, 24 or so of them. He lifted the talking finger. Most of the scanners were standing face to face, talking in pairs as they read lips. A few of the old, impatient ones were scribbling on their tablets, and then thrusting the tablets into other people's faces. All the faces wore the dull, dead, relaxed look of a Haberman. When Martel entered the room, he knew that most of the others laughed in the deep, isolated privacy of their own minds, each thinking things it would be useless to express in formal words. It had been a long time since a scanner showed up at a meeting cranched. Wehrmacht was not there. Probably, thought Martel, he was still on the phone calling others. The light of the phone flashed on and off. The bell rang. Martel felt odd when he realized that of all those present, he was the only one to hear that loud bell. It made him realize why ordinary people did not like to be around groups of Habermans or scanners. Martel looked around for company. His friend Chang was there, but was busy explaining to some old and testy scanner that he did not know why Wehrmacht had called. Martel looked further and saw Pereziansky. He walked over, threading his way past the others with a dexterity that showed he could feel his feet from the inside, and did not have to watch them. Several of the others stared at him with their dead faces and tried to smile, but they lacked full muscular control, and their faces twisted into horrid masks. Scanners knew better than to show expression on faces which they could no longer govern. Martel added to himself, "I swear I'll never smile unless I'm cranched." Pereziansky gave him the sign of the talking finger. Looking face to face, he spoke. "You come here cranched?" Pereziansky could not hear his own voice, so the words roared like the words on a broken and screeching phone. Martel was startled, but knew that the inquiry was well meant. No one could be better-natured than the burly Pole. Wehrmacht called. "Top emergency." "You told him you were cranched?" "Yes." "He still made you come?" "Yes." "Then all this, it is not for space? You could not go up and out? You are like ordinary men." "That's right." "Then why did he call us?" Some pre-Haberman habit made Pereziansky wave his arms in inquiry. The hand struck the back of the old man behind them. The slap could be heard throughout the room, but only Martel heard it. Instinctively he scanned Pereziansky and the old scanner. They scanned him back. Only then did the old man ask why Martel had scanned him. When Martel explained that he was under the wire, the old man moved swiftly away to pass on the news that there was a cranched scanner present at the tie-in. Even this minor sensation could not keep the attention of most of the scanners from the worry about the top emergency. One young man, who had scanned his first transit just the year before, dramatically interposed himself between Pereziansky and Martel. He dramatically flashed his tablet at them. "Is Wehrmacht mad?" The older men shook their heads. Martel, remembering that it had not been too long that the young man had been Haberman, mitigated the dead solemnity of the denial with a friendly smile. He spoke in a normal voice, saying, "Wehrmacht is the senior of scanners. I am sure that he could not go mad. Would he not see it on his boxes first?" Martel had to repeat the question, speaking slowly and mouthing his words, before the young scanner could understand the comment. The young man tried to make his face smile, and twisted it into a comic mask, but he took up his tablet and scribbled, "You're right." Chang broke away from his friend and came over, his half-Chinese face gleaming in the warm evening. It's strange, thought Martel, that more Chinese don't become scanners. Or not so strange, perhaps, if you think that they never fill their quota of Habermans. Chinese love good living too much. The ones who do scan are all good ones. Chang saw that Martel was cranched and spoke with voice. "You break precedents. Lucy must be angry to lose you?" She took it well. "Chang, that's strange." "What?" "I'm cranched, and I can hear. Your voice sounds all right. How did you learn to talk like an ordinary person?" "I practiced with soundtracks. Funny you noticed it. I think I am the only scanner in or between the Earths who can pass for an ordinary man. Mirrors and soundtracks. I found out how to act." "But you don't?" "No. I don't feel or taste or hear or smell things any more than you do. Talking doesn't do me much good, but I notice that it cheers up the people around me." "It would make a difference in the life of Lucy." Chang nodded sagely. "My father insisted on it. He said, 'You may be proud of being a scanner. I am sorry you are not a man. Conceal your defects.' So I tried. I wanted to tell the old boy about the up and out and what we did there, but it did not matter. He said airplanes were good enough for Confucius, and they are for me, too. The old humbug. He tries so hard to be a Chinese when he can't even read Old Chinese. But he's got wonderful good sense, and for somebody going on 200, he certainly gets around." Martel smiled at the thought. In his airplane? Chang smiled back. This discipline of his facial muscles was amazing. A bystander would not think that Chang was a Haberman, controlling his eyes, cheeks, and lips by cold, intellectual control. The expression had the spontaneity of life. Martel felt a flash of envy for Chang when he looked at the dead, cold faces of Paryziansky and the others. He knew that he himself looked fine, but why shouldn't he? He was cranched. Turning to Paryziansky, he said, "Did you see what Chang said about his father? The old boy uses an airplane." Paryziansky made motions with his mouth, but the sounds meant nothing. He took up his tablet and showed it to Martel and Chang. "Buzz, buzz, ha-ha, good old boy." At that moment, Martel heard steps out in the corridor. He could not help looking toward the door. Other eyes followed the direction of his glance. Wehrmacht came in. The group shuffled to attention in 4 parallel lines. They scanned one another. Numerous hands reached across to adjust the electrochemical controls on chest boxes, which had begun to load up. One scanner held out a broken finger, which his counter-scanner had discovered, and submitted it for treatment and splinting. Wehrmacht had taken out his staff of office. The cube at the top flashed red light through the room. The lines reformed, and all scanners gave the sign meaning, "Present and ready." Wehrmacht countered with the stance signifying, "I am the senior and take command." Talking fingers rose in the counter-gesture. "We concur and commit ourselves." Wehrmacht raised his right arm, dropped the wrist as though it were broken, in a queer searching gesture meaning, "Any men around? Any Habermans not tied? All clear for the scanners." Alone of all those present, the cranched Martel heard the queer rustle of feet, as they all turned completely around without leaving position, looking sharply at one another and flashing their belt lights into the dark corners of the great room. When again they faced Wehrmacht, he made a further sign. "All clear. Follow my words." Martel noticed that he alone relaxed. The others could not know the meaning of relaxation with the minds blocked off up there in their skulls, connected only with the eyes, and the rest of the body connected with the mind only by controlling non-sensory nerves and the instrument boxes on their chests. Martel realized that, cranched as he was, he expected to hear Womack's voice. The senior had been talking for some time. No sound escaped his lips. Womack never bothered with sound. "And when the first men to go up and out went to the moon, what did they find?" "Nothing," responded the silent chorus of lips. "Therefore they went further, to Mars and to Venus. The ships went out year by year, but they did not come back until the year 1 of space. Then did a ship come back with the first effect. Scanners, I ask you, what is the first effect?" "No one knows. No one knows." "No one will ever know. Too many are the variables. By what do we know the first effect?" "By the great pain of space," came the chorus. "And by what further sign?" "By the need, the need for death." Womack again. "And who stopped the need for death?" "Henry Haberman conquered the first effect in the year 3 of space." "And scanners, I ask you, what did he do?" "He made the Habermans." "How, O scanners, are Habermans made?" "They are made with the cuts. The brain is cut from the heart, the lungs. The brain is cut from the ears, the nose. The brain is cut from the mouth, the belly. The brain is cut from desire and pain. The brain is cut from the world, save for the eyes, save for the control of the living flesh." "And how, O scanners, is flesh controlled?" "By the boxes set in the flesh, the controls set in the chest, the signs made to rule the living body, the signs by which the body lives." "How does a Haberman live and live?" "The Haberman lives by control of the boxes." "Whence come the Habermans?" Martel felt in the coming response a great roar of broken voices echoing through the room, as the scanners, Habermans themselves, put sound behind their mouthings. "Habermans are the scum of mankind. Habermans are the weak, the cruel, the credulous, and the unfit. Habermans are the sentenced to more than death. Habermans live in the mind alone. They are killed for space, but they live for space. They master the ships that connect the earths. They live in the great pain, while ordinary men sleep in the cold, cold sleep of the transit. Brothers and scanners, I ask you now, are we Habermans, or are we not? We are Habermans in the flesh. We are cut apart, brain and flesh. We are ready to go to the up and out. All of us have gone through the Haberman device. We are Habermans, then? Womack's eyes flashed and glittered as he asked the ritual question. Again the chorused answer was accompanied by a roar of voices heard only by Martel. Habermans we are, and more, and more. We are the chosen, who are Habermans by our own free will. We are the agents of the instrumentality of mankind. What must the others say to us? They must say to us, you are the bravest of the brave, the most skillful of the skilled. All mankind owes most honor to the scanner, who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They are the judges in the up and out. They make men live in the place where men need desperately to die. They are the most honored of mankind, and even the chiefs of the instrumentality are delighted to pay them homage. Womack stood more erect. What is the secret duty of the scanner? To obey the instrumentality only in accordance with scanner law. What is the second secret duty of the scanner? To keep secret our law, and to destroy the acquirers thereof. How to destroy? Twice to the overload, back and dead. If Habermans die, what the duty then? The scanners all compressed their lips for answer. Silence was the code. Martel, who, long familiar with the code, was a little bored with the proceedings, noticed that Chang was breathing too heavily. He reached over and adjusted Chang's lung control and received the thanks of Chang's eyes. Wehrmacht observed the interruption and glared at them both. Martel relaxed, trying to imitate the dead-cold stillness of the others. It was so hard to do when you were cranched. "If others die, what the duty then?" asked Wehrmacht. "Scanners together inform the instrumentality. Scanners together accept the punishment. Scanners together settle the case. And if the punishment be severe, then no ships go. And if scanners not be honored, then no ships go. And if a scanner goes unpaid, then no ships go. And if the others and the instrumentality are not in all ways at all times mindful of their proper obligation to the scanners, then no ships go. And what, O scanners, if no ships go? The earths fall apart, the wild comes back in, the old machines and the beasts return. What is the known duty of a scanner? Not to sleep in the up and out. What is the second duty of a scanner? To keep forgotten the name of fear. What is the third duty of a scanner? To use the wire of Eustace Cranch only with care, only with moderation. Several pair of eyes looked quickly at Martel before the mouthed chorus went on. To Cranch only at home, only among friends, only for the purpose of remembering, of relaxing, or of begetting. What is the word of the scanner? Faithful though surrounded by death. What is the motto of the scanner? Awake though surrounded by silence. What is the work of the scanner? Labor even in the heights of the up and out, loyalty even in the depths of the earths. How do you know a scanner? We know ourselves. We are dead though we live, and we talk with the tablet and the nail. What is this code? This code is the friendly ancient wisdom of scanners, briefly put that we may be mindful and be cheered by our loyalty to one another. At this point the formula should have run, we complete the code. Is there work or word for the scanners? But Wehrmacht said, and he repeated, Top emergency! Top emergency! They gave him the sign. Present and ready. He said, with every eye straining to follow his lips, Some of you know the work of Adam Stone? Martel saw lips move, saying, The red asteroid, the other who lives at the edge of space. Adam Stone has gone to the instrumentality, claiming success for his work. He says that he has found how to screen out the pain of space. He says that the up-and-out can be made safe for ordinary men to work in, to stay awake in. He says that there need be no more scanners. Belt lights flashed on all over the room as scanners sought the right to speak. Wehrmacht nodded to one of the older men. Scanner Smith will speak. Smith stepped slowly up into the light, watching his own feet. He turned so that they could see his face. He spoke. I say that this is a lie. I say that Stone is a liar. I say that the instrumentality must not be deceived. He paused. Then, in answer to some question from the audience, which most of the others did not see, he said, I invoke the secret duty of the scanners. Smith raised his right hand for emergency attention. I say that Stone must die. 3. Martel, still cranched, shuddered as he heard the boos, groans, shouts, squeaks, grunts, and moans which came from the scanners who forgot noise in their excitement and strove to make their dead bodies talk to one another's deaf ears. Belt lights flashed wildly all over the room. There was a rush for the rostrum, and scanners milled around at the top, vying for attention, until Pereziansky, by sheer bulk, shoved the others aside and down, and turned to mouth at the group, Brother Scanners, I want your eyes. The people on the floor kept moving, with their numb bodies jostling one another. Finally, Wehrmacht stepped up in front of Pereziansky, faced the others, and said, "Scanners, be scanners. Give him your eyes." Pereziansky was not good at public speaking. His lips moved too fast. He waved his hands, which took the eyes of the others away from his lips. Nevertheless, Martel was able to follow most of the message. "Can't do this. Stone may have succeeded. If he has succeeded, it means the end of scanners. It means the end of Habermans, too. None of us will have to fight in the up and out. We won't have anybody else going under the wire for a few hours or days of being human. Everybody will be other. Nobody will have to cranch, never again. Men can be men. The Habermans can be killed decently and properly, the way men were killed in the old days, without anybody keeping them alive. They won't have to work in the up and out. There will be no more great pain. Think of it. No more great pain. How do we know that Stone is a liar?" Lights began flashing directly into his eyes. The rudest insult of scanner to scanner was this. Wehrmacht again exercised authority. He stepped in front of Pereziansky and said something which the others could not see. Pereziansky stepped down from the rostrum. Wehrmacht again spoke. "I think that some of the scanners disagree with our brother Pereziansky. I say that the use of the rostrum be suspended till we have had a chance for private discussion. In 15 minutes I will call the meeting back to order." Martel looked around for Wehrmacht when the senior had rejoined the group on the floor. Finding the senior, Martel wrote swift script on his tablet, waiting for a chance to thrust the tablet before the senior's eyes. He had written, "Am cranched. Respectfully request permission. Leave now. Stand by for orders." Being cranched did strange things to Martel. Most meetings that he attended seemed formal, hearteningly ceremonial, lighting up the dark inward eternities of Habermanhood. When he was not cranched, he noticed his body no more than a marble bust notices its marble pedestal. He had stood with them before. He had stood with them effortless hours, while the long-winded ritual broke through the terrible loneliness behind his eyes, and made him feel that the scanners, though a confraternity of the damned, were none the less forever honored by the professional requirements of their mutilation. This time it was different. Coming cranched, and in full possession of smell, sound, taste, feeling, he reacted more or less as a normal man would. He saw his friends and colleagues as a lot of cruelly driven ghosts, posturing out the meaningless ritual of their indefeasible damnation. What difference did anything make, once you were a Haberman? Why all this talk about Habermans and scanners? Habermans were criminals or heretics, and scanners were gentlemen volunteers, but they were all in the same fix, except that scanners were deemed worthy of the short-time return of the cranching wire, while Habermans were simply disconnected while the ships lay in port and were left suspended until they should be awakened in some hour of emergency or trouble to work out another spell of their damnation. It was a rare Haberman that you saw on the street, someone of special merit or bravery, allowed to look at mankind from the terrible prison of his own mechanified body. And yet, what scanner ever pitied a Haberman? What scanner ever honored a Haberman, except perfunctorily in the line of duty? What had the scanners, as a guild and a class, ever done for the Habermans, except to murder them with a twist of the wrist whenever a Haberman, too long beside a scanner, picked up the tricks of the scanning trade, and learned how to live at his own will, not the will the scanners imposed? What could the others, the ordinary men, know of what went on inside the ships? The others slept in their cylinders, mercifully unconscious until they woke up on whatever other earth they had consigned themselves to. What could the others know of the men who had to stay alive within the ship? What could any other know of the up and out? What other could look at the biting acid beauty of the stars in open space, What could they tell of the great pain, which started quietly in the marrow, like an ache, and proceeded by the fatigue and nausea of each separate nerve cell, brain cell, touch point in the body, until life itself became a terrible aching hunger for silence and for death? He was a scanner. All right, he was a scanner. He had been a scanner from the moment when, wholly normal, he had stood in the sunlight before a sub-chief of the Instrumentality and had sworn, "I pledge my honor and my life to mankind. I sacrifice myself willingly for the welfare of mankind. In accepting the perilous, austere honor, I yield all my rights, without exception, to the honorable chiefs of the Instrumentality and to the honored confraternity of scanners." He had pledged. He had gone into the Haberman device. He remembered his hell. He had not had such a bad one, even though it had seemed to last 100 million years, all of them without sleep. He had learned to feel with his eyes. He had learned to see despite the heavy eye plates set back of his eyeballs to insulate his eyes from the rest of him. He had learned to watch his skin. He still remembered the time he had noticed dampness on his shirt and had pulled out his scanning mirror only to discover that he had worn a hole in his side by leaning against a vibrating machine. A thing like that could not happen to him now. He was too adept at reading his own instruments. He remembered the way that he had gone up and out, and the way that the great pain beat into him, despite the fact that his touch, smell, feeling, and hearing were gone, for all ordinary purposes. He remembered killing Habermans, and keeping others alive, and standing for months beside the honorable scanner pilot while neither of them slept. He remembered going ashore on Earth 4, and remembered that he had not enjoyed it, and had realized on that day that there was no reward. Martel stood among the other scanners. He hated their awkwardness when they moved, their immobility when they stood still. He hated the queer assortment of smells which their bodies yielded unnoticed. He hated the grunts and groans and squawks which they emitted from their deafness. He hated them and himself. How could Lucy stand him? He had kept his chest box reading Danger for weeks while he courted her, carrying the cranching wire about with him most illegally, and going direct from one cranch to the other without worrying about the fact that his indicators all crept to the edge of overload. He had wooed her without thinking of what would happen if she did say yes. She had. And they lived happily ever after. In old books they did, but how could they, in life? He had had 18 days under the wire in the whole of the past year. Yet she had loved him. She still loved him. He knew it. She fretted about him through the long months that he was in the up and out. She tried to make home mean something to him, even when he was Haberman, make food pretty when it could not be tasted, make herself lovable when she could not be kissed, or might as well not, since a Haberman body meant no more than furniture. Lucy was patient. And now Adam Stone. He let his tablet fade. How could he leave now? God bless Adam Stone. Martel could not help feeling a little sorry for himself. No longer would the high, keen call of duty carry him through 200 or so years of the other's time, 2 million private eternities of his own. He could slouch and relax. He could forget high space and let the up-and-out be tended by others. He could cranch as much as he dared. He could be almost normal, almost, for 1 year or 5 years or no years. But at least he could stay with Lucy. He could go with her into the wild, where there were beasts and old machines still roving the dark places. Perhaps he would die in the excitement of the hunt, throwing spears at an ancient steel Menschenjäger as it leapt from its lair, or tossing hot spheres at the tribesmen of the unforgiven, who still roamed the wild. There was still life to live, still a good normal death to die, not the moving of a needle out in the silence and pain of space. He had been walking about restlessly. His ears were attuned to the sounds of normal speech, so that he did not feel like watching the mouthings of his brethren. Now they seemed to have come to a decision. Wehrmacht was moving to the rostrum. Martel looked about for Chang, and went to stand beside him. Chang whispered, "You're as restless as water in mid-air. What's the matter? Decranching?" They both scanned Martel, but the instruments held steady and showed no sign of the cranch giving out. The great light flared in its call to attention. Again they formed ranks. Wehrmacht thrust his lean, old face into the glare and spoke. "Scanners and brothers, I call for a vote." He held himself in the stance which meant, "I am the senior, and take command." A belt light flashed in protest. It was old Henderson. He moved to the rostrum, spoke to Wehrmacht, and with Wehrmacht's nod of approval, turned full face to repeat his question. "Who speaks for the scanners out in space?" No belt light or hand answered. Henderson and Wehrmacht, face to face, conferred for a few moments. Then Henderson faced them again. "I yield to the senior in command, but I do not yield to a meeting of the confraternity. There are 68 scanners, and only 47 present, of whom one is cranched and UD. I have therefore proposed that the senior in command assume authority only over an emergency committee of the confraternity, not over a meeting. Is that agreed and understood by the honorable scanners?" Hands rose in assent. Chang murmured in Martel's ear, "A lot of difference that makes. Who can tell the difference between a meeting and a committee?" Martel agreed with the words, but was even more impressed with the way that Chang, while Haberman, could control his own voice. Wehrmacht resumed chairmanship. "We now vote on the question of Adam Stone. First, we can assume that he has not succeeded, and that his claims are lies. We know that from our practical experience as scanners, the pain of space is only part of scanning. But the essential part, the basis of it all, thought Martel. And we can rest assured that Stone cannot solve the problem of space discipline." "That tripe again," whispered Chang, unheard save by Martel. "The space discipline of our confraternity has kept high space clean of war and dispute. 68 disciplined men control all high space. We are removed by our oath and our Haberman status from all earthly passions. Therefore, if Adam Stone has conquered the pain of space, so that others can wreck our confraternity and bring to space the trouble and ruin which afflicts Earths, I say that Adam Stone is wrong. If Adam Stone succeeds, scanners live in vain. Secondly, if Adam Stone has not conquered the pain of space, he will cause great trouble in all the Earths. The instrumentality and the sub-chiefs may not give us as many Habermans as we need to operate the ships of mankind. There will be wild stories, and fewer recruits, and worst of all, the discipline of the confraternity may relax if this kind of nonsensical heresy is spread around. Therefore, if Adam Stone has succeeded, he threatens the ruin of the confraternity and should die. Therefore, if Adam Stone has not succeeded, he is a liar and a heretic, and should die. I move the death of Adam Stone." And Wehrmacht made the sign. The honorable scanners are pleased to vote. 4. Martel grabbed wildly for his belt light. Chang, guessing ahead, had his light out and ready. Its bright beam voting no shone straight up at the ceiling. Martel got his light out and threw its beam upward in descent. Then he looked around. Out of the 47 present, he could see only 5 or 6 glittering. 2 more lights went on. Wehrmacht stood as erect as a frozen corpse. Wehrmacht's eyes flashed as he stared back and forth over the group, looking for lights. Several more went on. Finally, Wehrmacht took the closing stance. May it please the scanners to count the vote." 3 of the older men went up on the rostrum with Wehrmacht. They looked over the room. Martel thought, "These damned ghosts are voting on the life of a real man, a live man. They have no right to do it. I'll tell the instrumentality." But he knew that he would not. He thought of Lucy and what she might gain by the triumph of Adam Stone. The heartbreaking folly of the vote was then almost too much for Martel to bear. All 3 of the tellers held up their hands in unanimous agreement on the sign of the number. 15 against. Wehrmacht dismissed them with a bow of courtesy. He turned and again took the stance. "I am the senior and take command." Marveling at his own daring, Martel flashed his belt light on. He knew that any one of the bystanders might reach over and twist his heart box to overload for such an act. He felt Chang's hand reaching to catch him by the air-coat, but he eluded Chang's grasp and ran, faster than a scanner should, to the platform. As he ran, he wondered what appeal to make. He wouldn't get time to say much, and wouldn't be seen by all of them. It was no use talking common sense. Not now. It had to be law. He jumped up on the rostrum beside Wehrmacht and took the stance. "Scanners, an illegality." He violated good custom while speaking, still in the stance. "A committee has no right to vote death by a majority vote. It takes 2/3 of a full meeting." He felt Wehrmacht's body lunge behind him, felt himself falling from the rostrum, hitting the floor, hurting his knees and his touch-aware hands. He was helped to his feet. He was scanned. Some scanner he scarcely knew took his instruments and toned him down. Immediately Martel felt more calm, more detached, and hated himself for feeling so. He looked up at the rostrum. Wehrmacht maintained the stance signifying order. The scanners adjusted their ranks. The 2 scanners next to Martel took his arms. He shouted at them, but they looked away and cut themselves off from communication altogether. Wehrmacht spoke again when he saw the room was quiet. "A scanner came here cranched. Honorable scanners, I apologize for this. It is not the fault of our great and worthy scanner and friend Martel. He came here under orders. I told him not to decranch. I hoped to spare him an unnecessary Haberman. We all know how happily Martel is married, and we wish his brave experiment well. I like Martel. I respect his judgment. I wanted him here. I knew you wanted him here. But he is cranched. He is in no mood to share in the lofty business of the scanners. I therefore propose a solution which will meet all the requirements of fairness. I propose that we rule Scanner Martel out of order for his violation of rules. This violation would be inexcusable if Martel were not cranched. But at the same time, in all fairness to Martel, I further propose that we deal with the points raised so improperly by our worthy but disqualified brother." Wehrmacht gave the sign. The honorable scanners are pleased to vote. Martel tried to reach his own belt light. The dead, strong hands held him tightly, and he struggled in vain. One lone light shone high. Chang's, no doubt. Wehrmacht thrust his face into the light again. "Having the approval of our worthy scanners and present company for the general proposal, I now move that this committee declare itself to have the full authority of a meeting, and that this committee further make me responsible for all misdeeds which this committee may enact, to be held answerable before the next full meeting, but not before any other authority beyond the closed and secret ranks of scanners." Flamboyantly this time, his triumph evident, Wehrmacht assumed the vote stance. Only a few lights shone, far less patently than a minority of 1/4. Wehrmacht spoke again. The light shone on his high, calm forehead, on his dead, relaxed cheekbones. His lean cheeks and chin were half-shadowed, save where the lower light picked up and spotlighted his mouth, cruel even in repose. Wehrmacht was said to be a descendant of some ancient lady who had traversed, in an illegitimate and inexplicable fashion, some hundreds of years of time in a single night. Her name, the Lady Wehrmacht, had passed into legend, but her blood and her archaic lust for mastery lived on in the mute, masterful body of her descendant. Martel could believe the old tales as he stared at the rostrum, wondering what untraceable mutation had left the Wehrmacht kith as predators among mankind. Calling loudly with the movement of his lips, but still without sound, Wehrmacht appealed. "The Honorable Committee is now pleased to reaffirm the sentence of death issued against the heretic and enemy, Adam Stone. Again, the vote stands." Again, Chang's light shone lonely in its isolated protest. Wehrmacht then made his final move. "I call for the designation of the senior scanner present as the manager of the sentence. I call for authorization to him to appoint executioners, one or many, who shall make evident the will and majesty of scanners. I ask that I be accountable for the deed and not for the means. The deed is a noble deed, for the protection of mankind and for the honor of the scanners, but of the means it must be said that they are to be the best at hand and no more. Who knows the true way to kill another, here on a crowded and watchful earth? This is no mere matter of discharging a cylindered sleeper, no mere question of upgrading the needle of a Haberman. When people die down here, it is not like the up and out. They die reluctantly. Killing within the earth is not our usual business, so brothers and scanners, as you know well. You must choose me to choose my agent as I see fit. Otherwise the common knowledge will become the common betrayal, whereas if I alone know the responsibility, I alone could betray us, and you will not have far to look in case the instrumentality comes searching." "What about the killer you choose?" thought Martel. "He too will know unless you silence him forever." Wehrmacht went into the stance. "The honorable scanners are pleased to vote." One light of protest shone, Chang's again. Martel imagined that he could see a cruel, joyful smile on Wehrmacht's dead face, the smile of a man who knew himself righteous and who found his righteousness upheld and affirmed by militant authority. Martel tried one last time to come free. The dead hands held. They were locked like vices until their owner's eyes unlocked them. How else could they hold the piloting month by month? Martel then shouted, "Honorable scanners, this is judicial murder!" No ear heard him. He was cranched and alone. Nonetheless, he shouted again, "You endanger the confraternity!" Nothing happened. The echo of his voice sounded from one end of the room to the other. No head turned, no eyes met his. Martel realized that as they paired for talk, the eyes of the scanners avoided him. He saw that no one desired to watch his speech. He knew that behind the cold faces of his friends there lay compassion or amusement. He knew that they knew him to be cranched, absurd, normal, manlike, temporarily no scanner. But he knew that in this matter the wisdom of scanners was nothing. He knew that only a cranched scanner could feel with his very blood the outrage and anger which deliberate murder would provoke among the others. He knew that the confraternity endangered itself, and knew that the most ancient prerogative of law was the monopoly of death. Even the ancient nations, in the times of the wars, before the wild machines, before the beasts, before men went into the up and out, even the ancients had known this. How did they say it? Only the state shall kill. The states were gone, but the instrumentality remained, and the instrumentality could not pardon things which occurred within the earths, but beyond its authority. Death in space was the business, the right of the scanners. How could the instrumentality enforce its law in a place where all men who wakened only to die in the great pain? Wisely did the instrumentality leave space to the scanners. Wisely had the confraternity not meddled inside the Earths. And now, the confraternity itself was going to step forth as an outlaw band, as a gang of rogues as stupid and reckless as the tribes of the unforgiven. Martel knew this because he was cranched. Had he been Haberman, he would have thought only with his mind, not with his heart and guts and blood. How could the other scanners know? Wehrmacht returned for the last time to the rostrum. "The committee has met, and its will shall be done." Verbally he added, "Senior among you, I ask your loyalty and your silence." At that point, the two scanners let his arms go. Martel rubbed his numb hands, shaking his fingers to get the circulation back into the cold fingertips. With real freedom, he began to think of what he might still do. He scanned himself. The cranching held. He might have an hour, he might have a day. Well, he could go on even if Haberman, but it would be inconvenient, having to talk with finger and tablet. He looked about for Chang. He saw his friend standing patient and immobile in a quiet corner. Martel moved slowly so as not to attract any more attention to himself than could be helped. He faced Chang, moved until his face was in the light, and then articulated. "What are we going to do? You're not going to let them kill Adam Stone, are you? Don't you realize what Stone's work will mean to us, if it succeeds? No more scanning, no more scanners, no more Habermans, no more pain in the up and out. I tell you, if the others were all cranched, as I am, they would see it in a human way, not with the narrow, crazy logic which they used in the meeting. We've got to stop them. How can we do it? What are we going to do? What does Pereziansky think? Who has been chosen?" "Which question do you want me to answer?" Martel laughed. It felt good to laugh. Even then, it felt like being a man. "Will you help me?" Chang's eyes flashed across Martel's face as Chang answered, "No, no, no." "You won't help?" "No." "Why not, Chang? Why not?" "I am a scanner. The vote has been taken. You would do the same if you were not in this unusual condition." "I'm not in an unusual condition. I'm cranched. That merely means that I see things the way that the others would. I see the stupidity, the recklessness, the selfishness. It is murder." "What is murder? Have you not killed? You are not one of the others. You are a scanner. You will be sorry for what you are about to do if you do not watch out." "But why did you vote against Wehrmacht, then? Didn't you, too, see what Adam Stone means to all of us? Scanners will live in vain. Thank God for that. Can't you see it?" "No." "But you talk to me, Chang. You are my friend." "I talk to you. I am your friend. Why not?" "But what are you going to do?" "Nothing, Martel. Nothing." "Will you help me?" "No." "Not even to save Stone." "Then I will go to Pereziansky for help." "It will do no good." "Why not? He's more human than you right now." "He will not help you because he has the job. Wehrmacht designated him to kill Adam Stone." Martel stopped speaking in mid-movement. He suddenly took the stance. "I thank you, brother, and I depart." At the window he turned and faced the room. He saw that Wehrmacht's eyes were upon him. He gave the stance. "I thank you, brother, and I depart," and added the flourish of respect which is shown when seniors are present. Wehrmacht caught the sign, and Martel could see the cruel lips move. He thought he saw the words, "Take good care of yourself," but did not wait to inquire. He stepped backward and dropped out the window. Once below the window and out of sight, he adjusted his air coat to maximum speed. He swam lazily in the air, scanning himself thoroughly, and adjusting his adrenal intake down. He then made the movement of release and felt the cold air rush past his face like running water. Adam Stone had to be at Chief Downport. Adam Stone had to be there. Wouldn't Adam Stone be surprised in the night? Surprised to meet the strangest of beings, the first renegade among scanners. Martel suddenly appreciated that it was himself of whom he was thinking. Martel, the traitor to scanners. That sounded strange and bad. But what of Martel, the loyal to mankind? Was that not compensation? And if he won Lucy. If he lost nothing. An unconsidered and expendable Haberman. It happened to be himself. But in contrast to the immense reward, to mankind, to the confraternity, to Lucy, what did that matter? Martel thought to himself, Adam Stone will have 2 visitors tonight, 2 scanners who are the friends of one another. He hoped that Pereziansky was still his friend. And the world, he added, depends on which of us gets there first. Multifaceted in their brightness, the lights of Chief Downport began to shine through the mist ahead. Martel could see the outer towers of the city and glimpse the phosphorescent periphery which kept back the wild, whether beasts, machines, or the unforgiven. Once more Martel invoked the lords of his chance. Help me to pass for an other. 5. Within the downport, Martel had less trouble than he thought. He draped his aircoat over his shoulder so that it concealed the instruments. He took up his scanning mirror and made up his face from the inside by adding tone and animation to his blood and nerves until the muscles of his face glowed and the skin gave out a healthy sweat. That way he looked like an ordinary man who had just completed a long night flight. After straightening out his clothing and hiding his tablet within his jacket, he faced the problem of what to do about the talking finger. If he kept the nail, it would show him to be a scanner. He would be respected, but he would be identified. He might be stopped by the guards, whom the instrumentality had undoubtedly set around the person of Adam Stone. If he broke the nail, but he couldn't. No scanner in the history of the confraternity had ever willingly broken his nail. That would be resignation, and there was no such thing. The only way out was in the up and out. Martel put his finger to his mouth and bit off the nail. He looked at the now queer finger and sighed to himself. He stepped toward the city gate, slipping his hand into his jacket and running up his muscular strength to 4 times normal. He started to scan, and then realized that his instruments were masked. Might as well take all the chances at once, he thought. The watcher stopped him with a searching wire. The sphere thumped suddenly against Martel's chest. "Are you a man?" said the unseen voice. Martel knew that as a scanner in Haberman condition, his own field charge would have illuminated the sphere. "I am a man." Martel knew that the timbre of his voice had been good. He hoped that it would not be taken for that of a Mansionjäger, or a beast, or an unforgiven one, who with mimicry sought to enter the cities and ports of mankind. Name, number, rank, purpose, function, time departed. Martel. He had to remember his old number, not Scanner 34. Sunward 4234, 182nd year of space, rank, rising subchief. That was no lie, but his substantive rank. Purpose, personal and lawful within the limits of this city. No function of the instrumentality. Departed chief outport 2019 hours. Everything now depended on whether he was believed or would be checked against chief outport. The voice was flat and routine. Time desired within the city. Martel used the standard phrase, "Your honorable sufferance is requested." He stood in the cool night air, waiting. Far above him, through a gap in the mist, he could see the poisonous glittering in the sky of scanners. "The stars are my enemies," he thought. "I have mastered the stars, but they hate me." Oh, that sounds ancient. Like a book. Too much cranching. The voice returned. Sunward 4234-182, Rising Sub-Chief Martel, enter the lawful gates of the city. Welcome. Do you desire food, raiment, money, or companionship? The voice had no hospitality in it, just business. This was certainly different from entering a city in a scanner's role. Then the petty officers came out and threw their belt lights on their fretful faces, and mouthed their words with preposterous deference, shouting against the stone deafness of a scanner's ears. So that was the way that a sub-chief was treated. Matter of fact, but not bad. Not bad. Martel replied, I have that which I need, but beg of the city a favor. My friend Adam Stone is here. I desire to see him on urgent and personal lawful affairs. The voice replied, Did you have an appointment with Adam Stone? No. The city will find him. What is his number? I have forgotten it. You have forgotten it? Is not Adam Stone a magnate of the instrumentality? Are you truly his friend? Truly. Martel let a little annoyance creep into his voice. Watcher, doubt me and call your sub-chief. No doubt implied. Why do you not know the number? This must go into the record, added the voice. We were friends in childhood. He has crossed the— Martel started to say the up and out, and remembered that the phrase was current only among scanners. He has leapt from earth to earth and has just now returned. I knew him well, and I seek him out. I have word of his kith. May the instrumentality protect us. Heard and believed, Adam Stone will be searched. At a risk, though a slight one, of having the sphere sound an alarm for non-man, Martel cut in on his scanner speaker within his jacket. He saw the trembling needle of light await his words, and he started to write on it with his blunt finger. That won't work, he thought, and had a moment's panic until he found his comb, which had a sharp enough tooth to write. He wrote, Emergency, none. Martel scanner calling Parisiansky scanner. The needle quivered and the reply glowed and faded out. Parisiansky scanner on duty and DC calls taken by scanner relay. Martel cut off his speaker. Parisiansky was somewhere around. Could he have crossed the direct way, right over the city wall, setting off the alert and invoking official business when the petty officers overtook him in midair? Scarcely. That meant that a number of other scanners must have come in with Parisiansky, all of them pretending to be in search of a few of the tenuous pleasures which could be enjoyed by a Haberman, such as the sight of the news pictures, or the viewing of beautiful women in the pleasure gallery. Parisiansky was around, but he could not have moved privately because Scanner Central registered him on duty and recorded his movements city by city. The voice returned. Puzzlement was expressed in it. Adam Stone is found and awakened. He has asked pardon of the Honorable, and says he knows no Martel. Will you see Adam Stone in the morning? The city will bid you welcome. Martel ran out of resources. It was hard enough mimicking a man without having to tell lies in the guise of one. Martel could only repeat, Tell him I am Martel, the husband of Lucy. It will be done. Again the silence and the hostile stars, and the sense that Parisiansky was somewhere near and getting nearer. Martel felt his heart beating faster. He stole a glimpse at his chest box, and set his heart down a point. He felt calmer, even though he had not been able to scan with care. The voice this time was cheerful, as though an annoyance had been settled. Adam Stone consents to see you. Enter, Chief Downport, and welcome. The little sphere dropped noiselessly to the ground, and the wire whispered away into the darkness. A bright arc of narrow light rose from the ground in front of Martel and swept through the city to one of the higher towers, apparently a hostel which Martel had never entered. Martel plucked his aircoat to his chest for ballast, stepped heel and toe on the beam, and felt himself whistle through the air to an entrance window which sprang up before him as suddenly as a devouring mouth. A tower guard stood in the doorway. You are awaited, sir. Do you bear weapons, sir? None, said Martel, grateful that he was relying on his own strength. The guard led him past the check screen. Martel noticed the quick flight of a warning across the screen as his instruments registered and identified him as a scanner, but the guard had not noticed it. The guard stopped at a door. "Adam Stone is armed. He is lawfully armed by authority of the Instrumentality and by the liberty of this city. All those who enter are given warning." Martel nodded in understanding at the man and went in. Adam Stone was a short man, stout and benign. His gray hair rose stiffly from a low forehead. His whole face was red and merry-looking. He looked like a jolly guide from the pleasure gallery, not like a man who had been at the edge of the up-and-out, fighting the great pain without Haberman protection. He stared at Martel. His look was puzzled, perhaps a little annoyed, but not hostile. Martel came to the point. "You do not know me. I lied. My name is Martel, and I mean you no harm. But I lied. I beg the honorable gift of your hospitality. Remain armed. Direct your weapon against me." Stone smiled. "I am doing so." And Martel noticed the small wire point in Stone's capable, plump hand. "Good. Keep on guard against me. It will give you confidence in what I shall say. But do, I beg you, give us a screen of privacy. I want no casual lookers. This is a matter of life and death." "First, whose life and death?" Stone's face remained calm, his voice even. "Yours and mine and the world's." "You are cryptic, but I agree." Stone called through the doorway. "Privacy, please." There was a sudden hum, and all the little noises of the night quickly vanished from the air of the room. Said Adam Stone, "Sir, who are you? What brings you here?" "I am Scanner 34. "You a scanner? I don't believe it." For answer, Martel pulled his jacket open, showing his chest box. Stone looked up at him, amazed. Martel explained, "I am cranched. Have you never seen it before?" "Not with men. On animals. Amazing. But what do you want?" "The truth. Do you fear me?" "Not with this," said Stone, grasping the wire point. "But I shall tell you the truth." "Is it true that you have conquered the great pain?" Stone hesitated, seeking words for an answer. "Quick, can you tell me how you have done it, so that I may believe you?" "I have loaded ships with life." "Life?" "Life. I don't know what the great pain is, but I did find that in the experiments, when I sent out masses of animals or plants, the life in the center of the mass lived longest. I built ships, small ones, of course, and sent them out with rabbits, with monkeys." "Those are beasts?" "Yes, with small beasts, and the beasts came back unhurt. They came back because the walls of the ships were filled with life. I tried many kinds, and finally found a sort of life which lives in the waters. Oysters, oyster beds. The outermost oysters died in the great pain. The inner ones lived. The passengers were unhurt." "But they were beasts?" "Not only beasts. Myself." "You?" "I came through space alone. Through what you call the up and out, alone, awake and sleeping. I am unhurt. If you do not believe me, ask your brother scanners. Come and see my ship in the morning. I will be glad to see you then, along with your brother scanners. I am going to demonstrate before the chiefs of the Instrumentality." Martel repeated his question. "You came here alone?" Adam Stone grew testy. "Yes, alone. Go back and check your scanner's register if you do not believe me. You never put me in a bottle to cross space." Martel's face was radiant. "I believe you now. It is true. No more scanners. No more Habermans. No more cranching." Stone looked significantly toward the door. Martel did not take the hint. "I must tell you that—" "Sir, tell me in the morning. Go enjoy your cranch. Isn't it supposed to be pleasure? Medically, I know it well, but not in practice." "It is pleasure. It's normality, for a while. But listen, the scanners have sworn to destroy you and your work." "What?" They have met and have voted and sworn. You will make scanners unnecessary, they say. You will bring the ancient wars back to the world if scanning is lost and the scanners live in vain. Adam Stone was nervous, but kept his wits about him. You're a scanner. Are you going to kill me? Or try? No, you fool, I have betrayed the confraternity. Call guards the moment I escape. Keep guards around you. I will try to intercept the killer. Martel saw a blur in the window. Before Stone could turn, the wire point was whipped out of his hand. The blur solidified and took form as Paraziansky. Martel recognized what Paraziansky was doing. High speed. Without thinking of his cranch, he thrust his hand to his chest, set himself up to high speed too. Waves of fire, like the Great Pain, but hotter, flooded over him. He fought to keep his face readable as he stepped in front of Paraziansky and gave the sign. Top emergency. Paraziansky spoke while the normally moving body of Stone stepped away from them as slowly as a drifting cloud. Get out of my way. I am on a mission. I know it. I stop you here and now. Stop, stop, stop. Stone is right. Paraziansky's lips were barely readable in the haze of pain which flooded Martel. He thought, God, God, God of the ancients, let me hold on. Let me live under overload just long enough. Paraziansky was saying, Get out of my way. By order of the confraternity, get out of my way. And Paraziansky gave the sign. Help! I demand in the name of my duty. Martel choked for breath in the syrup-like air. He tried one last time. Paraziansky, friend, my friend! Stop! Stop! No scanner had ever murdered scanner before. Paraziansky made the sign. You are unfit for duty, and I will take over. Martel thought, for the first time in the world, as he reached over and twisted Paraziansky's brain box up to overload. Paraziansky's eyes glittered in terror and understanding. His body began to drift down toward the floor. Martel had just strength enough to reach his own chest box. As he faded into Haberman, or death, he knew not which, he felt his fingers turning on the control of speed, turning down. He tried to speak, to say, Get a scanner. I need help. Get a scanner. But the darkness rose about him, and the numb silence clasped him. Martel awakened to see the face of Lucy near his own. He opened his eyes wider and found that he was hearing the sound of her happy weeping, the sound of her chest as she caught the air back into her throat. He spoke weakly. Still cranched? Alive? Another face swam into the blur beside Lucy's. It was Adam Stone. His deep voice rang across immensities of space before coming to Martel's hearing. Martel tried to read Stone's lips, but could not make them out. He went back to listening to the voice. Not cranched. Do you understand me? Not cranched. Martel tried to say, But I can hear. I can feel. The others got his sense, if not his words. Adam Stone spoke again. You have gone back through the Haberman. I put you back first. I didn't know how it would work in practice, but I had the theory all worked out. You don't think the instrumentality would waste the scanners, do you? You go back to normality. We are letting the Habermans die as fast as the ships come in. They don't need to live anymore. But we are restoring the scanners. You are the first. Do you understand me? You are the first. Take it easy now. Adam Stone smiled. Dimly behind Stone, Martel thought that he saw the face of one of the chiefs of the instrumentality. That face, too, smiled at him, and then both faces disappeared, upward and away. Martel tried to lift his head, to scan himself. He could not. Lucy stared at him, calming herself, but with an expression of loving perplexity. She said, My darling husband, you're back again, to stay. Still, Martel tried to see his box. Finally, he swept his hand across his chest with a clumsy motion. There was nothing there. The instruments were gone. He was back to normality, but still alive. In the deep, weak peacefulness of his mind, another troubling thought took shape. He tried to write with his finger, the way that Lucy wanted him to, but he had neither pointed fingernail nor scanner's tablet. He had to use his voice. He summoned up his strength and whispered, "Scanners?" "Yes, darling. What is it?" "Scanners?" "Scanners. Oh, yes, darling. They're all right. They had to arrest some of them for going into high speed and running away, but the instrumentality caught them all those on the ground, and they're happy now. Do you know, darling," she laughed, "some of them didn't want to be restored to normality, but Stone and the chiefs persuaded them." "Vomact?" "He's fine, too. He's staying cransed until he can be restored. Do you know he has arranged for Scanners to take new jobs? You're all deputy chiefs for space. Isn't that nice? But he got himself made chief for space. You're all going to be pilots, so that your fraternity and guild can go on. And Chang's getting changed back right now. You'll see him soon." Her face turned sad. She looked at him earnestly and said, "I might as well tell you now. You'll worry otherwise. There has been one accident, only one. When you and your friend called on Adam Stone, your friend was so happy that he forgot to scan, and he let himself die of overload." "Called on Stone?" "Yes, don't you remember? Your friend." He still looked surprised, so she said, "Pereziansky." The Game of Rat and Dragon. 1. The Table. Pinlighting is a hell of a way to earn a living. Underhill was furious as he closed the door behind himself. It didn't make much sense to wear a uniform and look like a soldier if people didn't appreciate what you did. He sat down in his chair, laid his head back in the headrest, and pulled the helmet down over his forehead. As he waited for the pin set to warm up, he remembered the girl in the outer corridor. She had looked at it, then looked at him scornfully. "Meow." That was all she had said, yet it had cut him like a knife. What did she think he was? A fool? A loafer? A uniformed non-entity? Didn't she know that for every half hour of pinlighting, he got a minimum of 2 months' recuperation in the hospital? By now the set was warm. He felt the squares of space around him, sensed himself at the middle of an immense grid, a cubic grid full of nothing. Out in that nothingness he could sense the hollowing, aching horror of space itself, and could feel the terrible anxiety which his mind encountered whenever it met the faintest trace of inert dust. As he relaxed, the comforting solidity of the sun, the clockwork of the familiar planets, and the moon rang in on him. Our own solar system was as charming and as simple as an ancient cuckoo clock, filled with familiar ticking and with reassuring noises. The odd little moons of Mars swung around their planet like frantic mice, yet their regularity was itself an assurance that all was well. Far above the plane of the ecliptic, he could feel half a ton of dust more or less drifting outside the lanes of human travel. Here there was nothing to fight, nothing to challenge the mind, to tear the living soul out of a body with its roots dripping in effluvium as tangible as blood. Nothing ever moved in on the solar system. He could wear the pin set forever and be nothing more than a sort of telepathic astronomer, a man who could feel the hot, warm protection of the sun throbbing and burning against his living mind. Woodley came in. "Same old ticking world," said Underhill. "Nothing to report. No wonder they didn't develop the pin set until they began to planiform. Down here with the hot sun around us, it feels so good and so quiet. You can feel everything spinning and turning. It's nice and sharp and compact. It's sort of like sitting around home." Woodley grunted. He was not much given to flights of fantasy. Undeterred, Underhill went on. "It must have been pretty good to have been an ancient man. I wonder why they burned up their world with war. They didn't have to planiform. They didn't have to go out to earn their livings among the stars. They didn't have to dodge the rats or play the game. They couldn't have invented pinlighting because they didn't have any need of it, did they, Woodley?" Woodley grunted. Uh-huh. Woodley was 26 years old and due to retire in one more year. He already had a farm picked out. He had gotten through 10 years of hard work pinlighting with the best of them. He had kept his sanity by not thinking very much about his job, meeting the strains of the task whenever he had to meet them, and thinking nothing more about his duties until the next emergency arose. Woodley never made a point of getting popular among the partners. None of the partners liked him very much. Some of them even resented him. He was suspected of thinking ugly thoughts of the partners on occasion, but since none of the partners ever thought a complaint in articulate form, the other pinlighters and the chiefs of the instrumentality left him alone. Underhill was still full of the wonder of their job. Happily he babbled on. "What does happen to us when we planoform? Do you think it's sort of like dying? Did you ever see anybody who had his soul pulled out?" "Pulling souls is just a way of talking about it," said Woodley. "After all these years, nobody knows whether we have souls or not." "But I saw one once. I saw what dogwood looked like when he came apart. There was something funny. It looked wet and sort of sticky, as if it were bleeding, and it went out of him. And you know what they did to dogwood. They took him away, up in that part of the hospital where you and I never go, way up at the top part where the others are, where the others always have to go if they are alive after the rats of the up and out have gotten them." Woodley sat down and lit an ancient pipe. He was burning something called tobacco in it. It was a dirty sort of habit, but it made him look very dashing and adventurous. "Look here, youngster. You don't have to worry about that stuff. Pinlighting is getting better all the time. The partners are getting better. I've seen them pinlight 2 rats 46 million miles apart in 1.5 milliseconds. As long as people had to try to work the pin sets themselves, there was always the chance that with a minimum of 400 milliseconds for the human mind to set a pinlight, we wouldn't light the rats up fast enough to protect our planoforming ships. The partners have changed all that. Once they get going, they're faster than rats, and they always will be. I know it's not easy letting a partner share your mind. It's not easy for them either," said Underhill. "Don't worry about them. They're not human. Let them take care of themselves. I've seen more pinlighters go crazy from monkeying around with partners than I have ever seen caught by the rats. How many of them do you actually know of that got grabbed by rats?" Underhill looked down at his fingers, which shone green and purple in the vivid light thrown by the tuned-in pin set, and counted ships. The thumb for the Andromeda, lost with crew and passengers, the index finger and the middle finger for release ships 43 and 56, found with their pin sets burned out, and every man, woman, and child on board dead or insane. The ring finger, the little finger, and the thumb of the other hand were the first 3 battleships to be lost to the rats. Lost as people realized that there was something out there underneath space itself, which was alive, capricious, and malevolent. Planoforming was sort of funny. It felt like nothing much. Like the twinge of a mild electric shock. Like the ache of a sore tooth bitten on for the first time. Like a slightly painful flash of light against the eyes. Yet, in that time, a 40,000-ton ship lifting free above Earth disappeared somehow or other into 2 dimensions and appeared half a light-year or 50 light-years off. At one moment, he would be sitting in the fighting room, the pin set ready and the familiar solar system ticking around inside his head. For a second, or a year, he could never tell how long it really was, subjectively. The funny little flash went through him, and then he was loose in the up and out, the terrible open spaces between the stars, where the stars themselves felt like pimples on his telepathic mind, and the planets were too far away to be sensed or read. Somewhere in this outer space, a gruesome death awaited. Death and horror of a kind which man had never encountered until he reached out for interstellar space itself. Apparently, the light of the suns kept the dragons away. Dragons. That was what people called them. To ordinary people, there was nothing. Nothing except the shiver of planoforming and the hammer blow of sudden death, or the dark spastic note of lunacy descending into their minds. But to the telepaths, they were dragons. In the fraction of a second between the telepath's awareness of a hostile something out in the black, hollow nothingness of space and the impact of a ferocious, ruinous psychic blow against all living things within the ship, the telepaths had sensed entities something like the dragons of ancient human lore, beasts more clever than beasts, demons more tangible than demons, hungry vortices of aliveness and hate compounded by unknown means out of the thin, tenuous matter between the stars. It took a surviving ship to bring back the news, a ship in which, by sheer chance, a telepath had a light beam ready, turning it out at the innocent dust so that, within the panorama of his mind, the dragon dissolved into nothing at all, and the other passengers, themselves non-telepathic, went about their way not realizing that their own immediate deaths had been averted. From then on it was easy. Almost. Planiforming ships always carried telepaths. Telepaths had their sensitiveness enlarged to an immense range by the pin sets, which were telepathic amplifiers adapted to the mammal mind. The pin sets, in turn, were electronically geared into small, dirigible light bombs. Light did it. Light broke up the dragons, allowed the ships to reform three-dimensionally, skip, 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 as they moved from star to star. The odds suddenly moved down from 100 to 1 against mankind to 60 to 40 in mankind's favor. This was not enough. The telepaths were trained to become ultra-sensitive, trained to become aware of the dragons in less than a millisecond. But it was found that the dragons could move 1,000,000 miles in just under 2 milliseconds, and that this was not enough for the human mind to activate the light beams. Attempts had been made to sheathe the ships in light at all times. This defense wore out. As mankind learned about the dragons, so too apparently the dragons learned about mankind. Somehow they flattened their own bulk and came in on extremely flat trajectories very quickly. Intense light was needed, light of sun-like intensity. This could be provided only by light bombs. Pin lighting came into existence. Pin lighting consisted of the detonation of ultra-vivid miniature photonuclear bombs, which converted a few ounces of a magnesium isotope into pure, visible radiance. The odds kept coming down in mankind's favor, yet ships were being lost. It became so bad that people didn't even want to find the ships because the rescuers knew what they would see. It was sad to bring back to Earth 300 bodies ready for burial, and 200 or 300 lunatics, damaged beyond repair, to be wakened and fed and cleaned, and put to sleep, wakened and fed again until their lives were ended. Telepaths tried to reach into the minds of the psychotics who had been damaged by the dragons, but they found nothing there beyond vivid, spouting columns of fiery terror bursting from the primordial id itself, the volcanic source of life. Then came the partners. Man and partner could do together what man could not do alone. Men had the intellect, partners had the speed. The partners rode their tiny craft, no larger than footballs, outside the spaceships. They planiformed with the ships. They rode beside them in their 6-pound craft ready to attack. The tiny ships of the partners were swift. Each carried a dozen pinlights, bombs no bigger than thimbles. The pinlighters threw the partners, quite literally threw, by means of mind-to-firing relays directly at the dragons. What seemed to be dragons to the human mind appeared in the form of gigantic rats in the minds of the partners. Out in the pitiless nothingness of space, the partners' minds responded to an instinct as old as life. The partners attacked, striking with a speed faster than man's, going from attack to attack until the rats or themselves were destroyed. Almost all the time it was the partners who won. With the safety of the interstellar skip, skip, skip of the ships, commerce increased immensely. The population of all the colonies went up, and the demand for trained partners increased. Underhill and Woodley were a part of the third generation of pinlighters, and yet, to them it seemed as though their craft had endured forever. Gearing space into minds by means of the pin set, adding the partners to those minds, keying up the minds for the tension of a fight on which all depended, this was more than human synapses could stand for long. Underhill needed his 2 months' rest after half an hour of fighting. Woodley needed his retirement after 10 years of service. They were young, they were good, but they had limitations. So much depended on the choice of partners, so much on the sheer luck of who drew whom. 2. The Shuffle. Father Moontree and the little girl named West entered the room. They were the other 2 pinlighters. The human complement of the fighting room was now complete. Father Moontree was a red-faced man of 45, who had lived the peaceful life of a farmer until he reached his 40th year. Only then, belatedly, did the authorities find he was telepathic and agree to let him, late in life, enter upon the career of pinlighter. He did well at it, but he was fantastically old for this kind of business. Father Moontree looked at the glum Woodley and the musing Underhill. "How are the youngsters today? Ready for a good fight?" "Father always wants a fight," giggled the little girl named West. She was such a little girl. Her giggle was high and childish. She looked like the last person in the world one would expect to find in the rough, sharp dueling of pinlighting. Underhill had been amused one time when he found one of the most sluggish of the partners coming away happy from contact with the mind of the girl named West. Usually the partners didn't care much about the human minds with which they were paired for the journey. The partners seemed to take the attitude that human minds were complex and fouled up beyond belief anyhow. No partner ever questioned the superiority of the human mind, though very few of the partners were much impressed by that superiority. The partners liked people. They were willing to fight with them. They were even willing to die for them. But when a partner liked an individual the way, for example, that Captain Wow or the Lady May liked Underhill, the liking had nothing to do with intellect. It was a matter of temperament, of feel. Underhill knew perfectly well that Captain Wow regarded his, Underhill's, brains as silly. What Captain Wow liked was Underhill's friendly emotional structure, the cheerfulness and glint of wicked amusement that shot through Underhill's unconscious thought patterns, and the gaiety with which Underhill faced danger. The words, the history books, the ideas, the science. Underhill could sense all that in his own mind, reflected back from Captain Wow's mind as so much rubbish. Miss West looked at Underhill. "I bet you've put stickum on the stones." "I did not." Underhill felt his ears grow red with embarrassment. During his novitiate, he had tried to cheat in the lottery because he got particularly fond of a special partner, a lovely young mother named Myrrh. It was so much easier to operate with Myrrh, and she was so affectionate toward him, that he forgot pinlighting was hard work, and that he was not instructed to have a good time with his partner. They were both designed and prepared to go into deadly battle together. One cheating had been enough. They had found him out, and he had been laughed at for years. Father Moontree picked up the imitation leather cup and shook the stone dice, which assigned them their partners for the trip. By senior rights, he took first draw. He grimaced. He had drawn a greedy old character, a tough old male whose mind was full of slobbering thoughts of food, veritable oceans full of half-spoiled fish. Father Moontree had once said that he burped cod-liver oil for weeks after drawing that particular glutton, so strongly had the telepathic image of fish impressed itself upon his mind. Yet the glutton was a glutton for danger as well as for fish. He had killed 63 dragons, more than any other partner in the service, and was quite literally worth his weight in gold. The little girl West came next. She drew Captain Wow. When she saw who it was, she smiled. "I like him," she said. "He's such fun to fight with. He feels so nice and cuddly in my mind." "Cuddly, hell," said Woodley. "I've been in his mind, too. It's the most leering mind in this ship, bar none." "Nasty man," said the little girl. She said it declaratively, without reproach. Underhill, looking at her, shivered. He didn't see how she could take Captain Wow so calmly. Captain Wow's mind did leer. When Captain Wow got excited in the middle of a battle, confused images of dragons, deadly rats, luscious beds, the smell of fish, and the shock of space all scrambled together in his mind as he and Captain Wow, their consciousnesses linked together through the pin set, became a fantastic composite of human being and Persian cat. That's the trouble with working with cats, thought Underhill. It's a pity that nothing else anywhere will serve as partner. Cats were all right once you got in touch with them telepathically. They were smart enough to meet the needs of the flight, but their motives and desires were certainly different from those of humans. They were companionable enough as long as you thought tangible images at them, but their minds just closed up and went to sleep when you recited Shakespeare or Colegrove, or if you tried to tell them what space was. It was sort of funny realizing that the partners who were so grim and mature out here in space were the same cute little animals that people had used as pets for thousands of years back on Earth. He had embarrassed himself more than once while on the ground, saluting perfectly ordinary non-telepathic cats, because he had forgotten for the moment that they were not partners. He picked up the cup and shook out his stone dice. He was lucky. He drew the Lady May. The Lady May was the most thoughtful partner he had ever met. In her, the finely bred pedigree mind of a Persian cat had reached one of its highest peaks of development. She was more complex than any human woman, but the complexity was all one of emotions, memory, hope, and discriminated experience. Experience sorted through without benefit of words. When he had first come into contact with her mind, he was astonished at its clarity. With her, he remembered her kittenhood. He remembered every mating experience she had ever had. He saw in a half-recognizable gallery all the other pinlighters with whom she had been paired for the fight, and he saw himself radiant, cheerful, and desirable. He even thought he caught the edge of a longing. A very flattering and yearning thought. What a pity he is not a cat. Woodley picked up the last stone. He drew what he deserved, a sullen, scarred old tomcat with none of the verve of Captain Wow. Woodley's partner was the most animal of all the cats on the ship, a low, brutish type with a dull mind. Even telepathy had not refined his character. His ears were half chewed off from the first fights in which he had engaged. He was a serviceable fighter, nothing more. Woodley grunted. Underhill glanced at him oddly. Didn't Woodley ever do anything but grunt? Father Moontree looked at the other three. You might as well get your partners now. I'll let the Go-Captain know we're ready to go into the up-and-out. 3. The Deal. Underhill spun the combination lock on the Lady May's cage. He woke her gently and took her into his arms. She humped her back luxuriously, stretched her claws, started to purr, thought better of it, and licked him on the wrist instead. He did not have the pin set on, so their minds were closed to each other. But in the angle of her mustache and in the movement of her ears, he caught some sense of the gratification she experienced in finding him as her partner. He talked to her in human speech, even though speech meant nothing to a cat when the pin set was not on. It's a damn shame sending a sweet little thing like you whirling around in the coldness of nothing to hunt for rats that are bigger and deadlier than all of us put together. You didn't ask for this kind of fight, did you? For answer, she licked his hand, purred, tickled his cheek with her long, fluffy tail, turned around and faced him, golden eyes shining. For a moment they stared at each other, man squatting, cat standing erect on her hind legs, front claws digging into his knee. Human eyes and cat eyes looked across an immensity which no words could meet, but which affection spanned in a single glance. "Time to get in," he said. She walked docilely to her spheroid carrier. She climbed in. He saw to it that her miniature pin set rested firmly and comfortably against the base of her brain. He made sure that her claws were padded so that she could not tear herself in the excitement of battle. Softly, he said to her, "Ready?" For answer, she preened her back as much as her harness would permit and purred softly within the confines of the frame that held her. He slapped down the lid and watched the sealant ooze around the seam. For a few hours she was welded into her projectile until a workman with a short cutting arc would remove her after she had done her duty. He picked up the entire projectile and slipped it into the ejection tube. He closed the door of the tube, spun the lock, seated himself in his chair, and put his own pin set on. Once again he flung the switch. He sat in a small room. Small, warm. The bodies of the other 3 people moving close around him, the tangible lights in the ceiling bright and heavy against his closed eyelids. As the pin set warmed, the room fell away. The other people ceased to be people and became small glowing heaps of fire, embers, dark red fire, with the consciousness of life burning like old red coals in a country fireplace. As the pin set warmed a little more, he felt Earth just below him, felt the ship slipping away, felt the turning moon as it swung on the far side of the world, felt the planets and the hot, clear goodness of the sun which kept the dragons so far from mankind's native ground. Finally, he reached complete awareness. He was telepathically alive to a range of millions of miles. He felt the dust, which he had noticed earlier high above the ecliptic. With a thrill of warmth and tenderness, he felt the consciousness of the Lady May pouring over into his own. Her consciousness was as gentle and clear and yet sharp to the taste of his mind as if it were scented oil. It felt relaxing and reassuring. He could sense her welcome of him. It was scarcely a thought, just a raw emotion of greeting. At last they were one again. In a tiny remote corner of his mind, as tiny as the smallest toy he had ever seen in his childhood, he was still aware of the room and the ship, and of Father Moontree picking up a telephone and speaking to a go-captain in charge of the ship. His telepathic mind caught the idea long before his ears could frame the words. The actual sound followed the idea the way that thunder on an ocean beach follows the lightning inward from far out over the seas. "The fighting room is ready. Clear to planoform, sir." 4. The Play. Underhill was always a little exasperated the way that Lady May experienced things before he did. He was braced for the quick vinegar thrill of planoforming, but he caught her report of it before his own nerves could register what happened. Earth had fallen so far away that he groped for several milliseconds before he found the sun in the upper rear right-hand corner of his telepathic mind. That was a good jump, he thought. This way we'll get there in 4 or 5 skips. A few hundred miles outside the ship, the Lady May thought back at him, "Oh, warm, oh, generous, oh, gigantic man. Oh, brave, oh, friendly, oh, tender and huge partner. Oh, wonderful with you so good, good. Warm, now to fight, now to go, good with you." He knew that she was not thinking words, that his mind took the clear, amiable babble of her cat intellect and translated it into images which his own thinking could record and understand. Neither one of them was absorbed in the game of mutual greetings. He reached out far beyond her range of perception to see if there was anything near the ship. It was funny how it was possible to do 2 things at once. He could scan space with his pin-set mind, and yet at the same time catch a vagrant thought of hers, a lovely, affectionate thought about a son who had had a golden face and a chest covered with soft, incredibly downy white fur. While he was still searching, he caught the warning from her. "We jump again." And so they had. The ship had moved to a second planoform. The stars were different. The sun was immeasurably far behind. Even the nearest stars were barely in contact. This was good dragon country. This open, nasty, hollow kind of space. He reached farther, faster, sensing and looking for danger, ready to fling the Lady May at danger wherever he found it. Terror blazed up in his mind, so sharp, so clear that it came through as a physical wrench. The little girl named West had found something immense, long, black, sharp, greedy, horrific. She flung Captain Wow at it. Underhill tried to keep his own mind clear. "Watch out!" he shouted telepathically at the others, trying to move the Lady May around. At one corner of the battle he felt the lustful rage of Captain Wow as the big Persian tomcat detonated lights while he approached the streak of dust which threatened the ship and the people within. The lights scored near misses. The dust flattened itself, changing from the shape of a stingray into the shape of a spear. Not 3 milliseconds had elapsed. Father Moontree was talking human words and was saying in a voice that moved like cold molasses out of a heavy jar, "Captain!" Underhill knew that the sentence was going to be, "Captain, move fast." The battle would be fought and finished before Father Moontree got through talking. Now, fractions of a millisecond later, the Lady May was directly in line. Here was where the skill and speed of the partners came in. She could react faster than he. She could see the threat as an immense rat coming directly at her. She could fire the light bombs with a discrimination which he might miss. He was connected with her mind, but he could not follow it. His consciousness absorbed the tearing wound inflicted by the alien enemy. It was like no wound on Earth. Raw, crazy pain, which started like a burn at his navel. He began to writhe in his chair. Actually, he had not yet had time to move a muscle when the Lady May struck back at their enemy. 5 evenly spaced photonuclear bombs blazed out across 100,000 miles. The pain in his mind and body vanished. He felt a moment of fierce, terrible, feral elation running through the mind of the Lady May as she finished her kill. It was always disappointing to the cats to find out that their enemies disappeared at the moment of destruction. Then he felt her hurt, the pain and the fear that swept over both of them as the battle, quicker than the movement of an eyelid, had come and gone. In the same instant there came the sharp and acid twinge of planoform. Once more the ship went skip. He could hear Woodley thinking at him, "You don't have to bother much. This old son of a gun and I will take over for a while." Twice again the twinge, the skip. He had no idea where he was until the lights of the Caledonia spaceport shone below. With a weariness that lay almost beyond the limits of thought, he threw his mind back into rapport with the pin set, fixing the Lady May's projectile gently and neatly in its launching tube. She was half dead with fatigue, but he could feel the beat of her heart, could listen to her panting, and he grasped the grateful edge of a thanks reaching from her mind to his. 5. The score. They put him in the hospital at Caledonia. The doctor was friendly but firm. "You actually got touched by that dragon. That's as close a shave as I've ever seen. It's all so quick that it'll be a long time before we know what happened scientifically, but I suppose you'd be ready for the insane asylum now if the contact had lasted several tenths of a millisecond longer. What kind of cat did you have out in front of you?" Underhill felt the words coming out of him slowly. Words were such a lot of trouble compared with the speed and the joy of thinking. Fast and sharp and clear, mind to mind. But words were all that could reach ordinary people like this doctor. His mouth moved heavily as he articulated words. "Don't call our partners cats. The right thing to call them is partners. They fight for us in a team. You ought to know we call them partners, not cats. How is mine?" "I don't know," said the doctor contritely. "We'll find out for you. Meanwhile, old man, you take it easy. There's nothing but rest that can help you. Can you make yourself sleep, or would you like us to give you some kind of sedative?" "I can sleep," said Underhill. "I just want to know about the Lady May." The nurse joined in. She was a little antagonistic. "Don't you want to know about the other people?" "They're okay," said Underhill. "I knew that before I came in here." He stretched his arms and sighed and grinned at them. He could see they were relaxing and were beginning to treat him as a person instead of a patient. "I'm all right," he said. "Just let me know when I can go see my partner." A new thought struck him. He looked wildly at the doctor. "They didn't send her off with the ship, did they?" "I'll find out right away," said the doctor. He gave Underhill a reassuring squeeze of the shoulder and left the room. The nurse took a napkin off a goblet of chilled fruit juice. Underhill tried to smile at her. There seemed to be something wrong with the girl. He wished she would go away. First, she had started to be friendly, and now she was distant again. It's a nuisance being telepathic, he thought. You keep trying to reach even when you are not making contact. Suddenly she swung around on him. You pinlighters! You and your damn cats! Just as she stamped out, he burst into her mind. He saw himself a radiant hero, clad in his smooth suede uniform, the pin-set crown shining like ancient royal jewels around his head. He saw his own face, handsome and masculine, shining out of her mind. He saw himself very far away, and he saw himself as she hated him. She hated him in the secrecy of her own mind. She hated him because he was, she thought, proud and strange and rich, better and more beautiful than people like her. He cut off the sight of her mind, and, as he buried his face in the pillow, he caught an image of the Lady May. She is a cat, he thought. That's all she is, a cat. But that was not how his mind saw her. Quick beyond all dreams of speed, sharp, clever, unbelievably graceful, beautiful, wordless, and undemanding. Where could he ever find a woman who could compare with her? Mark Elf. The years rolled by. The earth lived on, even when a stricken and haunted mankind crept through the glorious ruins of an immense past. 1. Descent of a Lady. Stars wheeled silently over an early summer sky, even though men had long ago forgotten to call such nights by the name of June. Laird tried to watch the stars with his eyes closed. It was a ticklish and terrifying game for a telepath. At any moment he might feel the heavens opening up and might, as his mind touched the image of the nearer stars, plunge himself into a nightmare of perpetual falling. Whenever he had this sickening, shocking, ghastly, suffocating feeling of limitless fall, he had to close his mind against telepathy long enough to let his powers heal. He was reaching with his mind for objects just above the Earth, burnt-out space stations which flitted in their multiplex orbits, spinning forever, left over from the wreckage of ancient atomic wars. He found one. Found one so ancient it had no surviving cryotronic controls. Its design was archaic beyond belief. Chemical tubes had apparently once lifted it out of Earth's atmosphere. He opened his eyes and promptly lost it. Closing his eyes, he groped again with his seeking mind until he found the ancient derelict. As his mind reached for it again, the muscles of his jaw tightened. He sensed life within it, life as old as the archaic machine itself. In an instant, he made contact with his friend, Tong Computer. He poured his knowledge into Tong's mind. Keenly interested, Tong shot back at him an orbit which would cut the mildly parabolic pattern of the old device and bring it back down into Earth's atmosphere. Laird made a supreme effort. Calling on his unseen friends to aid him, he searched once more through the rubbish that raced and twinkled unseen just above the sky. Finding the ancient machine, he managed to give it a push. In this fashion, about 16,000 years after she left Hitler's Reich, Carlotta von Acht began her return to the earth of men. In all those years, she had not changed. Earth had. The ancient rocket tipped. 4 hours later, it had begun to graze the stratosphere, and its ancient controls, preserved by cold and time against all change, went back into effect. As they thawed, they became activated. The course flattened out. 15 hours later, the rocket was seeking a destination. Electronic controls, which had really been dead for thousands of years, out in the changeless time of space itself, began to look for German territory, seeking the territory by feedbacks which selected characteristic Nazi patterns of electronic communications scramblers. There were none. How could the machine know this? The machine had left the town of Pardubice on April 2nd, 1945, just as the last German hideouts were being mopped up by the Red Army. How could the machine know that there was no Hitler, no Reich, no Europe, no America, no nations? The machine was keyed to German codes. Only German codes. This did not affect the feedback mechanisms. They looked for German codes anyway. There were none. The electronic computer in the rocket began to go mildly neurotic. It chattered to itself like an angry monkey, rested, chattered again, and then headed the rocket for something which seemed to be vaguely electrical. The rocket descended, and the girl awoke. She knew she was in the box in which her daddy had placed her. She knew that she was not a cowardly swine like the Nazis whom her father despised. She was a good Prussian girl of noble military family. She had been ordered to stay in the box by her father. What Daddy told her to do, she had always done. That was the first kind of rule for her kind of girl, a 16-year-old of the Junker class. The noise increased. The electronic chattering flared up into a wild medley of clicks. She could smell something perfectly dreadful burning, something awful and rotten like flesh. She was afraid that it was herself, but she felt no pain. "Vadi, Vadi! What is happening to me?" she cried to her father. Her father had been dead 16,000 and more years. Obviously enough, he did not answer. The rocket began to spin. The ancient leather harness holding her broke loose. Even though her section of the rocket was no bigger than a coffin, she was cruelly bruised. She began to cry. She vomited, even though very little came up. Then she slid in her own vomit and felt nasty and ashamed because of something which was a terribly simple human reaction. The noises all met in a screaming, shrieking climax. The last thing she remembered was the firing of the forward decelerators. The metal had become fatigued, so that the tubes not only fired forward, they blew themselves to pieces sidewise as well. She was unconscious when the rocket crashed. Perhaps that saved her life, since the least muscular tension would have led to the ripping of muscle and the crack of bone. 2. A moron found her. His medals and plumes beamed in the moonlight as he scampered about the dark forest in his gorgeous uniform. The government of the world had long since been left to the morons by the true men, who had no interest in such things as politics or administration. Carlotta's weight, not her conscious will, had tripped the escape handle. Her body lay half in, half out of the rocket. She had gotten a bad burn on her left arm where her skin touched the hot outer surface of the rocket. The moron parted the bushes and approached. "I am the Lord High Administrator of Area 73, he said, identifying himself according to the rules. The unconscious girl did not answer. He rose up close to the rocket, crouching low lest the dangers of the night devour him, and listened intently to the radiation counter built in under the skin of his skull behind his left ear. He lifted the girl dexterously, flung her gently over his shoulder, turned about, ran back into the bushes, made a right-angle turn, ran a few paces, looked about him undecidedly, and then ran, still uncertain, still rabbit-like, down to the brook. He reached into his pocket and found a burn balm. He applied a thick coating to the burn on her arm. It would stay, killing the pain and protecting the skin until the burn was healed. He splashed cool water on her face. She awakened. "Wo bin ich?" she said in German. On the other side of the world, Laird, the telepath, had forgotten for the moment about the rocket. He might have understood her, but he was not there. The forest was around her, and the forest was full of life, fear, hate, and pitiless destruction. The moron babbled in his own language. She looked at him and thought that he was a Russian. Said she in German, "Are you a Russian? Are you a German? Are you part of General Vlasov's army? How far are we from Prague? You must treat me courteously. I am an important girl." The moron stared at her. His face began to grin with innocent and consummate lust. The true men had never felt it necessary to inhibit the breeding habits of morons. It was hard for any kind of human being to stay alive between the beasts, the unforgiven, and the Menschenjägers. The true men wanted the morons to go on breeding, to carry reports, to gather up a few necessaries, and to distract the other inhabitants of the world enough to let the true men have the quiet and contemplation which their exalted but weary temperaments demanded. This moron was typical of his kind. To him, food meant eat, water meant drink, woman meant lust. He did not discriminate. Weary, confused, and bruised though she was, Carlotta still recognized his expression. 16,000 years ago, she had expected to be raped or murdered by the Russians. This soldier was a fantastic little man, plump and grinning, with enough medals for a Soviet colonel general. From what she could see in the moonlight, he was clean-shaven and pleasant, but he looked innocent and stupid to be so high-ranking an officer. Perhaps the Russians were all like that, she thought. He reached for her. Tired as she was, she slapped him. The moron was mixed up in his thoughts. He knew that he had the right to capture any moron woman whom he might find, yet he also knew that it was worse than death to touch any woman of the true men. Which was this thing, this power, this entity who had descended from the stars? Pity is as old and emotional as lust. As his lust receded, his elemental human pity took over. He reached in his jerkin pocket for a few scraps of food. He held them out to her. She ate, looking at him trustfully, very much the child. Suddenly there was a crashing in the woods. Carlotta wondered what had happened. When she first saw him, his face had been full of concern. Then he had grinned and had talked. Later he had become lustful. Finally he had acted very much the gentleman. Now he looked blank. Brain and bone and skin all concentrated into the act of listening for something else beyond the crashing, which she could not hear. He turned back to her. "You must run! You must run! Get up and run! I tell you, run!" She listened to his babble without comprehension. Once again he crouched to listen. He looked at her with blank horror on his face. Carlotta tried to understand what was the matter, but she could not riddle his meaning. 3 more strange little men dressed exactly like him came crashing out of the woods. They ran like elk or deer before a forest fire. Their faces were blank with the exertion of running. Their eyes looked straight ahead, so that they seemed almost blind. It was a wonder that they evaded the trees. They came crashing down the slope, scattering leaves as they ran. They splashed the waters of the brook as they stomped recklessly through it. With a half-animal cry, Carlotta's moron joined them. The last she saw of him, he was running away into the woods, his plumes grinning ridiculously as his head nodded with the exertion of running. From the direction from which the morons had come, an unearthly, creepy sound whistled through the woods. It was whistling, stealthy and low, accompanied by the very quiet sound of machinery. The noise sounded like all the tanks in the world compressed into the living ghost of a tank, into the heart of a machine which survived its own destruction and, spirit-like, haunted the scenes of old battles. As the sound approached, Carlotta turned toward it. She tried to stand up and could not. She faced the danger. All Prussian girls, destined to be the mothers of officers, were taught to face danger and never turn their backs on it. As the noise came close to her, she could hear the high, crazy inquiry of soft electronic chatter. It resembled the sonar she had once heard in her father's laboratory at the Reich's secret office project, Nordnacht. The machine came out of the woods, and it did look like a ghost. 3. The death of all men. Carlotta stared at the machine. It had legs like a grasshopper, a body like a 10-foot turtle, and 3 heads which moved restlessly in the moonlight. From the forward edge of the top shell a hidden arm leapt forth, seeming to strike at her, deadlier than a cobra, quicker than a jaguar, more silent than a bat flitting across the face of the moon. "Don't!" Carlotta screamed in German. The arm stopped suddenly in the moonlight. The stop was so sudden that the metal twanged like the string of a bow. The heads of the machine all turned toward her. Something like surprise seemed to overtake the machine. The whistling dropped down to a soothing purr. The electronic chatter burst up to a crescendo and then stopped. The machine dropped to its knees. Carlotta crawled over to it. Said she in German, "What are you?" "I am the death of all men who oppose the 6th German Reich," said the machine, in fluted sing-song German. "If the Reichsangehöriger wishes to identify me, my model and number are written on my carapace." The machine knelt at a height so low that Carlotta could seize one of the heads and look in the moonlight at the edge of the top shell. The head and neck, though made of metal, felt much more weak and brittle than she expected. There was about the machine an air of immense age. "I can't see," wailed Carlotta. "I need a light." There was the ache and grind of long, unused machinery. Another mechanical arm appeared, dropping flakes of near-crystallized dirt as it moved. The tip of the arm exuded light, blue, penetrating, and strange. Brook, forest, small valley, machine, even herself were all lit up by the soft, penetrating blue light, which did not hurt her eyes. The light even gave her a sense of well-being. With the light she could read. Traced on the carapace, just above the 3 heads, was this inscription: Waffenamt des 6. Deutschen Reiches, Burg Eisenhower, A.D. 2495. And then below it, in much larger Latin letters, Menschenjäger Mark Elf. "What does Manhunter Model 11 mean?" "That's me," whistled the machine. "How is it you don't know me if you are a German?" "Of course I'm a German, you fool," said Carlotta. "Do I look like a Russian?" "What is a Russian?" said the machine. Carlotta stood in the blue light wondering, dreaming, dreading the unknown which had materialized around her. When her father, Heinz Horst Ritterbaum Acht, professor and doctor of mathematical physics at Project Nordnacht, had fired her into the sky before he himself awaited a gruesome death at the hands of the Soviet soldiery, he had told her nothing about the 6th Reich, nothing about what she might meet, nothing about the future. It came to her mind that perhaps the world was dead, that the strange little men were not near Prague, that she was in heaven or hell, herself being dead, or if herself alive was in some other world, or her own world in the future, or things beyond all human ken, or problems which no mind could solve. She fainted again. The Menschenjäger could not know that she was unconscious and addressed her in serious, high-pitched, sing-song German. "German citizen, have confidence that I will protect you. I am built to identify German thoughts and to kill all men who do not have true German thoughts." The machine hesitated. A loud clatter of electronic clicks echoed across the silent woods, while the machine tried to compute its own mind. It was not easy to select from the long, unused store of words for so ancient and so new a situation. The machine stood in its own blue light. The only sound was the sound of the brook moving irresistibly about its gentle and unliving business. Even the birds in the trees and the insects round about were hushed into silence by the presence of the dreaded whistling machine. To the sound receptors of the Menschenjäger, the running of the morons, by now some 2 miles distant, came as a very faint pitter-patter. The machine was torn between two duties, the long current and familiar duty of killing all men who were not German, and the ancient and forgotten duty of succoring all Germans, whoever they might be. After another period of electronic chatter, the machine began to speak again. Beneath the grind of its sing-song German, there was a curious warning, a reminder of the whistle which it made as it moved, a sound of immense mechanical and electronic effort. Said the machine, "You are German. It has been long since there has been any German anywhere. I have gone around the world 2,328 times. I have killed 17,469 enemies of the 6th German Reich, for sure, and I have probably killed 42,007 additional ones. I have been back to the Automatic Restoration Center 11 times. The enemies, who call themselves the true men, always elude me. One of them I have not killed for more than 3,000 years. The ordinary men, whom some call the unforgiven, are the ones I kill most of all, but frequently I catch morons and kill them too. I am fighting for Germany, but I cannot find Germany anywhere. There are no Germans in Germany. There are no Germans anywhere. I accept orders from no one but a German. Yet there have been no Germans anywhere. No Germans anywhere. No Germans anywhere." The machine seemed to get a catch in its electronic brain, because it went on repeating "no Germans anywhere" 300 or 400 times. Carlotta came to as the machine was dreamily talking to itself, repeating with sad and lunatic intensity, "No Germans anywhere." Said she, "I'm a German." "No Germans anywhere, no Germans anywhere, except you, except you, except you." The mechanical voice ended in a thin screech. Carlotta tried to come to her feet. At last the machine found words again. "What do I do now?" "Help me," said Carlotta firmly. This command seemed to tap an operable feedback in the ancient cybernetic assembly. "I cannot help you, member of the 6th German Reich. For that you need a rescue machine. I am not a rescue machine. I am a hunter of men, designed to kill all the enemies of the German Reich." "Get me a rescue machine, then," said Carlotta. The blue light went off, leaving Carlotta standing blinded in the dark. She was shaky on her legs. The voice of the Menschenjäger came to her. "I am not a rescue machine. There are no rescue machines. There are no rescue machines anywhere. There is no Germany anywhere. There are no Germans anywhere, no Germans anywhere, no Germans anywhere, except you. You must ask a rescue machine. Now I go. I must kill men. Men who are enemies of the 6th German Reich. That is all I can do. I can fight forever. I shall find a man and kill him. Then I shall find another man and kill him. I depart on the work of the 6th German Reich." The whistling and clicking resumed. With incredible daintiness, the machine stepped as lightly as a cat across the brook. Carlotta listened intently in the darkness. Even the dry leaves of last year did not stir, as the Menschenjäger moved through the shadow of the fresh, leafy trees. Abruptly, there was silence. Carlotta could hear the agonized clickety-clack of the computers in the Menschenjäger. The forest became a weird silhouette as the blue light went back on. The machine returned. Standing on the far side of the brook, it spoke to her in the dry, high-fluted singing German voice. "Now that I have found a German, I will report to you once every 100 years. That is correct. Perhaps that is correct. I do not know. I was built to report to officers. You are not an officer. Nevertheless, you are a German. So I will report every 100 years. Meanwhile, watch out for the Kaskaskia effect." Carlotta, sitting again, was chewing some of the dry, cubic food scraps which the moron had left behind. They tasted like a mockery of chocolate. With her mouth full, she tried to shout to the Menschenjäger, "Was ist das?" Apparently the machine understood, because it answered, "The Kaskaskia effect is an American weapon. The Americans are all gone. There are no Americans anywhere. No Americans anywhere. No Americans anywhere." "Stop repeating yourself," said Carlotta. "What is that effect you are talking about?" "The Kaskaskia effect stops the Menschenjägers, stops the true men, stops the beasts. It can be sensed, but it cannot be seen or measured. It moves like a cloud. Only simple men with clean thoughts and happy lives can live inside it. Birds and ordinary beasts can live inside it too. The Kaskaskia effect moves about like clouds. There are more than 21 and less than 34 Kaskaskia effects moving slowly about this planet Earth. I have carried other Menschenjägers back for restoration and rebuilding, but the Restoration Center can find no fault. The Kaskaskia effect ruins us. Therefore, we run away. Even though the officers told us to run from nothing, if we did not run away, we would cease to exist. You are a German. I think the Kaskaskia effect would kill you. Now I go to hunt a man. When I find him, I will kill him." The blue light went off. The machine whistled and clicked its way into the dark silence of the wooded night. 4. Conversation with the middle-sized bear. Carlotta was completely adult. She had left the screaming uproar of Hitler Germany as it fell to ruins in its Bohemian outposts. She had obeyed her father, the Ritter vom Acht, as he passed her and her sisters into missiles which had been designed as personnel and supply carriers for the first German National Socialist moon base. He and his medical brother, Professor Dr. Joachim vom Acht, had harnessed the girls securely in their missiles. Their uncle the doctor had given them shots. Carla had gone first, then Julie, and then Carlotta. Then the barbed wire fortress of Pardubice and the monotonous grind of Wehrmacht trucks trying to escape the airstrikes of the Red Air Force and the American fighter bombers died in the one night, and this mysterious forest in the middle of nothing at all was born in the next night. Carlotta was completely dazed. She found a smooth-looking place at the edge of the brook. The old leaves were heaped high here. Without regard for further danger, she slept. She had not been asleep more than a few minutes before the bushes parted again. This time, it was a bear. The bear stood at the edge of the darkness and looked into the moonlit valley with the brook running through it. He could hear no sound of morons, no whistle of Menschenjäger, as he and his kind called the hunting machines. When he was sure all was safe, he twitched his claws and reached delicately into a leather bag, which was hanging from his neck by a thong. Gently, he took out a pair of spectacles and fitted them slowly and carefully in front of his tired old eyes. He then sat down next to the girl and waited for her to wake up. She did not wake until dawn. Sunlight and birdsong awakened her. Could it have been the probing of Laird's mind, whose far-reaching senses told him that a woman had magically and mysteriously emerged from the archaic rocket, and that there was a human being unlike all the other kinds of mankind, waking at a brookside in a place which had once been called Maryland? Carlotta awoke, but she was sick. She had a fever. Her back ached. Her eyelids were almost stuck together with foam. The world had had time to develop all sorts of new allergenic substances since she had last walked on the surface of the earth. 4 civilizations had come and vanished. They and their weapons were sure to leave membrane-inflaming residue behind. Her skin itched. Her stomach felt upset. Her arm was numb and covered with some kind of sticky black. She did not know it was a burn covered by the salve which the moron had given her the previous night. Her clothes were dry, and seemed to be falling off her in shreds. She felt so bad that when she noticed the bear, she did not even have strength to run. She just closed her eyes again. Lying there with her eyes closed, she wondered all over again where she was. Said the bear in perfect German, "You are at the edge of the unselfing zone. You have been rescued by a moron. You have stopped a Menschenjäger very mysteriously. For the first time in my own life I can see into a German mind, and see that the word Menschenjäger should really be Menschenjäger, a hunter of men. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the middle-sized bear who lives in these woods." The voice not only spoke German, but it spoke exactly the right kind of German. The voice sounded like the German which Carlotta had heard throughout her life from her father. It was a masculine voice, confident, serious, reassuring. With her eyes still closed, she realized that it was a bear who was doing the talking. With a start, she recalled that the bear had been wearing spectacles. Said she, sitting up, "What do you want?" "Nothing," said the bear, mildly. They looked at each other for a while. Then, said Carlotta, "Who are you? Where did you learn German? What's going to happen to me?" "Does the Fraulein," asked the bear, "wish me to answer the questions in order?" "Don't be silly," said Carlotta. "I don't care what order. Anyhow, I'm hungry. Do you have anything I could eat?" The bear responded gently. "You wouldn't like hunting for insect grubs. I have learned German by reading your mind. Bears like me are friends of the true men, and we are good telepaths. The morons are afraid of us, but we are afraid of the Menschenjägers. Anyhow, you don't have to worry very much because your husband is coming soon." Carlotta had been walking down toward the brook to get a drink. His last words stopped her in her tracks. "My husband?" she gasped. "So probably that is certain. There is a true man named Laird who has brought you down. He already knows what you are thinking, and I can see his pleasure in finding a human being who is wild and strange, but not really wild and not really strange. At this moment he is thinking that you may have left the centuries to bring the gift of vitality back among mankind. He is thinking that you and he will have wonderful children. Now he is telling me not to tell you what I think he thinks for fear that you will run away." The bear chuckled. Carlotta stood, her mouth agape. "You may sit in my chair," said the middle-sized bear, "or you can wait here until Laird comes to get you. Either way, you will be taken care of. Your sickness will heal, your ailments will go away. You will be happy again. I know this because I am one of the wisest of all known bears." Carlotta was angry, confused, frightened, and sick again. She started to run. Something as solid as a blow hit her. She knew without being told that it was the bear's mind reaching out and encompassing hers. It hit, boom, and that was all. She had never before stopped to think of how comfortable a bear's mind was. It was like lying in a great big bed and having Mother take care of one when one was a very little girl, glad to be petted and sure of getting well. The anger poured out of her. The fear left her. The sickness began to lighten. The morning seemed beautiful. She herself felt beautiful as she turned. Out of the blue sky, dropping swiftly but gracefully, came the figure of a bronze young man. A happy thought pulsed against her mind. "That is Laird, my beloved. He is coming, he is coming. I shall be happy forever after." It was Laird, and so she was. The Burning of the Brain. 1. Dolores O. I tell you, it is sad. It is more than sad, it is fearful, for it is a dreadful thing to go into the up and out, to fly without flying, to move between the stars as a moth may drift among the leaves on a summer night. Of all the men who took the great ships into planoform, none was braver, none stronger, than Captain Magno Taliano. Scanners had been gone for centuries, and the Jonassoidal effect had become so simple, so manageable, that the traversing of light-years was no more difficult to most of the passengers of the great ships than to go from one room to the other. Passengers moved easily. Not the crew, least of all the captain. The captain of a Jonasoidal ship which had embarked on an interstellar journey was a man subject to rare and overwhelming strains. The art of getting past all the complications of space was far more like the piloting of turbulent waters in ancient days than like the smooth seas which legendary men once traversed with sails alone. Go-captain on the Wu Feinstein, finest ship of its class, was Magno Taliano. Of him it was said, he could sail through hell with the muscles of his left eye alone. He could plow space with his living brain if the instruments failed. Wife to the Go-captain was Dolores O. The name was Japonical, from some nation of the ancient days. Dolores O had been once beautiful, so beautiful that she took men's breath away, made wise men into fools, made young men into nightmares of lust and yearning. Wherever she went, men had quarreled and fought over her. But Dolores O was proud beyond all common limits of pride. She refused to go through the ordinary rejuvenescence. A terrible yearning, 100 or so years back, must have come over her. Perhaps, she said to herself, before that hope and terror which a mirror in a quiet room becomes to anyone, surely I am me. There must be a me more than the beauty of my face. There must be a something other than the delicacy of skin and the accidental lines of my jaw and my cheekbone. What have men loved if it wasn't me? Can I ever find out who I am or what I am if I don't let beauty perish and live on in whatever flesh age gives me? She had met the Go-captain and had married him in a romance that left 40 planets talking and half the ship lines stunned. Magno Taliano was at the very beginning of his genius. Space, we can tell you, is rough. Rough like the wildest of storm-driven waters, filled with perils which only the most sensitive, the quickest, the most daring of men can surmount. Best of them all, class for class, age for age, out of class, beating the best of his seniors, was Magno Taliano. For him to marry the most beautiful beauty of 40 worlds was a wedding like Heloise and Abelard's, or like the unforgettable romance of Helen America and Mr. Grey No More. The ships of the Go-captain Magno Taliano became more beautiful year by year, century by century. As ships became better, he always obtained the best. He maintained his lead over the other Go-captains so overwhelmingly that it was unthinkable for the finest ship of mankind to sail out amid the roughnesses and uncertainties of two-dimensional space without himself at the helm. Stop-captains were proud to sail space beside him. Though the stop-captains had nothing more to do than to check the maintenance of the ship, its loading and unloading when it was in normal space, they were still more than ordinary men in their own kind of world, a world far below the more majestic and adventurous universe of the Go-captains. Magno Taliano had a niece, who in the modern style used a place instead of a name. She was called Dita from the Great South House. When Dita came aboard the Wu Feinstein, she had heard much of Dolores O, her aunt by marriage who had once captivated the men in many worlds. Dita was wholly unprepared for what she found. Dolores greeted her civilly enough, but the civility was a sucking pump of hideous anxiety. The friendliness was the driest of mockeries, the greeting itself an attack. "What's the matter with the woman?" thought Dita. As if to answer her thought, Dolores said aloud and in words, "It's nice to meet a woman who's not trying to take Taliano from me. I love him. Can you believe that? Can you?" "Of course," said Dita. She looked at the ruined face of Dolores O, at the dreaming terror in Dolores's eyes, and she realized that Dolores had passed all limits of nightmare and had become a veritable demon of regret, a possessive ghost who sucked the vitality from her husband, who dreaded companionship, hated friendship, rejected even the most casual of acquaintances, because she feared forever and without limit that there was really nothing to herself, and feared that without Magno Taliano she would be more lost than the blackest of whirlpools in the nothing between the stars. Magno Taliani came in. He saw his wife and niece together. He must have been used to Dolores O. In Dita's eyes, Dolores was more frightening than a mud-caked reptile raising its wounded and venomous head with blind hunger and blind rage. To Magno Taliano, the ghastly woman who stood there like a witch beside him was somehow the beautiful girl he had wooed and had married 164 years before. He kissed the withered cheek. He stroked the dried and stringy hair. He looked into the greedy, terror-haunted eyes as though they were the eyes of a child he loved. He said lightly and gently, "Be good to Dita, my dear." He went on through the lobby of the ship to the inner sanctum of the planoforming room. The stop captain waited for him. Outside on the world of Sherman, the scented breezes of that pleasant planet blew in through the open windows of the ship. Wu Feinstein, finest ship of its class, had no need for metal walls. It was built to resemble an ancient, prehistoric estate named Mount Vernon, and when it sailed between the stars, it was encased in its own rigid and self-renewing field of force. The passengers went through a few pleasant hours of strolling on the grass, enjoying the spacious rooms, chatting beneath a marvelous simulacrum of an atmosphere-filled sky. Only in the planoforming room did the go-captain know what happened. The go-captain, his pinlighters sitting beside him, took the ship from one compression to another, leaping hotly and frantically through space, sometimes 1 light-year, sometimes 100 light-years, jump, 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 until the ship, the light touches of the captain's mind guiding it, past the perils of millions upon millions of worlds, came out at its appointed destination, and settled as lightly as one feather resting upon others, settled into an embroidered and decorated countryside where the passengers could move as easily away from their journey as if they had done nothing more than to pass an afternoon in a pleasant old house by the side of a river. 2. The Lost Lock Sheet. Magno Taliano nodded to his pinlighters. The stop captain bowed obsequiously from the doorway of the planoforming room. Taliano looked at him sternly, but with robust friendliness. With formal and austere courtesy he asked, "Sir and colleague, is everything ready for the Jonasoidal effect?" The stop captain bowed even more formally. "Truly ready, sir and master." "The lock sheets in place?" "Truly in place, sir and master." "The passengers secure?" "The passengers are secure, numbered, happy and ready, sir and master." Then came the last and the most serious of questions. "Are my pinlighters warmed with their pin sets and ready for combat?" "Ready for combat, sir and master." With these words, the stop captain withdrew. Magno Taliano smiled to his pinlighters. Through the minds of all of them there passed the same thought. How could a man that pleasant stay married all those years to a hag like Dolores O? How could that witch, that horror, have ever been a beauty? How could that beast have ever been a woman, particularly the divine and glamorous Dolores O, whose image we still see in 4-dye every now and then? Yet pleasant he was, though long he may have been married to Dolores O. Her loneliness and greed might suck at him like a nightmare, but his strength was more than enough strength for two. Was he not the captain of the greatest ship to sail between the stars? Even as the pinlighters smiled their greetings back to him, his right hand depressed the golden ceremonial lever of the ship. This instrument alone was mechanical. All other controls in the ship had long since been formed telepathically or electronically. Within the planoforming room, the black skies became visible, and the tissue of space shot up around them like boiling water at the base of a waterfall. Outside that one room, the passengers still walked sedately on scented lawns. From the wall facing him, as he sat rigid in his go-captain's chair, Magno Taliano sensed the forming of a pattern which in 300 or 400 milliseconds would tell him where he was and would give him the next clue as to how to move. He moved the ship with the impulses of his own brain, to which the wall was a superlative complement. The wall was a living brickwork of lock sheets, laminated charts, 100,000 charts to the inch, the wall pre-selected and pre-assembled for all imaginable contingencies of the journey which, each time afresh, took the ship across half-unknown immensities of time and space. The ship leapt as it had before. The new star focused, Magnotaliano waited for the wall to show him where he was, expecting, in partnership with the wall, to flick the ship back into the pattern of stellar space, moving it by immense skips from source to destination. This time, nothing happened. Nothing? For the first time in 100 years, his mind knew panic. It couldn't be nothing. Not nothing. Something had to focus. The lock sheets always focused. His mind reached into the lock sheets, and he realized, with a devastation beyond all limits of ordinary human grief, that they were lost, as no ship had ever been lost before. By some error never before committed in the history of mankind, the entire wall was made of duplicates of the same lock sheet. Worst of all, the emergency return sheet was lost. They were amid stars none of them had ever seen before, perhaps as near as 500 million miles, perhaps as far as 40 parsecs, and the lock sheet was lost, and they would die. As the ship's power failed, coldness and blackness and death would crush in on them in a few hours at the most. That then would be all of the Wu Feinstein, all of Dolores O. 3. The Secret of the Old Dark Brain. Outside of the planoforming room of the Wu Feinstein, the passengers had no reason to understand that they were marooned in the nothing at all. Dolores O rocked back and forth in an ancient rocking chair. Her haggard face looked without pleasure at the imaginary river that ran past the edge of the lawn. Dita, from the great South House, sat on a hassock by her aunt's knees. Dolores was talking about a trip she had made when she was young and vibrant with beauty, a beauty which brought trouble and hate wherever it went. So the guardsman killed the captain and then came to my cabin and said to me, "You've got to marry me now. I've given up everything for your sake." And I said to him, "I never said that I loved you. It was sweet of you to get into a fight, and in a way I suppose it is a compliment to my beauty, but it doesn't mean that I belong to you the rest of my life. What do you think I am, anyhow?" Dolores O sighed a dry, ugly sigh, like the crackling of sub-zero winds through frozen twigs. "So you see, Dita, being beautiful the way you are is no answer to anything. A woman has got to be herself before she finds out what she is. I know that my lord and husband, the Go-Captain, loves me because my beauty is gone, and with my beauty gone there is nothing but me to love, is there?" An odd figure came out on the veranda. It was a pinlighter in full fighting costume. Pinlighters were never supposed to leave the planoforming room, and it was most extraordinary for one of them to appear among the passengers. He bowed to the two ladies and said with the utmost courtesy, "Ladies, will you please come into the planoforming room? We have need that you should see the Go-Captain now." Dolores's hand leapt to her mouth. Her gesture of grief was as automatic as the striking of a snake. Dita sensed that her aunt had been waiting 100 years and more for disaster, that her aunt had craved ruin for her husband the way that some people crave love and others crave death. Dita said nothing. Neither did Dolores, apparently a second thought, utter a word. They followed the pinlighter silently into the planoforming room. The heavy door closed behind them. Magnotaliano was still rigid in his captain's chair. He spoke very slowly, his voice sounding like a record played too slowly on an ancient parlophone. "We are lost in space, my dear," said the frigid, ghostly voice of the captain, still in his Go-Captain's trance. "We are lost in space, and I thought that perhaps, if your mind aided mine, we might think of a way back." Dita started to speak. A pinlighter told her, "Go ahead and speak, my dear. Do you have any suggestion?" "Why don't we just go back? It would be humiliating, wouldn't it? Still, it would be better than dying. Let's use the emergency return lock sheet and go on right back. The world will forgive Magnotaliano for a single failure after thousands of brilliant and successful trips." The pinlighter, a pleasant enough young man, was as friendly and calm as a doctor informing someone of a death or of a mutilation. "The impossible has happened, Dita from the Great South House. All the lock sheets are wrong. They are all the same one, and not one of them is good for emergency return." With that, the two women knew where they were. They knew that space would tear into them like threads being pulled out of a fiber, so that they would either die bit by bit as the hours passed, and as the material of their bodies faded away, a few molecules here and a few there, or, alternatively, they could die all at once in a flash, if the Go captain chose to kill himself and the ship rather than to wait for a slow death. Or, if they believed in religion, they could pray. The pinlighter said to the rigid Go captain, "We think we see a familiar pattern at the edge of your own brain. May we look in?" Taliano nodded very slowly, very gravely. The pinlighter stood still. The two women watched. Nothing visible happened, but they knew that beyond the limits of vision and yet before their eyes, a great drama was being played out. The minds of the pinlighters probed deep into the mind of the frozen Go captain, searching amid the synapses for the secret of the faintest clue to their possible rescue. Minutes passed. They seemed like hours. At last, the pinlighter spoke. "We can see into your midbrain, Captain. At the edge of your paleocortex there is a star pattern which resembles the upper left rear of our present location." The pinlighter laughed nervously. "We want to know, can you fly the ship home on your brain?" Magno Taliano looked with deep, tragic eyes at the inquirer. His slow voice came out at them once again, since he dared not leave the half-trance which held the entire ship in stasis. "Do you mean, can I fly the ship on a brain alone? It would burn out my brain, and the ship would be lost anyhow." "But we're lost! Lost! Lost!" screamed Dolores O. Her face was alive with hideous hope, with a hunger for ruin, with a greedy welcome of disaster. She screamed at her husband, "Wake up, my darling, and let us die together. At least we can belong to each other that much, that long, forever." "Why die?" said the pinlighter softly. "You tell him, Dita." Said Dita, "Why not try, sir and uncle?" Slowly, Magno Taliano turned his face toward his niece. Again his hollow voice sounded, "If I do this, I shall be a fool or a child or a dead man, but I will do it for you." Dita had studied the work of the Go captains, and she knew well enough that if the paleocortex was lost, the personality became intellectually sane but emotionally crazed. With the most ancient part of the brain gone, the fundamental controls of hostility, hunger, and sex disappeared. The most ferocious of animals and the most brilliant of men were reduced to a common level, a level of infantile friendliness in which lust and playfulness and gentle, unappeasable hunger became the eternity of their days. Magno Taliano did not wait. He reached out a slow hand and squeezed the hand of Dolores O. "As I die, you shall at last be sure I love you." Once again the women saw nothing. They realized they had been called in simply to give Magno Taliano a last glimpse of his own life. A quiet pinlighter thrust a beam electrode so that it reached square into the paleocortex of Captain Magno Taliano. The planiforming room came to life. Strange heavens swirled about them like milk being churned in a bowl. Dita realized that her partial capacity of telepathy was functioning even without the aid of a machine. With her mind, she could feel the dead wall of the lock sheets. She was aware of the rocking of the Wu Feinstein as it leapt from space to space, as uncertain as a man crossing a river by leaping from one ice-covered rock to the other. In a strange way, she even knew that the paleocortical part of her uncle's brain was burning out at last and forever, that the star patterns which had been frozen in the lock sheets lived on in the infinitely complex pattern of his own memories, and that with the help of his own telepathic pinlighters he was burning out his brain cell by cell in order for them to find a way to the ship's destination. This indeed was his last trip. Dolores O watched her husband with a hungry greed surpassing all expression. Little by little, his face became relaxed and stupid. Dita could see the midbrain being burned blank as the ship's controls, with the help of the pinlighters, searched through the most magnificent intellect of its time for a last course into harbor. Suddenly Dolores O was on her knees, sobbing by the hand of her husband. A pinlighter took Dita by the arm. "We have reached destination," he said. "And my uncle?" The pinlighter looked at her strangely. She realized he was speaking to her without moving his lips, speaking mind to mind, with pure telepathy. "Can't you see it?" She shook her head dazedly. The pinlighter thought his emphatic statement at her once again. "As your uncle burned out his brain, you picked up his skills. Can't you sense it? You are a go-captain yourself, and one of the greatest of us." "And he?" The pinlighter thought a merciful comment at her. Magno Taliano had risen from the chair and was being led from the room by his wife and consort, Dolores O. He had the amiable smile of an idiot, and his face, for the first time in more than 100 years, trembled with shy and silly love. "No, not Rogov." That golden shape on the golden steps shook and fluttered like a bird gone mad, like a bird imbued with an intellect and a soul, and nevertheless driven mad by ecstasies and terrors beyond human understanding, ecstasies drawn momentarily down into reality by the consummation of superlative art. 1,000 worlds watched. Had the ancient calendar continued, this would have been AD 13,582. After defeat, after disappointment, after ruin and reconstruction, mankind had leapt among the stars. Out of meeting inhuman art, out of confronting non-human dances, mankind had made a superb aesthetic effort and had leapt upon the stage of all the worlds. The golden steps reeled before the eyes. Some eyes had retinas, some had crystalline cones, yet all eyes were fixed upon the golden shape which interpreted the glory and affirmation of man in the interworld dance festival of what might have been AD 13,582. Once again, mankind was winning the contest. Music and dance were hypnotic beyond the limits of systems, compelling, shocking to human and inhuman eyes. The dance was a triumph of shock, the shock of dynamic beauty. The golden shape on the golden steps executed shimmering intricacies of meaning. The body was gold and still human. The body was a woman, but more than a woman. On the golden steps in the golden light, she trembled and fluttered like a bird gone mad. 1. The Ministry of State Security had been positively shocked when they found that a Nazi agent, more heroic than prudent, had almost reached N. Rogov. Rogov was worth more to the Soviet armed forces than any 2 air armies, more than 3 motorized divisions. His brain was a weapon for the Soviet power. Since the brain was a weapon, Rogov was a prisoner. He didn't mind. Rogov was a pure Russian type, broad-faced, sandy-haired, blue-eyed, with whimsy in his smile and amusement in the wrinkles of the tops of his cheeks. "Of course I'm a prisoner," Rogov used to say. "I am a prisoner of state service to the Soviet peoples, but the workers and peasants are good to me. I am an academician of the All-Union Academy of Sciences, a major general in the Red Air Force, a professor in the University of Kharkov, a deputy works manager of the Red Flag Combat Aircraft Production Trust. From each of these I draw a salary." Sometimes he would narrow his eyes at his Russian scientific colleagues and ask them in dead earnest, "Would I serve capitalists?" The affrighted colleagues would try to stammer their way out of the embarrassment, protesting their common loyalty to Stalin, or Beria, or Zhukov, or Molotov, or Bulganian, as the case may have been. Rogov would look very Russian, calm, mocking, amused. He would let them stammer. Then he'd laugh. Solemnity transformed into hilarity. he would explode into bubbling, effervescent, good-humored laughter. "Of course I could not serve the capitalists. My little Anastasia would not let me." The colleagues would smile uncomfortably and would wish that Rogov did not talk so wildly, or so comically, or so freely. Even Rogov might wind up dead. Rogov didn't think so. They did. Rogov was afraid of nothing. Most of his colleagues were afraid of each other, of the Soviet system, of the world, of life, and of death. Perhaps Rogov had once been ordinary and mortal like other people and full of fears, but he had become the lover, the colleague, the husband of Anastasia Fyodorovna Cherpas. Comrade Cherpas had been his rival, his antagonist, his competitor, in the struggle for scientific eminence in the daring Slav frontiers of Russian science. Russian science could never overtake the inhuman perfection of German method, the rigid intellectual and moral discipline of German teamwork. But the Russians could and did get ahead of the Germans by giving vent to their bold, fantastic imaginations. Rogov had pioneered the first rocket launchers of 1939. Cherpas had finished the job by making the best of the rockets radio-directed. Rogov, in 1942, had developed a whole new system of photo mapping. Comrade Cherpas had applied it to color film. Rogov, sandy-haired, blue-eyed and smiling, had recorded his criticisms of Comrade Cherpas's naivete and unsoundness at the top-secret meetings of Russian scientists during the black winter nights of 1943. Comrade Cherpas, her butter-yellow hair flowing down like living water to her shoulders, her unpainted face gleaming with fanaticism, intelligence, and dedication, would snarl her own defiance at him, deriding his communist theory, pinching at his pride, hitting his intellectual hypotheses where they were weakest. By 1944, a Rogov-Cherpas quarrel had become something worth traveling to see. In 1945, they were married. Their courtship was secret, their wedding a surprise, their partnership a miracle in the upper ranks of Russian science. The émigré press had reported that the great scientist, Peter Kapitsa, once remarked, "Rogov and Cherpas, there is a team. They're communists, good communists, but they're better than that. They're Russian. Russian enough to beat the world. Look at them. That's the future. Our Russian future." Perhaps the quotation was an exaggeration, but it did show the enormous respect in which both Rogov and Cherpas were held by their colleagues in Soviet science. Shortly after their marriage, strange things happened to them. Rogov remained happy. Cherpas was radiant. Nevertheless, the two of them began to have haunted expressions, as though they had seen things which words could not express, as though they had stumbled upon secrets too important to be whispered, even to the most secure agents of the Soviet state police. In 1947, Rogov had an interview with Stalin. As he left Stalin's office in the Kremlin, the great leader himself came to the door, his forehead wrinkled in thought, nodding, "Da, da, da." Even his own personal staff did not know why Stalin was saying yes, 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 but they did see the orders that went forth marked only by safe hand and to be read and returned, not retained, and furthermore stamped for authorized eyes only, and under no circumstances to be copied. Into the true and secret Soviet budget that year, by the direct personal order of a non-committal Stalin, an item was added for Project Telescope. Stalin tolerated no inquiry, brooked no comment. A village which had had a name became nameless. A forest which had been opened to the workers and peasants became military territory. Into the central post office in Kharkov there went a new box number for the village of Ya-Ch. Rogov and Cherpas, comrades and lovers, scientists both and Russians both, disappeared from the everyday lives of their colleagues. Their faces were no longer seen at scientific meetings. Only rarely did they emerge. On the few times they were seen, usually going to and from Moscow at the time the all-union budget was made up each year, they seemed smiling and happy. But they did not make jokes. What the outside world did not know was that Stalin, in giving them their own project, granting them a paradise restricted to themselves, had seen to it that a snake went with them in the paradise. The snake this time was not one, but two personalities, Gausgopher and Gawk. 2. Stalin died. Beria died too, less willingly. The world went on. Everything went into the forgotten village of Ya-Chu, and nothing came out. It was rumored that Bulganin himself visited Rogov and Cherpas. It was even whispered that Bulganin said as he went to the Kharkov airport to fly back to Moscow, "It's big, big, big. There'll be no Cold War if they do it. There won't be any war of any kind. We'll finish capitalism before the capitalists can ever begin to fight. If they do it. If they do it." Bulganin was reported to have shaken his head slowly in perplexity, and to have said nothing more but to have put his initials on the unmodified budget of Project Telescope, when a trusted messenger next brought him an envelope from Rogov. Anastasia Cherpas became a mother. Their first boy looked like his father. He was followed by a little girl, then another little boy. The children didn't stop Cherpas's work. They had a large dacha, and trained nursemaids took over the household. Every night the four of them dined together. Rogov, Russian, humorous, courageous, amused. Cherpas, older, more mature, more beautiful than ever, but just as biting, just as cheerful, just as sharp as she had ever been. But then the other two, the two who sat with them across the years of all their days, the two colleagues who had been visited upon them by the all-powerful word of Stalin himself. Gausgopher was a female, bloodless, narrow-faced, with a voice like a horse's whinny. She was a scientist and a policewoman, and competent at both jobs. In 1917 she had reported her own mother's whereabouts to the Bolshevik Terror Committee. In 1924 she had commanded her father's execution. He had been a Russian German of the old Baltic nobility, and he had tried to adjust his mind to the new system, but he had failed. In 1930 she had let her lover trust her a little too much. He had been a Romanian communist, very high in the party, but he had whispered into her ear in the privacy of their bedroom, whispered with the tears pouring down his face. She had listened affectionately and quietly, and had delivered his words to the police the next morning. With that, she had come to Stalin's attention. Stalin had been tough. He had addressed her brutally. "Comrade, you have some brains. I can see you know what communism is all about. You understand loyalty. You're going to get ahead and serve the party and the working class, but is that all you want?" He had spat the question at her. She had been so astonished that she gaped. The old man had changed his expression, favoring her with leering benevolence. He had put his forefinger on her chest. "Study science, comrade. Study science. Communism plus science equals victory. You're too clever to stay in police work." Gausgopher took a reluctant pride in the fiendish program of her German namesake, the wicked old geographer who made geography itself a terrible weapon in the Nazi anti-Soviet struggle. Gausgopher would have liked nothing better than to intrude on the marriage of Cherpas and Rogov. Gausgopher fell in love with Rogov the moment she saw him. Gausgopher fell in hate, and hate can be as spontaneous and miraculous as love, with Cherpas the moment she saw her. But Stalin had guessed that, too. With the bloodless, fanatic Gausgopher he had sent a man named B. Gawk. Gawk was solid, impassive, blank-faced. In body he was about the same height as Rogov. Where Rogov was muscular, Gawk was flabby. Where Rogov's skin was fair and shot through with the pink and health of exercise, Gawk's skin was like stale lard, greasy, gray-green, sickly even on the best of days. Gawk's eyes were black and small. His glance was as cold and sharp as death. Gawk had no friends, no enemies, no beliefs, no enthusiasm. Even Gausgopher was afraid of him. Gawk never drank, never went out, never received mail, never sent mail, never spoke a spontaneous word. He was never rude, never kind, never friendly, never really withdrawn. He couldn't withdraw any more than the constant withdrawal of all his life. Rogov had turned to his wife, in the secrecy of their bedrooms soon after Gausgopher and Gawk came, and had said, "Anastasia, is that man sane?" Cherpas intertwined the fingers of her beautiful, expressive hands. She, who had been the wit of 1,000 scientific meetings, was now at a loss for words. She looked up at her husband with a troubled expression. "I don't know, comrade. I just don't know." Rogov smiled his amused Slavic smile. "At the least, then, I don't think Gausgopher knows either." Cherpas snorted with laughter and picked up her hairbrush. "That she doesn't. She really doesn't know, does she? I'll wager she doesn't even know to whom he reports." That conversation had receded into the past. Gawk, Gausgopher, the bloodless eyes and the black eyes, they remained. Every dinner the four sat down together. Every morning the four met in the laboratory. Rogov's great courage, high sanity, and keen humor kept the work going. Cherpas's flashing genius fueled him whenever the routine overloaded his magnificent intellect. Gausgopher spied and watched and smiled her bloodless smiles. Sometimes, curiously enough, Gausgopher made genuinely constructive suggestions. She never understood the whole frame of reference of their work, but she knew enough of the mechanical and engineering details to be very useful on occasion. Gawk came in, sat down quietly, said nothing, did nothing. He did not even smoke. He never fidgeted. He never went to sleep. He just watched. The laboratory grew, and with it there grew the immense configuration of the espionage machine. In theory, what Rogov had proposed and Cherpas seconded was imaginable. It consisted of an attempt to work out an integrated theory for all the electrical and radiation phenomena accompanying consciousness, and to duplicate the electrical functions of mind without the use of animal material. The range of potential products was immense. The first product Stalin had asked for was a receiver, if possible, capable of tuning in the thoughts of a human mind and of translating those thoughts into either a punch-tape machine, an adapted German Hellschreiber machine, or phonetic speech. If the grids could be turned around, and the brain-equivalent machine could serve not as a receiver, but as a transmitter, it might be able to send out stunning forces, which would paralyze or kill the process of thought. At its best, Rogov's machine would be designed to confuse human thought over great distances, to select human targets to be confused, and to maintain an electronic jamming system, which would jam straight into the human mind without the requirement of tubes or receivers. He had succeeded, in part. He had given himself a violent headache in the first year of work. In the third year, he had killed mice at a distance of 10 kilometers. In the 7th year, he had brought on mass hallucinations and a wave of suicides in a neighboring village. It was this which impressed Bulganian. Rogov was now working on the receiver end. No one had ever explored the infinitely narrow, infinitely subtle bands of radiation which distinguished one human mind from another, but Rogov was trying, as it were, to tune in on minds far away. He had tried to develop a telepathic helmet of some kind, but it did not work. He had then turned away from the reception of pure thought to the reception of visual and auditory images. Where the nerve ends reached the brain itself, he had managed over the years to distinguish whole pockets of micro-phenomena, and on some of these he had managed to get a fix. With infinitely delicate tuning, he had succeeded one day in picking up the eyesight of their second chauffeur, and had managed, thanks to a needle thrust in just below his own right eyelid, to see through the other man's eyes, as the other man, all unaware, washed their Zis limousine 1,600 meters away. Cherpas had surpassed his feat later that winter and had managed to bring in an entire family having dinner over in a nearby city. She had invited B. Gawk to have a needle inserted into his cheekbone so that he could see with the eyes of an unsuspecting spied-on stranger. Gawk had refused any kind of needles, but Gauskofer had joined in the work. The espionage machine was beginning to take form. 2 more steps remained. The first step consisted of tuning in on some remote target, such as the White House in Washington, or the NATO headquarters outside of Paris. The machine itself could obtain perfect intelligence by eavesdropping on the living minds of people far away. The second problem consisted of finding a method of jamming those minds at a distance, stunning them so that the subject personnel fell into tears, confusion, or sheer insanity. Rogov had tried, but he had never gotten more than 30 kilometers from the nameless village of Ya-Che. One November there had been 70 cases of hysteria, most of them ending in suicide down in the city of Kharkov, several hundred kilometers away. But Rogov was not sure that his own machine was doing it. Comrade Gauskofer dared to stroke his sleeve. Her white lips smiled and her watery eyes grew happy as she said in her high, cruel voice, "You can do it, comrade. You can do it." Cherpas looked on with contempt. Gawk said nothing. The female agent Gauskofer saw Cherpas's eyes upon her, and for a moment an arc of living hatred leapt between the 2 women. The 3 of them went back to work on the machine. Gawk sat on his stool and watched them. The laboratory workers never talked very much, and the room was quiet. 4. It was the year in which Eristratov died that the machine made a breakthrough. Eristratov died after the Soviet and People's Democracies had tried to end the Cold War with the Americans. It was May. Outside the laboratory the squirrels ran among the trees. The leftovers from the night's rain dripped on the ground and kept the earth moist. It was comfortable to leave a few windows open and to let the smell of the forest into the workshop. The smell of their oil-burning heaters and the stale smell of insulation, of ozone, and of the heated electronic gear was something with which all of them were much too familiar. Rogov had found that his eyesight was beginning to suffer because he had to get the receiver needle somewhere near his optic nerve in order to obtain visual impressions from the machine. After months of experimentation with both animal and human subjects, he had decided to copy one of their last experiments, successfully performed on a prisoner boy 15 years of age, by having the needle slipped directly through the skull, up and behind the eye. Rogov had disliked using prisoners, because Gawk, speaking on behalf of security, always insisted that a prisoner used in experiments had to be destroyed in not less than 5 days from the beginning of the experiment. Rogov had satisfied himself that the skull and needle technique was safe, but he was very tired of trying to get frightened, unscientific people to carry the load of intense scientific attentiveness required by the machine. Rogov recapitulated the situation to his wife, and to their 2 strange colleagues. Somewhat ill-humored, he shouted at Gawk, "Have you ever known what this is all about? You've been here years. Do you know what we're trying to do? Don't you ever want to take part in the experiments yourself? Do you realize how many years of mathematics have gone into the making of these grids and the calculation of these wave patterns? Are you good for anything?" Gawk said, tonelessly and without anger, "Comrade Professor, I am obeying orders. You are obeying orders, too. I've never impeded you." Rogov almost raved. "I know you never got in my way. We're all good servants of the Soviet state. It's not a question of loyalty. It's a question of enthusiasm. Don't you ever want to glimpse the science we're making? We are 100 years or 1,000 years ahead of the capitalist Americans. Doesn't that excite you? Aren't you a human being? Why don't you take part? Will you understand me when I explain it?" Gawk said nothing. He looked at Rogov with his beady eyes. His dirty gray face did not change expression. Gauskofer exhaled loudly in a grotesquely feminine sigh of relief, but she too said nothing. Cherpas, her winning smile and her friendly eyes looking at her husband and two colleagues, said, "Go ahead, Nikolai. The comrade can follow if he wants to." Gauskofer looked enviously at Cherpas. She seemed inclined to keep quiet, but then had to speak. She said, "Do go ahead, comrade professor." Said Rogov, "Harasha, I'll do what I can. The machine is now ready to receive minds over immense distances." He wrinkled his lip in amused scorn. "We may even spy into the brain of the chief rascal himself, and find out what Eisenhower is planning to do today against the Soviet people. Wouldn't it be wonderful if our machine could stun him and leave him sitting addled at his desk?" Gawk commented, "Don't try it. Not without orders." Rogov ignored the interruption and went on. "First, I receive. I don't know what I will get, who I will get, or where they will be. All I know is that this machine will reach out across all the minds of men and beasts now living, and it will bring the eyes and ears of a single mind directly into mine. With the new needle going directly into the brain, it will be possible for me to get a very sharp fixation of position. The trouble with that boy last week was that, even though we knew he was seeing something outside of this room, he appeared to be getting sounds in a foreign language, and did not know enough English or German to realize where or what the machine had taken him to see." Cherpas laughed. "I'm not worried. I saw then it was safe. You go first, my husband, if our comrades don't mind." Gawk nodded. Gauskofer lifted her bony hand breathlessly up to her skinny throat and said, "Of course, Comrade Rogov, of course. You did all the work. You must be the first." Rogov sat down. A white-smocked technician brought the machine over to him. It was mounted on 3 rubber-tired wheels, and it resembled the small X-ray units used by dentists. In place of the cone at the head of the X-ray machine, there was a long, incredibly tough needle. It had been made for them by the best surgical steel craftsmen in Prague. Another technician came up with a shaving bowl, a brush, and a straight razor. Under the gaze of Gawk's deadly eyes, he shaved an area 4 centimeters square on the top of Rogov's head. Cherpas herself then took over. She set her husband's head in the clamp and used a micrometer to get the skull fitting so tight and so clear that the needle would push through the dura mater at exactly the right point. All this work she did deftly, with kind, very strong fingers. She was gentle, but she was firm. She was his wife, but she was also his fellow scientist, and his fellow colleague in the Soviet state. She stepped back and looked at her work. She gave him one of their own very special smiles, the secret gay smiles which they usually exchanged with each other only when they were alone. "You won't want to do this every day. We're going to have to find some way of getting into the brain without using this needle, but it won't hurt you." "Does it matter if it does hurt?" said Rogov. "This is the triumph of all our work. Bring it down." Gauskofer looked as though she would like to be invited to take part in the experiment, but she dared not interrupt Cherpas. Cherpas, her eyes gleaming with attention, reached over and pulled down the handle, which brought the tough needle to within 1/10 of a millimeter of the right place. Rogov spoke very carefully. "All I felt was a little sting. You can turn the power on now." Gauskofer could not contain herself. Timidly, she addressed Cherpas. "May I turn on the power?" Cherpas nodded. Gawk watched. Rogov waited. Gauskofer pulled down the bayonet switch. The power went on. With an impatient twist of her hand, Anastasia Cherpas ordered the laboratory attendants to the other end of the room. 2 or 3 of them had stopped working and were staring at Rogov, staring like dull sheep. They looked embarrassed, and then they huddled in a white-smocked herd at the other end of the laboratory. The wet May wind blew in on all of them. The scent of forest and leaves was about them. The 3 watched Rogov. Rogov's complexion began to change. His face became flushed. His breathing was so loud and heavy they could hear it several meters away. Cherpas fell on her knees in front of him, eyebrows lifted in mute inquiry. Rogov did not dare nod, not with a needle in his brain. He said through flushed lips, speaking thickly and heavily, "Do not stop now." Rogov himself did not know what was happening. He thought he might see an American room, or a Russian room, or a tropical colony. He might see palm trees, or forests, or desks. He might see guns or buildings, washrooms or beds, hospitals, homes, churches. He might see with the eyes of a child, a woman, a man, a soldier, a philosopher, a slave, a worker, a savage, a religious one, a communist, a reactionary, a governor, a policeman. He might hear voices. He might hear English or French or Russian, Swahili, Hindu, Malay, Chinese, Ukrainian, Armenian, Turkish, Greek. He did not know. Something strange was happening. It seemed to him that he had left the world, that he had left time. The hours and the centuries shrank up as the meters and the machine, unchecked, reached out for the most powerful signal which any humankind had transmitted. Rogov did not know it, but the machine had conquered time. The machine reached the dance, the human challenger, and the dance festival of the year that was not A.D. 13,582, but which might have been. Before Rogov's eyes, the golden shape and the golden steps shook and fluttered in a ritual 1,000 times more compelling than hypnotism. The rhythms meant nothing and everything to him. This was Russia. This was communism. This was his life. Indeed, it was his soul acted out before his very eyes. For a second, the last second of his ordinary life, he looked through flesh and blood eyes, and saw the shabby woman whom he had once thought beautiful. He saw Anastasia Cherpas, and he did not care. His vision concentrated once again on the dancing image. This woman, those postures, that dance. Then the sound came in, music which would have made a Tchaikovsky weep, orchestras which would have silenced Shostakovich or Khachaturian forever. So much did it surpass the music of the 20th century. The people who were not people between the stars had taught mankind many arts. Rogov's mind was the best of its time, but his time was far, far behind the time of the great dance. With that one vision, Rogov went firmly and completely mad. He became blind to the sight of Cherpas, Gauskofer, and Gok. He forgot the village of Yacha. He forgot himself. He was like a fish, bred in stale, fresh water, which is thrown for the first time into a living stream. He was like an insect emerging from the chrysalis. His 20th century mind could not hold the imagery and the impact of the music and the dance. But the needle was there, and the needle transmitted into his mind more than his mind could stand. The synapses of his brain flicked like switches. The future flooded into him. He fainted. Cherpas leapt forward and lifted the needle. Rogov fell out of the chair. 5. It was Gok who got the doctors. By nightfall they had Rogov resting comfortably and under heavy sedation. There were 2 doctors, both from the military headquarters. Gok had obtained authorization for their services by dint of a direct telephone call to Moscow. Both the doctors were annoyed. The senior one never stopped grumbling at Cherpas. "You should not have done it, Comrade Cherpas. Comrade Rogov should not have done it either. You can't go around sticking things into brains. That's a medical problem. None of you people are doctors of medicine. It's all right for you to contrive devices with the prisoners, but you can't inflict things like this on Soviet scientific personnel. I'm going to get blamed because I can't bring Rogov back. You heard what he was saying. All he did was mutter. That golden shape on the golden steps, that music, that me is a true me, that golden shape, that golden shape. I want to be with that golden shape. And rubbish like that. Maybe you've ruined a first-class brain forever. He stopped himself short, as though he had said too much. After all, the problem was a security problem, and apparently both Gawk and Gauskofer represented the security agencies. Gauskofer turned her watery eyes on the doctor and said in a low, even, unbelievably poisonous voice, "Could she have done it, Comrade Doctor?" The doctor looked at Cherpas, answering Gauskofer. "How? You were there. I wasn't. How could she have done it? Why should she do it? You were there." Cherpas said nothing. Her lips were compressed tight with grief. Her yellow hair gleamed, but her hair was all that remained, at that moment, of her beauty. She was frightened, and she was getting ready to be sad. She had no time to hate foolish women or to worry about security. She was concerned with her colleague, her lover, her husband, Rogov. There was nothing much for them to do except to wait. They went into a large room and tried to eat. The servants had laid out immense dishes of cold, sliced meat, pots of caviar, and an assortment of sliced breads, pure butter, genuine coffee, and liquors. None of them ate much. They were all waiting. At 9:15, the sound of rotors beat against the house. The big helicopter had arrived from Moscow. Higher authorities took over. 6. The higher authority was a deputy minister, a man by the name of V. Carper. Carper was accompanied by 2 or 3 uniformed colonels, by an engineer civilian, by a man from the headquarters of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and by 2 doctors. They dispensed with the courtesies. Carper merely said, "You are Cherpas? I have met you. You are Gauskofer. I have seen your reports. You are Gawk." The delegation went into Rogov's bedroom. Carper snapped, "Wake him!" The military doctor who had given him sedatives said, "Comrade, you mustn't—" Carper cut him off. "Shut up!" He turned to his own physician, pointed at Rogov. "Wake him up!" The doctor from Moscow talked briefly with the senior military doctor. He, too, began shaking his head. He gave Carper a disturbed look. Carper guessed what he might hear. He said, "Go ahead. I know there was some danger to the patient, but I've got to get back to Moscow with a report." The 2 doctors worked over Rogov. One of them asked for his bag and gave Rogov an injection. Then all of them stood back from the bed. Rogov writhed in his bed. He squirmed. His eyes opened, but he did not see them. With childishly clear and simple words, Rogov began to talk. "That golden shape, the golden stairs, the music. Take me back to the music. I want to be with the music. I really am the music." And so on in an endless monotone. Cherpas leaned over him so that her face was directly in his line of vision. My darling, wake up. This is serious." It was evident to all of them that Rogov did not hear her because he went on muttering about golden shapes. For the first time in many years, Gawk took the initiative. He spoke directly to the man from Moscow, Carper. "Comrade, may I make a suggestion?" Carper looked at him. Gawk nodded at Gauskofer. "We were both sent here by orders of Comrade Stalin. She is senior. She bears the responsibility. All I do is double-check." The deputy minister turned to Gauskofer. Gauskofer had been staring at Rogov on the bed. Her blue, watery eyes were tearless, and her face was drawn into an expression of extreme tension. Carper ignored that and said to her firmly, clearly, commandingly, "What do you recommend?" Gauscofer looked at him very directly and said in a measured voice, "I do not think that the case is one of brain damage. I believe that he has obtained a communication which he must share with another human being, and that unless one of us follows him, there may be no answer." Carper barked. "Very well, but what do we do?" "Let me follow. Into the machine." Anastasia Cherpas began to laugh slyly and frantically. She seized Carper's arm and pointed her finger at Gauscofer. Carper stared at her. Cherpas slowed down her laughter and shouted at Carper, "The woman's mad! She has loved my husband for many years. She has hated my presence, and now she thinks that she can save him? She thinks that she can follow? She thinks that he wants to communicate with her. That's ridiculous. I will go myself." Carper looked about. He selected 2 of his staff and stepped over into a corner of the room. They could hear him talking, but they could not distinguish the words. After a conference of 6 or 7 minutes, he returned. "You people have been making serious security charges against each other. I find that one of our finest weapons, the mind of Rogov, is damaged. Rogov's not just a man. He is a Soviet project." Scorn entered his voice. "I find that the senior security officer, a policewoman with a notable record, is charged by another Soviet scientist with a silly infatuation. I disregard such charges. The development of the Soviet state and the work of Soviet science cannot be impeded by personalities. Comrade Gauscofer will follow. I am acting tonight because my own staff physician says that Rogov may not live, and it is very important for us to find out just what has happened to him and why." He turned his baneful gaze on Cherpas. "You will not protest, comrade. Your mind is the property of the Russian state. Your life and your education have been paid for by the workers. You cannot throw these things away because of personal sentiment. If there is anything to be found, Comrade Gauscofer will find it for both of us." The whole group of them went back into the laboratory. The frightened technicians were brought over from the barracks. The lights were turned on and the windows were closed. The May wind had become chilly. The needle was sterilized. The electronic grids were warmed up. Gauscofer's face was an impassive mask of triumph as she sat in the receiving chair. She smiled at Gawk as an attendant brought the soap and the razor to shave a clean patch on her scalp. Gawk did not smile back. His black eyes stared at her. He said nothing. He did nothing. He watched. Carper walked to and fro, glancing from time to time at the hasty but orderly preparation of the experiment. Anastasia Cherpas sat down at a laboratory table about 5 meters away from the group. She watched the back of Gauscofer's head as the needle was lowered. She buried her face in her hands. Some of the others thought they heard her weeping, but no one heeded Cherpas very much. They were too intent on watching Gauscofer. Gauscofer's face became red. Perspiration poured down the flabby cheeks. Her fingers tightened on the arm of her chair. Suddenly she shouted at them, "That golden shape on the golden steps!" She leapt to her feet, dragging the apparatus with her. No one had expected this. The chair fell to the floor. The needle holder, lifted from the floor, swung its weight sidewise. The needle twisted like a scythe in Gauscofer's brain. Neither Rogov nor Cherpas had ever expected a struggle within the chair. They did not know that they were going to tune in on AD 13,582. The body of Gauscofer lay on the floor, surrounded by excited officials. Carper was acute enough to look around at Cherpas. She stood up from the laboratory table and walked toward him. A thin line of blood flowed down from her cheekbone. Another line of blood dripped down from a position on her cheek, 1.5 centimeters forward of the opening of her left ear. With tremendous composure, Her face as white as fresh snow, she smiled at him. "I eavesdropped." Carper said, "What?" "I eavesdropped, repeated Anastasia Cherpas. "I found out where my husband has gone. It is not somewhere in this world. It is something hypnotic beyond all the limitations of our science. We have made a great gun, but the gun has fired upon us before we could fire it. You may think you will change my mind, Comrade Deputy Minister, but you will not. I know what has happened. My husband is never coming back, and I am not going any further forward without him. Project Telescope is finished. You may try to get someone else to finish it, but you will not." Carper stared at her and then turned aside. Gawk stood in his way. "What do you want?" snapped Carper. "To tell you," said Gawk, very softly, "to tell you, Comrade Deputy Minister, that Rogov is gone, as she says he is gone, that she is finished, if she says she is finished, that all this is true. I know." Carper glared at him. "How do you know?" Gawk remained utterly impassive. With superhuman assurance and perfect calm, he said to Carper, "Comrade, I do not dispute the matter. I know these people, though I do not know their science. Rogov is done for." At last, Carper believed him. Carper sat down in a chair beside a table. He looked up at his staff. "Is it possible?" No one answered. "I ask you, is it possible?" They all looked at Anastasia Cherpas, at her beautiful hair, her determined blue eyes, and the 2 thin lines of blood where she had eavesdropped with small needles. Carper turned to her. "What do we do now?" For an answer, she dropped to her knees and began sobbing. "No, no, not Rogov! No, no, not Rogov!" And that was all they could get out of her. Gawk looked on. On the golden steps, in the golden light, a golden shape danced a dream beyond the limits of all imagination, danced and drew the music to herself until a sigh of yearning, which became a hope and a torment, went through the hearts of living things on 1,000 worlds. Edges of the golden scene faded raggedly and unevenly into black. The gold dimmed down to a pale gold-silver sheen, and then to silver, last of all to white. The dancer, who had been golden, was now a forlorn white-pink figure standing, quiet and fatigued, on the immense white steps. The applause of 1,000 worlds roared in upon her. She looked blindly at them. The dance had overwhelmed her, too. Their applause could mean nothing. The dance was an end in itself. She would have to live somehow, until she danced again. Golden the ship was. Oh, oh, oh! Aggression started very far away. War with Raumsog came about 20 years after the Great Cat Scandal, which, for a while, threatened to cut the entire planet Earth from the desperately essential Santa Clara drug. It was a short war and a bitter one. Corrupt, wise, weary old Earth fought with masked weapons, since only hidden weapons could maintain so ancient a sovereignty which had long since lapsed into a titular paramountcy among the communities of mankind. Earth won and the others lost, because the leaders of Earth never put other considerations ahead of survival, and this time, they thought, they were finally and really threatened. The Raumsog War was never known to the general public except for the revival of wild old legends about golden ships. 1. On Earth, the lords of the Instrumentality met. The presiding chairman looked about and said, "Well, gentlemen, all of us have been bribed by Raumsog. We have all been paid off individually. I myself received 6 ounces of strewn in pure form. Will the rest of you show better bargains?" Around the room, the councillors announced the amounts of their bribes. The chairman turned to the secretary. Enter the bribes in the record, and then mark the record off the record." The others nodded gravely. "Now we must fight. Bribery is not enough. Raumsog has been threatening to attack Earth. It's been cheap enough to let him threaten, but obviously we don't mean to let him do it." "How are you going to stop him, Lord Chairman?" growled a gloomy old member. "Get out the golden ships?" "Exactly that." The chairman looked deadly serious. There was a murmurous sigh around the room. The golden ships had been used against an inhuman life form many centuries before. They were hidden somewhere in non-space, and only a few officials of Earth knew how much reality there was to them. Even at the level of the Lords of the Instrumentality, the Council did not know precisely what they were. "One ship," said the chairman of the Lords of the Instrumentality, "will be enough." It was. 2. The dictator Lord Raumsog on his planet knew the difference some weeks later. "You can't mean that," he said. "You can't mean it. There is no such ship that size. The golden ships are just a story. No one ever saw a picture of one." "Here is a picture, my lord," said the subordinate. Raumsog looked at it. "It's a trick. Some piece of trick photography. They distorted the size. The dimensions are wrong. Nobody has a ship that size. You could not build it, or if you did build it, you could not operate it. There just is not any such thing." He babbled on for a few more sentences before he realized that his men were looking at the picture and not at him. He calmed down. The boldest of the officers resumed speaking. "That one ship is 90 million miles long, Your Highness. It shimmers like fire, but moves so fast that we cannot approach it. But it came into the center of our fleet, almost touching our ships, stayed there 20 or 30 thousandths of a second. There it was, we thought. We saw the evidence of life on board. Light beams waved. They examined us, and then, of course, it lapsed back into non-space. 90 million miles, Your Highness. Old Earth has some stings yet, and we do not know what the ship is doing." The officers stared with anxious confidence at their overlord. Raumsog sighed. "If we must fight, we'll fight. We can destroy that too. After all, what is size in the spaces between the stars? What difference does it make whether it is 9 miles or 9 million or 90 million? He sighed again. "Yet I must say 90 million miles is an awful big size for a ship. I don't know what they are going to do with it." He did not. 3. It is strange and even fearful what the love of Earth can do to men. Tedesco, for example. Tedesco's reputation was far-flung. Even among the Go captains, whose thoughts were rarely on such matters, Tedesco was known for his raiment, the foppish arrangement of his mantle of office, and his bejeweled badges of authority. Tedesco was known, too, for his languid manner and his luxurious sybaritic living. When the message came, it found Tedesco in his usual character. He was lying on the air draft with his brain pleasure centers plugged into the triggering current. So deeply lost in pleasure was he that the food, the women, the clothing, the books of his apartments were completely neglected and forgotten. All pleasure save the pleasure of electricity acting on the brain was forgotten. So great was the pleasure that Tedesco had been plugged into the current for 20 hours without interruption, a manifest disobedience of the rule, which set 6 hours as maximum pleasure. And yet, when the message came, relayed to Tedesco's brain by the infinitesimal crystal set there for the transmittal of messages so secret that even thought was too vulnerable to interception, when the message came, Tedesco struggled through layer after layer of bliss and unconsciousness. "The ships of gold, the golden ships, for Earth is in danger." Tedesco struggled. Earth is in danger. With a sigh of bliss, he made the effort to press the button which turned off the current, and with a sigh of cold reality, he took a look at the world about him and turned to the job at hand. Quickly, he prepared to wait upon the Lords of the Instrumentality. The chairman of the Lords of the Instrumentality sent out the Lord Admiral Tedesco to command the golden ship. The ship itself, larger than most stars, was an incredible monstrosity. Centuries before, it had frightened away non-human aggressors from a forgotten corner of the galaxies. The Lord Admiral walked back and forth on his bridge. The cabin was small, 20 feet by 30. The control area of the ship measured nothing over 100 feet. All the rest was a golden bubble of the fainting ship, nothing more than thin and incredibly rigid foam with tiny wires cast across it so as to give the illusion of a hard metal and strong defenses. The 90 million miles of length were right. Nothing else was. The ship was a gigantic dummy, the largest scarecrow ever conceived by the human mind. Century after century, it had rested in non-space between the stars, waiting for use. Now it proceeded helpless and defenseless against a militant and crazy dictator Raumsog and his horde of hard-fighting and very real ships. Raumsog had broken the disciplines of space. He had killed the pinlighters. He had imprisoned the go-captains. He had used renegades and apprentices to pillage the immense interstellar ships and had armed the captive vessels to the teeth. In a system which had not known real war, and least of all war against Earth, he had planned well. He had bribed, he had swindled, he had propagandized. He expected Earth to fall before the threat itself. Then he launched his attack. With the launching of the attack, Earth itself changed. Corrupt rascals became what they were in title, the leaders and the defenders of mankind. Tedesco himself had been an elegant fop. War changed him into an aggressive captain, swinging the largest vessel of all time as though it were a tennis bat. He cut in on the Raumsog fleet hard and fast. Tedesco shifted his ship right, north, up, over. He appeared before the enemy and eluded them, down, forward, right, over. He appeared before the enemy again. One successful shot from them could destroy an illusion on which the safety of mankind itself depended. It was his business not to allow them that shot. Tedesco was not a fool. He was fighting his own strange kind of war, but he could not help wondering where the real war was proceeding. 4. Prince Loveduck had obtained his odd name because he had had a Chinesian ancestor who did love ducks in their Peking form. Succulent duck skins brought forth to him ancestral dreams of culinary ecstasy. His ancestress, an English lady, had said, "Lord Loveduck, that fits you," and the name had been proudly taken as a family name. Lord Loveduck had a small ship. The ship was tiny and had a very simple and threatening name, Anybody. The ship was not listed in the Space Register, and he himself was not in the Ministry of Space Defense. The craft was attached only to the Office of Statistics and Investigation, under the listing, Vehicle, 3/4 for the Earth Treasury. He had very elementary defenses. With him on the ship went one chronopathic idiot, essential to his final and vital maneuvers. With him also went a monitor. The monitor, as always, sat rigid, catatonic, unthinking, unaware, except for the tape recorder of his living mind, which unconsciously noted every imminent mechanical movement of the ship and was prepared to destroy Loveduck, the chronopathic idiot, and the ship itself, should they attempt to escape the authority of Earth or should they turn against Earth. The life of a monitor was a difficult one, but was far better than execution for crime, its usual alternative. The monitor made no trouble. Loveduck also had a very small collection of weapons selected with exquisite care for the atmosphere, the climate, and the precise conditions of Raumsog's planet. He also had a psionic talent, a poor, crazy little girl who wept, and whom the lords of the Instrumentality had cruelly refused to heal, because her talents were better in unshielded form than they would have been had she been brought into the full community of mankind. She was a Class 3 etiological interference. 5. Loveduck brought his tiny ship near the atmosphere of Raumsog's planet. He had paid good money for his captaincy to this ship, and he meant to recover it. Recover it he would, and handsomely, if he succeeded in his adventurous mission. The lords of the Instrumentality were the corrupt rulers of a corrupt world, but they had learned to make corruption serve their civil and military ends, and they were in no mind to put up with failures. If Loveduck failed, he might as well not come back at all. No bribery could save him from this condition. No monitor could let him escape. If he succeeded, he might be almost as rich as an old North Australian or a strewn merchant. Loveduck materialized his ship just long enough to hit the planet by radio. He walked across the cabin and slapped the girl. The girl became frantically excited. At the height of her excitement, he slapped a helmet on her head, plugged in the ship's communication system, and flung her own peculiar emotional psionic radiations over the entire planet. She was a luck changer. She succeeded. For a few moments, at every place on that planet, under the water and on it, in the sky and in the air, luck went wrong just a little. Quarrels did occur, accidents did happen, mischances moved just within the limits of sheer probability. They all occurred within the same minute. The uproar was reported just as Loveduck moved his ship to another position. This was the most critical time of all. He dropped down into the atmosphere. He was immediately detected. Ravening weapons reached for him, weapons sharp enough to scorch the very air, and to bring every living being on the planet into a condition of screaming alert. No weapons possessed by Earth could defend against such an attack. Loveduck did not defend. He seized the shoulders of his chronopathic idiot. He pinched the poor defective. The idiot fled, taking the ship with him. The ship moved back 3-4 seconds in time, to a period slightly earlier than the first detection. All the instruments on Raumsog's planet went off. There was nothing on which they could act. Loveduck was ready. He discharged the weapons. The weapons were not noble. The lords of the Instrumentality played at being chivalrous and did love money, but when life and death were at stake, they no longer cared much about money, or credit, or even about honor. They fought like the animals of Earth's ancient past. They fought to kill. Loveduck had discharged a combination of organic and inorganic poisons with a high dispersion rate. 17 million people, 950 thousandths of the entire population, were to die within that night. He slapped the chronopathic idiot again. The poor freak whimpered. The ship moved back 2 more seconds in time. As he unloaded more poison, he could feel the mechanical relays reach for him. He moved to the other side of the planet, moving backward one last time, dropped a final discharge of virulent carcinogens, and snapped his ship into non-space, into the outer reaches of nothing. Here he was far beyond the reach of Raumsog. 6. Tedesco's golden ship moved serenely toward the dying planet. Raumsog's fighters closing on it. They fired, it evaded, surprisingly agile for so immense a craft, a ship larger than any sun seen in the heavens of that part of space. But while the ships closed in, their radios reported, "The capital has blanked out. Raumsog himself is dead. There is no response from the north. People are dying in the relay stations." The fleet moved, intercommunicated, and began to surrender. The golden ship appeared once more, and then it disappeared, apparently forever. 7. The Lord Tedesco returned to his apartments and to the current for plugging into the centers of pleasure in his brain. But as he arranged himself on the air-jet, his hand stopped on its mission to press the button which would start the current. He realized suddenly that he had pleasure. The contemplation of the golden ship and of what he had accomplished, alone, deceptive, without the praise of all the worlds for his solitary daring, gave even greater pleasure than that of the electric current, and he sank back on the jet of air and thought of the golden ship, and his pleasure was greater than any he had ever experienced before. 8. On Earth, the lords of the Instrumentality gracefully acknowledged that the golden ship had destroyed all life on Raumsog's planet. Homage was paid to them by the many worlds of mankind. Loveduck, his idiot, his little girl, and the Monitor were taken to hospitals. Their minds were erased of all recollection of their accomplishments. Loveduck himself appeared before the lords of the Instrumentality. He felt that he had served on the Golden Ship, and he did not remember what he had done. He knew nothing of a chronopathic idiot, and he remembered nothing of his little vehicle. Tears poured down his face when the lords of the Instrumentality gave him their highest decorations and paid him an immense sum of money. They said, "You have served well, and you are discharged. The blessings and the thanks of mankind will forever rest upon you." Loveduck went back to his estates, wondering that his service should have been so great. He wondered, too, in the centuries of the rest of his life, how any man, such as himself, could be so tremendous a hero and never quite remember how it was accomplished. 9. On a very remote planet, the survivors of a Raumsog cruiser were released from internment. By special orders, direct from Earth, their memories had been discoordinated, so that they would not reveal the pattern of defeat. An obstinate reporter kept after one spaceman. After many hours of hard drinking, the survivor's answer was still the same. "Golden the ship was. Oh, oh, oh. Golden the ship was. Oh, oh, oh." When the people fell. Can you imagine a rain of people through an acid fog? Can you imagine thousands and thousands of human bodies, without weapons, overwhelming the unconquerable monsters? Can you? "Look, sir," interrupted the reporter. "Don't interrupt me. You ask me silly questions. I tell you I saw the Goonhogo itself. I saw it take Venus. Now ask me about that." The reporter had called to get an old man's reminiscences about bygone ages. He did not expect Dobbins Bennett to flare up at him. Dobbins Bennett thrust home the psychological advantage he had gotten by taking the initiative. "Can you imagine Shanghai seas in their parachutes, a lot of them dead, floating out of a green sky? Can you imagine mothers crying as they fell? Can you imagine people pouring down on the poor, helpless monsters?" Mildly, the reporter asked what Shanghai seas were. "That's old Chinesian for children," said Dobbins Bennett. "I saw the last of the nations burst and die, and you want to ask me about fashionable clothes and things. Real history never gets into the books. It's too shocking. I suppose you were going to ask me what I thought of the new striped pantaloons for women." "No," said the reporter, but he blushed. The question was in his notebook, and he hated blushing. "Do you know what the Goonhogo did?" "What?" asked the reporter, struggling to remember just what a Goonhogo might be. "It took Venus," said the old man, somewhat more calmly. Very mildly, the reporter murmured, "It did?" "You bet it did," said Dobbins Bennett belligerently. "Were you there?" asked the reporter. "You bet I was there when the Goonhogo took Venus," said the old man. "I was there, and it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. You know who I am. I've seen more worlds than you can count, boy, and yet when the Nandis and the Needies and the Shanghaises came pouring out of the sky, that was the worst thing that any man could ever see. Down on the ground, there were the Loudies, the way they'd always been." The reporter interrupted very gently. Bennett might as well have been speaking a foreign language. All of this had happened 300 years before. The reporter's job was to get a feature from him and to put it into a language which people of the present time could understand. Respectfully, he said, "Can't you start at the beginning of the story?" "You bet. That's when I married Terza. Terza was the prettiest girl you ever saw. She was one of the Vomaks, a great family of scanners, and her father was a very important man. You see, I was 32, and when a man is 32, he thinks he is pretty old. But I wasn't really old, I just thought so. And he wanted Terza to marry me because she was such a complicated girl that she needed a man's help. The court back home had found her unstable, and the Instrumentality had ordered her left in her father's care until she married a man who then could take on proper custodial authority. I suppose those are old customs to you, boy." The reporter interrupted again. "I am sorry, old man," said he. I know you are over 400 years old, and you're the only person who remembers the time the Gunhogo took Venus. Now the Gunhogo was a government, wasn't it?" "Anyone knows that," snapped the old man. "The Gunhogo was a sort of separate Chinesian government. 17 billion of them all crowded in one small part of Earth. Most of them spoke English the way you and I do, but they spoke their own language too, with all those funny words that have come on down to us. They hadn't mixed in with anybody else yet. Then, you see, the Wei Wanjiang himself gave the order, and that is when the people started raining. They just fell right out of the sky. You never saw anything like it." The reporter had to interrupt him again and again to get the story bit by bit. The old man kept using terms that he couldn't seem to realize were lost in history, and that had to be explained to be intelligible to anyone of this era. But his memory was excellent, and his descriptive powers as sharp and alert as ever. Young Dobbins Bennett had not been at Experimental Area A very long before he realized that the most beautiful female he had ever seen was Terza Vomacht. At the age of 14, she was fully mature. Some of the Vomachts did mature that way. It may have had something to do with their being descended from unregistered illegal people centuries back in the past. They were even said to have mysterious connections with the lost world back in the Age of Nations, when people could still put numbers on the years. He fell in love with her and felt like a fool for doing it. She was so beautiful, it was hard to realize that she was the daughter of Scanner Vomacht himself. The Scanner was a powerful man. Sometimes romance moves too fast, and it did with Dobbins Bennett because Scanner Vomacht himself called in the young man and said, "I'd like to have you marry my daughter, Terza, but I'm not sure she'll approve of you. If you can get her, boy, you have my blessing." Dobbins was suspicious. He wanted to know why a senior scanner was willing to take a junior technician. All that the scanner did was to smile. He said, "I'm a lot older than you, and with this new Santa Clara drug coming in that may give people hundreds of years, you may think that I died in my prime if I die at 120. You may live to 400 or 500, but I know my time's coming up. My wife has been dead for a long time, and we have no other children, and I know that Terza needs a father in a very special kind of way. The psychologist found her to be unstable. Why don't you take her outside the area? You can get a pass through the dome any time. You can go out and play with the Loudies." Dobbins Bennett was almost as insulted as if someone had given him a pail and told him to go play in the sand pile. And yet he realized that the elements of play and courtship were fitted together, and that the old man meant well. The day that it all happened, he and Terza were outside the dome. They had been pushing Loudies around. Loudies were not dangerous unless you killed them. You could knock them down, push them out of the way, or tie them up. After a while, they slipped away and went about their business. It took a very special kind of ecologist to figure out what their business was. They floated 2 meters high, 90 centimeters in diameter, gently just above the land of Venus, eating microscopically. For a long time, people thought there was a radiation on which they subsisted. They simply multiplied in tremendous numbers. In a silly sort of way, it was fun to push them around, but that was about all there was to do. They never responded with intelligence. Once, long before, a Loudie taken into the laboratory for experimental purposes had typed a perfectly clear message on the typewriter. The message had read, "Why don't you Earth people go back to Earth and leave us alone? We are getting along all—" And that was all the message that anybody had ever got out of them in 300 years. The best laboratory conclusion was that they had very high intelligence if they ever chose to use it, but that their volitional mechanism was so profoundly different from the psychology of human beings that it was impossible to force a Loudie to respond to stress as people did on Earth. The name Loudie was some kind of word in the old Chinesian language. It meant the Ancient Ones. Since it was the Chinesians who had set up the first outposts on Venus, under the orders of their supreme boss, the Wei Wanjiang, Their term lingered on. Dobbins and Terza pushed Loudies, climbed over the hills, and looked down into the valleys where it was impossible to tell a river from a swamp. They got thoroughly wet, their air converters stuck, and perspiration itched and tickled along their cheeks. Since they could not eat or drink while outside, at least not with any reasonable degree of safety, the excursion could not be called a picnic. There was something mildly refreshing about playing child with a very pretty girl child, but Dobbins wearied of the whole thing. Terza sensed his rejection of her. Quick as a sensitive animal, she became angry and petulant. "You didn't have to come out with me." "I wanted to," he said, "but now I'm tired and want to go home." "You treat me like a child." "All right, play with me. Or you treat me like a woman. All right, be a gentleman. But don't seesaw all the time yourself. I just got to be a little bit happy, and you have to get middle-aged and condescending. I won't take it." "Your father," he said, realizing the moment he said it that it was a mistake. "My father this, my father that. If you're thinking about marrying me, do it yourself." She glared at him, stuck her tongue out, ran over a dune, and disappeared. Dobbins Bennett was baffled. He did not know what to do. She was safe enough. The Loudies never hurt anyone. He decided to teach her a lesson and to go on back himself, letting her find her way home when she pleased. The area search team could find her easily if she really got lost. He walked back to the gate. When he saw the gates locked and the emergency lights on, he realized that he had made the worst mistake of his life. His heart sinking within him, he ran the last few meters of the way and beat the ceramic gate with his bare hands until it opened only just enough to let him in. "What's wrong?" he asked the door tender. The door tender muttered something which Dobbins could not understand. "Speak up, man!" shouted Dobbins. "What's wrong?" "The Gunhogo is coming back, and they're taking over." "That's impossible," said Dobbins. "They couldn't." He checked himself. Could they? "The Gunhogo's taken over," the gatekeeper insisted. "They've been given the whole thing. The Earth Authority has voted it to them. The Weiwanzhong has decided to send people right away. They're sending them." "What do the Chinesians want with Venus? You can't kill a Laudi without contaminating 1,000 acres of land. You can't push them away without them drifting back. You can't scoop them up. Nobody can live here until we solve the problem of these things. We're a long way from having solved it," said Dobbins in angry bewilderment. The gatekeeper shook his head. "Don't ask me. That's all I hear on the radio. Everybody else is excited, too." Within an hour, the rain of people began. Dobbins went up to the radar room, saw the skies above. The radar man himself was drumming his fingers against the desk. He said, "Nothing like this has been seen for 1,000 years or more. You know what there is up there? Those are warships. The warships left over from the last of the old dirty wars. I knew the Chinesians were inside them. Everybody knew about it. It was sort of like a museum. Now, they don't have any weapons in them, but do you know, there are millions of people hanging up there over Venus, and I don't know what they are going to do." He stopped and pointed at one of the screens. "Look! You can see them running in patches. They're behind each other, so they cluster up solid. We've never had a screen look like that." Dobbins looked at the screen. It was, as the operator said, full of blips. As they watched, one of the men exclaimed, "What's that milky stuff down there in the lower left? See, it's pouring," he said. "It's pouring somehow out of those dots. How can you pour things into a radar? It doesn't really show, does it?" The radar man looked at his screen. He said, "Search me. I don't know what it is either. You'll have to find out. Let's just see what happens." Scanner Vomacht came into the room. He said, once he had taken a quick, experienced glance at the screens, "This may be the strangest thing we'll ever see, but I have a feeling they're dropping people. Lots of them. Dropping them by the thousands, or by the hundreds of thousands, or even by the millions. But people are coming down here. Come along with me, you two. We'll go out and see it. There may be somebody that we can help." By this time, Dobbins's conscience was hurting him badly. He wanted to tell Womack that he had left Terza out there, but he had hesitated, not only because he was ashamed of leaving her, but because he did not want to tattle on the child to her father. Now he spoke. "Your daughter's still outside." Womack turned on him solemnly. The immense eyes looked very tranquil and very threatening, but the silky voice was controlled. "You may find her," the scanner added, in a tone which sent the thrill of menace up Dobbin's back, "and everything will be well if you bring her back." Dobbins nodded as though receiving an order. "I shall," said Womack, "go out myself to see what I can do, but I leave the finding of my daughter to you." They went down, put on the extra-long period converters, carried their miniaturized survey equipment so that they could find their way back through the fog, and went out. Just as they were at the gate, the gatekeeper said, "Wait a moment, Sir and Excellency. I have a message for you here on the phone. Please call Control." Scanner Womack was not to be called lightly, and he knew it. He picked up the connection unit and spoke harshly. The radar man came on the phone screen in the gatekeeper's wall. "They're overhead now, sir." "Who's overhead?" "The Chinesians are. They're coming down. I don't know how many there are. There must be 2,000 warships over our heads right here, and there are more thousands over the rest of Venus. They're down now. If you want to see them hit ground, you'd better get outside quick." Womack and Dobbins went out. Down came the Chinesians. People's bodies were raining right out of the milk-cloudy sky. Thousands upon thousands of them, with plastic parachutes that looked like bubbles. Down they came. Dobbins and Womack saw a headless man drift down. The parachute cords had decapitated him. A woman fell near them. The drop had torn her breathing tube loose from her crudely bandaged throat, and she was choking in her own blood. She staggered toward them, tried to babble but only drooled blood with mute choking sounds, and then fell face forward into the mud. 2 babies dropped. The adult accompanying them had been blown off course. Womack ran, picked them up, and handed them to a Chinesian man who had just landed. The man looked at the babies in his arms, sent Womack a look of contemptuous inquiry, put the weeping children down in the cold slush of Venus, gave them a last impersonal glance, and ran off on some mysterious errand of his own. Womack kept Bennett from picking up the children. "Come on, let's keep looking. We can't take care of all of them." The world had known that the Chinesians had a lot of unpredictable public habits, but they never suspected that the Nandis and the Needies and the Xiaohaises could pour down out of a poisoned sky. Only the Gunhogo itself would make such a reckless use of human life. Nandis were men, and Needies were women, and Xiaohaises were the little children. And the Gunhogo was a name left over from the old days of nations. It meant something like republic, or state, or government. Whatever it was the organization that ran the Chinesians in the Chinesian manner under the Earth Authority. And the ruler of the Gunhogo was the Weiwanzhang. The Weiwanzhang didn't come to Venus. He just sent his people. He sent them floating down into Venus to tackle the Venusian ecology with the only weapons which could make a settlement of that planet possible: people themselves. Human arms could tackle the Laudis who had been called Old Ones by the first Chinesian scouts to cover Venus. The Laudis had to be gathered together so gently that they would not die, and in dying each contaminate 1,000 acres. They had to be kept together by human bodies and arms in a gigantic living corral. Scanner Womack rushed forward. A wounded Chinesian man hit the ground, and his parachute collapsed behind him. He was clad in a pair of shorts, had a knife at his belt, canteen at his waist. He had an air converter attached next to his ear, with a tube running into his throat. He shouted something unintelligible at them and limped rapidly away. People kept on hitting the ground all around Womack and Dobbins. The self-disposing parachutes were bursting like bubbles in the misty air, a moment or two after they touched the ground. Someone had done a tricky, efficient job with the chemical consequences of static electricity. And as the two watched, the air was heavy with people. One time, Womack was knocked down by a person. He found that it was two Chinesian children tied together. Dobbins asked, "What are you doing? Where are you going? Do you have any leaders?" He got cries and shouts in an unintelligible language. Here and there someone shouted in English, "This way!" or "Leave us alone!" or "Keep going!" But that was all. The experiment worked. 82 million people were dropped in that one day. After 4 hours, which seemed barely short of endless, Dobbins found Terza in a corner of the cold hell. Though Venus was warm, the suffering of the almost naked Chinesians had chilled his blood. Terza ran toward him. She could not speak. She put her head on his chest and sobbed. Finally, she managed to say, I've tried to help, but there are too many! And the sentence ended as shrill as a scream. Dobbins led her back to the experimental area. They did not have to talk. Her whole body told him that she wanted his love and the comfort of his presence, and that she had chosen that course of life which would keep them together. As they left the drop area, which seemed to cover all of Venus, so far as they could tell, a pattern was beginning to form. The Chinesians were beginning to round up the Loudies. Terza kissed him mutely after the gatekeeper had let them through. She did not need to speak. Then she fled to her room. The next day, the people from Experimental Area A tried to see if they could go out and lend a hand to the settlers. It wasn't possible to lend a hand. There were too many settlers. People by the millions were scattered all over the hills and valleys of Venus, sludging through the mud and water with their human toes, crushing the alien mud, crushing the strange plants. They didn't know what to eat. They didn't know where to go. They had no leaders. All they had were orders to gather the Loudies together in large herds and hold them there with human arms. The Loudies didn't resist. After a time-lapse of several Earth days, the Gunhogo sent small scout cars. They brought a very different kind of Chinesian. These late arrivals were uniformed, educated, cruel, smug men. They knew what they were doing, and they were willing to pay any sacrifice of their own people to get it done. They brought instructions. They put the people together in gangs. It did not matter where the Nandis and Needies had come from on Earth. It didn't matter whether they found their own Shauhaises or somebody else's. They were shown the jobs to do, and they got to work. Human bodies accomplished what machines could not have done. They kept the Loudies firmly but gently encircled until every last one of the creatures was starved into nothingness. Rice fields began to appear miraculously. Scanner Womack couldn't believe it. The Gunhogo biochemists had managed to adapt rice to the soil of Venus, and yet the seedlings came out of boxes in the scout cars, and weeping people walked over the bodies of their own dead to keep the crop moving toward the planting. Venusian bacteria could not kill human beings, nor could they dispose of human bodies after death. A problem arose and was solved. Immense sleds carried dead men, women, and children, those who had fallen wrong or drowned as they fell, or had been trampled by others, to an undisclosed destination. Dobbins suspected the material was to be used to add Earth-type organic waste to the soil of Venus, but he did not tell Terza. The work went on. The Nandis and Needies kept working in shifts. When they could not see in the darkness, they proceeded without seeing, keeping in line by touch or by shout. Foremen, newly trained, screeched commands. Workers lined up, touching fingertips. The job of building the fields kept on. "That's a big story," said the old man. 82 million people dropped in a single day. And later I heard that the Weyonjong said it wouldn't have mattered if 70 million of them had died. 12 million survivors would have been enough to make a spacehead for the Gunhogo. The Chinesians got Venus. All of it. But I'll never forget the Nandis and the Needies and the Shaohaisis falling out of the sky, men and women and children with their poor, scared Chinesian faces. That funny Venusian air made them look green instead of tan. There they were, falling all around. "You know something, young man?" said Dobbins Bennett, approaching his 5th century of age. "What?" said the reporter. "There won't be things like that happening on any world again, because now, after all, there isn't any separate Gunhogo left. There's only one instrumentality, and they don't care what a man's race may have been in the ancient years. Those were the rough old days, the ones I lived in. Those were the days men still tried to do things." Dobbins almost seemed to doze off, but he roused himself sharply and said, "I tell you, the sky was full of people. They fell like water. They fell like rain. I've seen the awful ants in Africa, and there's not a thing among the stars to beat them for prowling horror. Mind you, they are worse than anything the stars contain. I've seen the crazy worlds near Alpha Centauri, but I never saw anything like the time the people fell on Venus. More than 82 million in one day, and my own little Terza lost among them. But the rice did sprout, and the Loudies died as the walls of people held them in with human arms. Walls of people, I tell you, with volunteers jumping in to take the places of the falling ones. They were people still, even when they shouted in the darkness. They tried to help each other even while they fought a fight that had to be fought without violence. They were people still, and they did so win. It was crazy and impossible, but they won. Mere human beings did what machines and science would have taken another 1,000 years to do. The funniest thing of all was the first house that I saw a Nandi put up, there in the reign of Venus. I was out there with Womack and with a pale, sad Terza. It wasn't much of a house, shaped out of twisted Venusian wood. There it was. He built it, the smiling, half-naked Chinese Nandi. We went to the door and said to him in English, "What are you building here, a shelter or a hospital?" The Chinesian grinned at us. "No," he said, "gambling." Womack wouldn't believe it. "Gambling?" "Sure," said the Nandi. "Gambling is the first thing a man needs in a strange place. It can take the worry out of his soul." "Is that all?" said the reporter. Dobbins Bennett muttered that the personal part did not count. He added, "Some of my great-great-great-great-great-grandsons may come along. You count those greats. Their faces will show you easily enough that I married into the Womack line. Terza saw what happened. She saw how people build worlds. This was the hard way to build them. She never forgot the night with the dead Chinesian babies lying in the half-illuminated mud, or the parachute ropes dissolving slowly. She heard the needies weeping, and the helpless Nandis comforting them and leading them off to nowhere. She remembered the cruel, neat officers coming out of the scout cars. She got home and saw the rice come up, and saw how the Gunhogo made Venus a Chinesian place. "What happened to you personally?" asked the reporter. "Nothing much. There wasn't any more work for us, so we closed down Experimental Area A. I married Terza. Any time later, when I said to her, 'You're not such a bad girl,' she was able to admit the truth and tell me she was not. That night in the reign of people would test anybody's soul, and it tested hers. She had met a big test and passed it. She used to say to me, 'I saw it once. I saw the people fall, and I never want to see another person suffer again. Keep me with you, Dobbins. Keep me with you forever.' And," said Dobbins Bennett, "it wasn't forever, but it was a happy and sweet 300 years. She died after our 4th diamond anniversary. Wasn't that a wonderful thing, young man?" The reporter said it was, and yet, when he took the story back to his editor, he was told to put it into the archives. It wasn't the right kind of story for entertainment, and the public would not appreciate it any more. The Lady Who Sailed the Soul. 1. The story ran... How did the story run? Everyone knew the reference to Helen America and Mr. Grey No More, but no one knew exactly how it happened. Their names were welded to the glittering, timeless jewelry of romance. Sometimes they were compared to Heloise and Abelard, whose story had been found among books in a long-buried library. Other ages were to compare their life with the weird, ugly, lovely story of the Go Captain Taliano and the Lady Dolores O. Out of it all, two things stood forth: their love and the image of the great sails, tissue metal wings with which the bodies of people finally fluttered out among the stars. Mention him, and others knew her. Mention her, and they knew him. He was the first of the inbound sailors, and she was the lady who sailed the soul. It was lucky that people lost their pictures. The romantic hero was a very young-looking man, prematurely old and still quite sick when the romance came. And Helen America, she was a freak, but a nice one, a grim, solemn, sad little brunette who had been born amid the laughter of humanity. She was not the tall, confident heroine of the actresses who later played her. She was, however, a wonderful sailor. That much was true. And with her body and mind she loved Mr. Grey No More, showing a devotion which the ages can neither surpass nor forget. History may scrape off the patina of their names and appearances, but even history can do no more than brighten the love of Helen America and Mr. Grey No More. Both of them, one must remember, were sailors. 2. The child was playing with a Spielcher. She got tired of letting it be a chicken, so she reversed it into the fur-bearing position. When she extended the ears to the optimum development, the little animal looked odd indeed. A light breeze blew the animal toy on its side, but the Spielcher good-naturedly righted itself and munched contentedly on the carpet. The little girl suddenly clapped her hands and broke forth with the question, "Mama, what's a sailor?" There used to be sailors, darling, a long time ago. They were brave men who took the ships out to the stars, the very first ships that took people away from our sun, and they had big sails. I don't know how it worked, but somehow the light pushed them, and it took them 1/4 of a life to make a single one-way trip. People only lived 160 years at that time, darling, and it was 40 years each way. But we don't need sailors anymore. "Of course not," said the child. "We can go right away. You've taken me to Mars, and you've taken me to New Earth as well, haven't you, Mama? And we can go anywhere else soon, but that only takes one afternoon." "That's planiforming, honey, but it was a long time before the people knew how to planiform, and they could not travel the way we could, so they made great big sails. They made sails so big that they could not build them on Earth. They had to hang them out halfway between Earth and Mars. And you know, a funny thing happened. Did you ever hear about the time the world froze?" "No, Mama, what was that?" "Well, a long time ago, one of those sails drifted, and people tried to save it because it took a lot of work to build it. But the sail was so large that it got between the Earth and the sun, and there was no more sunshine, just night all the time. And it got very cold on Earth. All the atomic power plants were busy, and all the air began to smell funny. And the people were worried, and in a few days they pulled the sail back out of the way, and the sunshine came again." "Mama, were there ever any girl sailors?" A curious expression crossed over the mother's face. "There was one. You'll hear about her later on when you are older. Her name was Helen America, and she sailed the soul out to the stars. She was the only woman that ever did it, and that is a wonderful story." The mother dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. The child said, "Mama, tell me now. What's the story all about?" At this point the mother became very firm, and she said, "Honey, there are some things that you are not old enough to hear yet, but when you are a big girl, I'll tell you all about them." The mother was an honest woman. She reflected a moment, and then she added, "Unless you read about it yourself first." 3. Helen America was to make her place in the history of mankind, but she started badly. The name itself was a misfortune. No one ever knew who her father was. The officials agreed to keep the matter quiet. Her mother was not in doubt. Her mother was the celebrated she-man, Mona Muggeridge, a woman who had campaigned 100 times for the lost cause of complete identity of the two genders. She had been a feminist beyond all limits, and when Mona Muggeridge, the one and only Miss Muggeridge, announced to the press that she was going to have a baby, that was first-class news. Mona Muggeridge went further. She announced her firm conviction that fathers should not be identified. She proclaimed that no woman should have consecutive children with the same man, that women should be advised to pick different fathers for their children so as to diversify and beautify the race. She capped it all by announcing that she, Miss Muggeridge, had selected the perfect father and would inevitably produce the only perfect child. Miss Muggeridge, a bony, pompous blonde, stated that she would avoid the nonsense of marriage and family names, and that therefore the child, if a boy, would be named John America, and if a girl, Helen America. Thus it happened that little Helen America was born with the correspondents in the press services waiting outside the delivery room. News screens flashed the picture of a pretty 3-kilogram baby. "It's a girl, the perfect child. Who's the dad?" That was just the beginning. Mona Muggeridge was belligerent. She insisted, even after the baby had been photographed for the 1,000th time, that this was the finest child ever born. She pointed to the child's perfections. She demonstrated all the foolish fondness of a doting mother, but felt that she, the great crusader, had discovered this fondness for the first time. To say that this background was difficult for the child would be an understatement. Helen America was a wonderful example of raw human material triumphing over its tormentors. By the time she was 4 years old, she spoke 6 languages, and was beginning to decipher some of the old Martian texts. At the age of 5, she was sent to school. Her fellow schoolchildren immediately developed a rhyme. "Helen, Helen, fat and dumb, doesn't know where her daddy's from." Helen took all this, and perhaps it was an accident of genetics that she grew to become a compact little person, deadly serious little brunette. Challenged by lessons, haunted by publicity, she became careful and reserved about friendships, and desperately lonely in an inner world. When Helen America was 16, her mother came to a bad end. Mona Muggeridge eloped with a man she announced to be the perfect husband for the perfect marriage hitherto overlooked by mankind. The perfect husband was a skilled machine polisher. He already had a wife and 4 children. He drank beer, and his interest in Miss Muggeridge seems to have been a mixture of good-natured comradeship and a sensible awareness of her motherly bankroll. The planetary yacht on which they eloped broke the regulations with an off-schedule flight. The bridegroom's wife and children had alerted the police. The result was a collision with a robotic barge which left both bodies identifiable. At 16, Helen was already famous, and at 17, already forgotten, and very much alone. 4. This was the age of sailors. The thousands of photo-reconnaissance and measuring missiles had begun to come back with their harvest from the stars. Planet after planet swam into the ken of mankind. The new worlds became known as the interstellar search missiles brought back photographs, samples of atmosphere, measurements of gravity, cloud coverage, chemical makeup, and the like. Of the very numerous missiles which returned from their 200- or 300-year voyages, 3 brought back reports of new Earth, an Earth so much like Terra itself that it could be settled. The first sailors had gone out almost 100 years before. They had started with small sails, not over 2,000 miles square. Gradually, the size of the sails increased. The technique of adiabatic packing and the carrying of passengers in individual pods reduced the damage done to the human cargo. It was great news when a sailor returned to Earth, a man born and reared under the light of another star. He was a man who had spent a month of agony and pain, bringing a few sleep-frozen settlers, guiding the immense light-pushed sailing craft which had managed the trip through the great interstellar deeps in an objective time period of 40 years. Mankind got to know the look of a sailor. There was a plantigrade walk to the way he put his body on the ground. There was a sharp, stiff, mechanical swing to his neck. The man was neither young nor old. He had been awake and conscious for 40 years, thanks to the drug which made possible a kind of limited awareness. By the time the psychologists interrogated him, first for the proper authorities of the instrumentality, and later for the news releases, it was plain enough that he thought the 40 years were about a month. He never volunteered to sail back, because he had actually aged 40 years. He was a young man, young in his hopes and wishes, but a man who had burnt up a quarter of a human lifetime in a single agonizing experience. At this time, Helen America went to Cambridge. Lady Jones College was the finest women's college in the Atlantic world. Cambridge had reconstructed its proto-historic traditions, and the neo-British had recaptured that fine edge of engineering which reconnected their traditions with the earliest antiquity. Naturally enough, the language was cosmopolite Earth and not archaic English. But the students were proud to live at a reconstructed university, very much like the archaeological evidence showed it to have been before the period of darkness and troubles came upon the earth. Helen shone a little in this renaissance. The news release services watched Helen in the cruelest possible fashion. They revived her name and the story of her mother. Then they forgot her again. She had put in for 6 professions, and her last choice was sailor. It happened that she was the first woman to make the application. First, because she was the only woman young enough to qualify who had also passed the scientific requirements. Her picture was beside his on the screens before they ever met each other. Actually, she was not anything like that at all. She had suffered so much in her childhood from Helen, fat and dumb, that she was competitive only on a coldly professional basis. She hated and loved and missed the tremendous mother whom she had lost, and she resolved so fiercely not to be like her mother that she became an embodied antithesis of Mona. The mother had been horsey, blonde, big, the kind of woman who is a feminist because she is not very feminine. Helen never thought about her own femininity. She just worried about herself. Her face would have been round if it had been plump, but she was not plump. Black-haired, dark-eyed, broad-bodied, but thin. She was a genetic demonstration of her unknown father. Her teachers often feared her. She was a pale, quiet girl, and she always knew her subject. Her fellow students had joked about her for a few weeks, and then most of them had banded together against the indecency of the press. When a news frame came out with something ridiculous about the long-dead Mona, the whisper went through Lady Jones. "Keep Helen away. Those people are at it again." "Don't let Helen look at the frames now. She's the best person we have in the non-collateral sciences, and we can't have her upset just before the trypas." They protected her, and it was only by chance that she saw her own face in a news frame. There was the face of a man beside her. He looked like a little old monkey, she thought. Then she read, "Perfect girl wants to be sailor. Should sailor himself date perfect girl?" Her cheeks burned with helpless, unavoidable embarrassment and rage, but she had grown too expert at being herself to do what she might have done in her teens, hate the man. She knew it wasn't his fault, either. It wasn't even the fault of the silly, pushing men and women from the news services. It was time, it was custom, it was man himself. But she had only to be herself, if she could ever find out what that really meant. 5. Their dates, when they came, had the properties of nightmares. A news service sent a woman to tell her she had been awarded a week's holiday in New Madrid, with the sailor from the stars. Helen refused. Then he refused too, and he was a little too prompt for her liking. She became curious about him. 2 weeks passed, and in the office of the news service a treasurer brought 2 slips of paper to the director. They were the vouchers for Helen America and Mr. Gray No More to obtain the utmost in preferential luxury at New Madrid. The treasurer said, "These have been issued and registered as gifts with the instrumentality, sir. Should they be cancelled?" The executive had his fill of stories that day, and he felt humane. On an impulse, he commanded the treasurer. "Tell you what, give those tickets to the young people. No publicity. We'll keep out of it. If they don't want us, they don't have to have us. Push it along, that's all. Go." The tickets went back out to Helen. She had made the highest record ever reported at the university, and she needed a rest. When the news service woman gave her the ticket, she said, "Is this a trick?" Assured that it was not, she then asked, "Is that man coming?" She couldn't say, "the sailor." It sounded too much like the way people had always talked about herself, and she honestly didn't remember his other name at the moment. The woman did not know. "Do I have to see him?" said Helen. "Of course not," said the woman. The gift was unconditional. Helen laughed, almost grimly. "All right, I'll take it and say thanks. But one picture maker, mind you, just one, and I walk out. Or I may walk out for no reason at all. Is that all right?" It was. 4 days later, Helen was in the pleasure world of New Madrid, and a master of the dances was presenting her to an odd, intense old man whose hair was black. "Junior scientist Helen America, sailor of the stars, Mr. Greynomore." He looked at them shrewdly and smiled a kindly, experienced smile. He added the empty phrase of his profession. "I have had the honor, and I withdraw." They were alone together on the edge of the dining room. The sailor looked at her very sharply indeed, and then said, "Who are you? Are you somebody I have already met? Should I remember you? There are too many people here on Earth. What do we do next? What are we supposed to do? Would you like to sit down?" Helen said one yes to all those questions, and never dreamed that the single yes would be articulated by hundreds of great actresses, each one in the actress's own special way across the centuries to come. They did sit down. How the rest of it happened, neither one was ever quite sure. She had had to quiet him, almost as though he were a hurt person in the house of recovery. She explained the dishes to him, and when he still could not choose, she gave the robot selections for him. She warned him kindly enough about manners when he forgot the simple ceremonies of eating, which everyone knew, such as standing up to unfold the napkin, or putting the scraps into the solvent tray and the silverware into the transfer. At last he relaxed and did not look so old. Momentarily forgetting the 1,000 times she had been asked silly questions herself, she asked him, "Why did you become a sailor?" He stared at her in open-eyed inquiry, as though she had spoken to him in an unknown language, and expected a reply. Finally he mumbled the answer. "Are you two saying that I shouldn't have done it?" Her hand went to her mouth in instinctive apology. "No, no, no. You see, I myself have put in to be a sailor." He merely looked at her, his young old eyes open with observativeness. He did not stare, but merely seemed to be trying to understand words, each one of which he could comprehend individually, but which in sum amounted to sheer madness. She did not turn away from his look, odd though it was. Once again she had the chance to note the indescribable peculiarity of this man, who had managed enormous sails out in the blind, empty black between untwinkling stars. He was young as a boy. The hair which gave him his name was glossy black. His beard must have been removed permanently, because his skin was that of a middle-aged woman, well-kept, pleasant, but showing the unmistakable wrinkles of age, and betraying no sign of the normal stubble which the males in her culture preferred to leave on their faces. The skin had age without experience. The muscles had grown older, but they did not show how the person had grown. Helen had learned to be an acute observer of people as her mother took up with one fanatic after another. She knew full well that people carry their secret biographies written in the muscles of their faces, and that a stranger passing on the street tells us, whether he wishes to or not, all his inmost intimacies. If we but look sharply enough, and in the right light, we know whether fear or hope or amusement has tallied the hours of his days. We divine the sources and outcome of his most secret, sensuous pleasures. We catch the dim but persistent reflections of those other people who have left the imprints of their personalities on him in turn. All this was absent from Mr. Gray no more. He had age, but not the stigmata of age. He had growth without the normal markings of growth. He had lived without living, in a time and world in which most people stayed young while living too much. He was the uttermost opposite of her mother that Helen had ever seen, and with a pang of undirected apprehension, Helen realized that this man meant a great deal to her future life, whether she wished him to or not. She saw in him a young bachelor, prematurely old, a man whose love had been given to emptiness and horror, not to the tangible rewards and disappointments of human life. He had had all space for his mistress, and space had used him harshly. Still young, he was old. Already old, he was young. The mixture was one which she knew that she had never seen before, and which she suspected that no one else had ever seen either. He had, in the beginning of life, the sorrow, compassion, and wisdom which most people find only at the end. It was he who broke the silence. "You did say, didn't you, that you yourself had put in to be a sailor?" Even to herself, her answer sounded silly and girlish. "I'm the first woman ever to qualify with the necessary scientific subjects, while still young enough to pass the physical." "You must be an unusual girl," said he mildly. Helen realized with a thrill, a sweet and bitterly real hope, that this young old man from the stars had never heard of the perfect child, who had been laughed at in the moments of being born, the girl who had all America for a father, who was famous and unusual and alone so terribly much that she could not even imagine being ordinary, happy, decent, or simple. She thought to herself, "It would take a wise freak who sails in from the stars to overlook who I am," but to him she simply said, "It's no use talking about being unusual. I'm tired of this earth, and since I don't have to die to leave it, I think I would like to sail to the stars. I've got less to lose than you may think." She started to tell him about Mona Muggeridge, but she stopped in time. The compassionate gray eyes were upon her, and at this point it was he, not she, who was in control of the situation. She looked at the eyes themselves. They had stayed open for 40 years, in the blackness near to pitch darkness of the tiny cabin. The dim dials had shone like blazing suns upon his tired retinas before he was able to turn his eyes away. From time to time he had looked out at the black nothing to see the silhouettes of his sails, almost blackness against total blackness, as the miles of their sweep sucked up the push of light itself and accelerated him and his frozen cargo at almost immeasurable speeds across an ocean of unfathomable silence. Yet, what he had done, she had asked to do. The stare of his gray eyes yielded to a smile of his lips. In the young old face, masculine in structure and feminine in texture, the smile had a connotation of tremendous kindness. She felt singularly much like weeping when she saw him smile in that particular way at her. Was that what people learned between the stars? To care for other people very much indeed, and to spring upon them only to reveal love, and not devouring to their prey? In a measured voice he said, "I believe you. You're the first one that I have believed. All these people have said that they wanted to be sailors too, even when they looked at me. They could not know what it means, but they said it anyhow, and I hated them for saying it. You, though, you're different. Perhaps you will sail among the stars, but I hope that you will not." As though waking from a dream, he looked around the luxurious room, with the gilt and enamel robot waiters standing aside with negligent elegance. They were designed to be always present and never obtrusive. This was a difficult aesthetic effect to achieve, but their designer had achieved it. The rest of the evening moved with the inevitability of good music. He went with her to the forever lonely beach, which the architects of New Madrid had built beside the hotel. They talked a little, they looked at each other, and they made love with an affirmative certainty which seemed outside themselves. He was very tender, and he did not realize that in a genitally sophisticated society, he was the first lover she had ever wanted or had ever had. How could the daughter of Mona Muggeridge want a lover or a mate or a child? On the next afternoon, she exercised the freedom of her times and asked him to marry her. They had gone back to their private beach, which, through miracles of ultra-fine mini-weather adjustments, brought a Polynesian afternoon to the high, chilly plateau of central Spain. She asked him, she did, to marry her, and he refused, as tenderly and as kindly as a man of 65 can refuse a girl of 18. She did not press him. They continued the bittersweet love affair. They sat on the artificial sand of the artificial beach and dabbled their toes in the man-warmed water of the ocean. Then they lay down against an artificial sand dune which hid New Madrid from view. "Tell me," Helen said, "can I ask again, why did you become a sailor?" "Not so easily answered," he said. "Adventure, maybe. That, at least in part. And I wanted to see Earth. Couldn't afford to come in a pod. Now, well, I've enough to keep me the rest of my life. I can go back to New Earth as a passenger in a month instead of 40 years, be frozen in no more time than the wink of an eye, put in my adiabatic pod, linked into the next sailing ship, and wake up home again while some other fool does the sailing." Helen nodded. She did not bother to tell him that she knew all this. She had been investigating sailing ships since meeting the sailor. "Out where you sail among the stars," she said, "can you tell me? Can you possibly tell me anything of what it's like out there?" His face looked inward on his soul, and afterward his voice came as from an immense distance. "There are moments, or is it weeks? You can't really tell in the sail ship, when it seems worthwhile. You feel... your nerve endings reach out until they touch the stars. You feel enormous somehow." Gradually he came back to her. "It's trite to say, of course, but you're never the same afterward. I don't mean just the obvious physical thing, but you find yourself. Or maybe you lose yourself. That's why." He continued, gesturing toward New Madrid, out of sight behind the sand dune. "I can't stand this. New Earth, well, it's like Earth must have been in the old days, I guess. There's something fresh about it. Here—" "I know," said Helen America, and she did. The slightly decadent, slightly corrupt, too comfortable air of Earth must have had a stifling effect on the man from beyond the stars. "There," he said, "you won't believe this, but sometimes the ocean's too cold to swim in. We have music that doesn't come from machines, and pleasures that come from inside our own bodies without being put there. I have to get back to New Earth." Helen said nothing for a little while, concentrating on stilling the pain in her heart. I, she began. "I know," he said fiercely, almost savagely turning on her. "But I can't take you, I can't. You're too young, you've got a life to live, and I've thrown away a quarter of mine." "No, that's not right. I didn't throw it away. I wouldn't trade it back because it's given me something inside I never had before, and it's given me you." "But if—" she started again to argue. "No, don't spoil it. I'm going next week to be frozen in my pod to wait for the next sail ship. I can't stand much more of this, and I might weaken. That would be a terrible mistake. But we have this time together now, and we have our separate lifetimes to remember in. Don't think of anything else. There's nothing we can do." Helen did not tell him, then or ever, of the child she had started to hope for, the child they would now never have. Oh, she could have used the child. She could have tied him to her, for he was an honorable man, and would have married her had she told him. But Helen's love, even then in her youth, was such that she could not use this means. She wanted him to come to her of his own free will, marrying her because he could not live without her. To that marriage their child would have been an additional blessing. There was the other alternative, of course. She could have borne the child without naming the father, but she was no Mona Muggeridge. She knew too well the terrors and insecurity and loneliness of being Helen America ever to be responsible for the creation of another. And for the course she had laid out, there was no place for a child. So she did the only thing she could. At the end of their time in New Madrid, she let him say a real goodbye. Wordless and without tears, she left. Then she went up to an Arctic city, a pleasure city where such things are well known, and amidst shame, worry, and a driving sense of regret, she appealed to a confidential medical service which eliminated the unborn child. Then she went back to Cambridge and confirmed her place as the first woman to sail a ship to the stars. 6. The presiding lord of the instrumentality at that time was a man named Waite. Waite was not cruel, but he was never noted for tenderness of spirit or for a high regard for the adventuresome proclivities of young people. His aide said to him, "This girl wants to sail a ship to New Earth. Are you going to let her?" "Why not?" said Waite. "A person is a person. She is well-bred, well-educated. If she fails, we will find out something 80 years from now when the ship comes back. If she succeeds, it will shut up some of these women who have been complaining." The Lord leaned over his desk. "If she qualifies, and if she goes, though, don't give her any convicts. Convicts are too good and too valuable as settlers to be sent along on a fool trip like that. You can send her on something of a gamble. Give her all religious fanatics. We have more than enough. Don't you have 20 or 30,000 who are waiting?" He said, "Yes, sir, 26,200, not counting recent additions." "Very well," said the lord of the instrumentality. "Give her the whole lot of them, and give her that new ship. Have we named it?" "No, sir," said the aide. "Name it, then." The aide looked blank. A contemptuous, wise smile crossed the face of the senior bureaucrat. He said, "Take that ship now and name it. Name it the Soul, and let the soul fly to the stars. And let Helen America be an angel if she wants to. Poor thing. She has not got much of a life to live on this earth, not the way she was born, and the way she was brought up, and it's no use to try and reform her, to transform her personality, when it's a lively, rich personality. It does not do any good. We don't have to punish her for being herself. Let her go. Let her have it." Waite sat up and stared at his aide, and then repeated very firmly, "Let her have it, only if she qualifies." 7. Helen America did qualify. The doctors and the experts tried to warn her against it. One technician said, "Don't you realize what this is going to mean? 40 years will pour out of your life in a single month. You leave here a girl. You will get there a woman of 60. Well, you will probably still have 100 years to live after that, and it's painful. You will have all these people, thousands and thousands of them. You will have some Earth cargo. There will be about 30,000 pods strung on 16 lines behind you. Then you will have the control cabin to live in. We will give you as many robots as you need, probably a dozen. You will have a mainsail and a foresail, and you will have to keep the two of them." "I know, I have read the book," said Helen America, "and I sail the ship with light, and if the infrared touches that sail, I go. If I get radio interference, I pull the sails in, and if the sails fail, I wait as long as I live." The technician looked a little cross. "There is no call for you to get tragic about it. Tragedy is easy enough to contrive, and if you want to be tragic, you can be tragic without destroying 30,000 other people, or without wasting a large amount of Earth property. You can drown in water right here, or jump into a volcano like the Japanese in the old books. Tragedy is not the hard part. The hard part is when you don't quite succeed and you have to keep on fighting. When you must keep going on and on and on in the face of really hopeless odds, of real temptations to despair. Now, this is the way that the foresail works. That sail will be 20,000 miles at the wide part. It tapers down, and the total length will be just under 80,000 miles. It will be retracted or extended by small servo robots. The servo robots are radio-controlled. You had better use your radio sparingly because, after all, these batteries, even though they are atomic, have to last 40 years. They have got to keep you alive." "Yes, sir," said Helen America, very contritely. "You've got to remember what your job is. You're going because you are cheap. You are going because a sailor takes a lot less weight than a machine. There is no all-purpose computer built that weighs as little as 150 pounds. You do. You go simply because you are expendable. Anyone that goes out to the stars takes one chance in 3 of never getting there. But you are not going because you are a leader. You are going because you are young. You have a life to give and a life to spare, because your nerves are good. You understand that?" "Yes, sir, I knew that." "Furthermore, you are going because you'll make the trip in 40 years. If we send automatic devices and have them manage the sails, they would get there, possibly, but it would take them from 100 years to 120 or more, and by that time the adiabatic pods would have spoiled. Most of the human cargo would not be fit for revival, and the leakage of heat, no matter how we face it, would be enough to ruin the entire expedition. So remember that the tragedy and the trouble you face is mostly work. Work, and that's all it is. That is your big job." Helen smiled. She was a short girl with rich, dark hair, brown eyes, and very pronounced eyebrows. But when Helen smiled, she was almost a child again, and a rather charming one. She said, "My job is work. I understand that, sir." 8. In the preparation area, the make-ready was fast but not hurried. Twice the technicians urged her to take a holiday before she reported for final training. She did not accept their advice. She wanted to go forth. She knew that they knew she wanted to leave Earth forever, and she also knew they knew she was not merely her mother's daughter. She was trying somehow to be herself. She knew the world did not believe, but the world did not matter. The third time they suggested a vacation, the suggestion was mandatory. She had a gloomy 2 months, which she ended up enjoying a little bit on the wonderful islands of the Hesperides. Islands which were raised when the weight of the earthports caused a new group of small archipelagos to form below Bermuda. She reported back, fit, healthy, and ready to go. The senior medical officer was very blunt. "Do you really know what we are going to do to you? We are going to make you live 40 years out of your life in 1 month." She nodded, white of face, and he went on. "Now, to give you those 40 years, we've got to slow down your bodily processes. After all, the sheer biological task of breathing 40 years' worth of air in 1 month involves a factor of about 500 to 1. No lungs could stand it. Your body must circulate water. It must take in food. Most of this is going to be protein. There will be some kind of a hydrate. You'll need vitamins. Now, what we are going to do is to slow the brain down, very much indeed, so that the brain will be working at about that 500 to 1 ratio. We don't want you incapable of working. Somebody has got to manage the sails. Therefore, if you hesitate or you start to think, a thought or two is going to take several weeks. Meanwhile, your body can be slowed down some, but the different parts can't be slowed down at the same rate. Water, for example, we brought down to about 80 to 1, food to about 300 to 1. You won't have time to drink 40 years' worth of water. We circulate it, get it through, purify it, and get it back in your system, unless you break your link-up. So what you face is a month of being absolutely wide awake on an operating table and being operated on without anesthetic, while doing some of the hardest work that mankind has ever found. You'll have to take observations. You'll have to watch your lines with the pods of people and cargo behind you. You'll have to adjust the sails. If there is anybody surviving at destination point, they will come out and meet you. At least that happens most of the times. I am not going to assure you you will get the ship in. If they don't meet you, take an orbit beyond the farthest planet and either let yourself die or try to save yourself. You can't get 30,000 people down on a planet single-handedly. Meanwhile, though, you've got a real job. We are going to have to build these controls right into your body. We'll start by putting valves in your chest arteries. Then we go on. catheterizing your water. We're going to make an artificial colostomy that will go forward here just in front of your hip joint. Your water intake has a certain psychological value, so that about 1/500th of your water we are going to leave you to drink out of a cup. The rest of it is going to go directly into your bloodstream. Again, about 1/10 of your food will go that way. You understand that? You mean, said Helen, I eat 1/10, and the rest goes in intravenously? That's right, said the medical technician. We will pump it into you. The concentrates are there. The reconstitutor is there. Now these lines have a double connection. One set of connections runs into the maintenance machine. That will become the logistic support for your body. And these lines are the umbilical cord for a human being alone among the stars. They are your life. And now if they should break or if you should fall, you might faint for a year or two. If that happens, your local system takes over. That's the pack on your back. On Earth, it weighs as much as you do. You have already been drilled with the model pack. You know how easy it is to handle in space. That'll keep you going for a subjective period of about 2 hours. No one has ever worked out a clock yet that would match the human mind. So, instead of giving you a clock, we are giving you an odometer attached to your own pulse, and we mark it off in grades. If you watch it in terms of tens of thousands of pulse beats, you may get some information out of it. I don't know what kind of information, but you may find it helpful somehow. He looked at her sharply, and then turned back to his tools, picking up a shining needle with a disc on the end. Now, let's get back to this. We are going to have to get right into your mind. That's chemical, too. Helen interrupted. You said you were not going to operate on my head. Only the needle. That's the only way we can get to the mind. Slow it down enough so that you will have this subjective mind operating at a rate that will make the 40 years pass in a month. He smiled grimly, but the grimness changed to momentary tenderness as he took in her brave, obstinate stance, her girlish, admirable, pitiable determination. I won't argue it, she said. This is as bad as a marriage, and the stars are my bridegroom. The image of the sailor went across her mind, but she said nothing of him. The technician went on. Now, we have already built in psychotic elements. You can't even expect to remain sane. So you'd better not worry about it. You'll have to be insane to manage the sails and to survive utterly alone and be out there even a month. And the trouble is, in that month you are going to know it's really 40 years. There is not a mirror in the place, but you'll probably find shiny surfaces to look at yourself. You won't look so good. You will see yourself aging. Every time you slow down to look. I don't know what the problem is going to be on that score. It's been bad enough on men. Your hair problem is going to be easier than men's. The sailors we sent out, we simply had to kill all the hair roots. Otherwise, the men would have been swamped in their own beards, and a tremendous amount of the nutrient would be wasted if it went into raising of hair on the face, which no machine in the world could cut off fast enough to keep a man working. I think what we will do is inhibit hair on the top of your head. Whether it comes out in the same color or not is something you will find for yourself later. Did you ever meet the sailor that came in? The doctor knew she had met him. He did not know that it was the sailor from beyond the stars who called her. Helen managed to remain composed as she smiled at him to say, Yes, you gave him new hair. Your technician planted a new scalp on his head, remember? Somebody on your staff did. The hair came out black and he got the nickname of Mr. Gray No More. If you are ready next Tuesday, we'll be ready too. Do you think you can make it by then, my lady? Helen felt odd seeing this old, serious man refer to her as lady, but she knew he was paying respect to a profession and not just to an individual. Tuesday is time enough. She felt complimented that he was an old-fashioned enough person to know the ancient names of the days of the week and to use them. That was a sign that he had not only learned the essentials at the university, but that he had picked up the elegant inconsequentialities as well. 9. 2 weeks later was 21 years later by the chronometers in the cabin. Helen turned for the 10,000 times 10,000th time to scan the sails. Her back ached with a violent throb. She could feel the steady roar of her heart like a fast vibrator as it ticked against the time span of her awareness. She could look down at the meter on her wrist and see the hands on the watch-like dials indicate tens of thousands of pulses very slowly. She heard the steady whistle of air in her throat as her lungs seemed shuddering with sheer speed. And she felt the throbbing pain of a large tube feeding an immense quantity of mushy water directly into the artery of her neck. On her abdomen, she felt as if someone had built a fire. The evacuation tube operated automatically, but it burnt as if a coal had been held to her skin, and a catheter, which connected her bladder to another tube, stung as savagely as the prod of a scalding hot needle. Her head ached and her vision blurred. But she could still see the instruments, and she still could watch the sails. Now and then she could glimpse, faint as a tracery of dust, the immense skein of people and cargo that lay behind them. She could not sit down. It hurt too much. The only way that she could be comfortable for resting was to lean against the instrument panel, her lower ribs against the panel, her tired forehead against the meters. Once she rested that way and realized that it was 2.5 months before she got up. She knew that rest had no meaning, and she could see her face moving, a distorted image of her own face growing old in the reflections from the glass face of the apparent weight dial. She could look at her arms with blurring vision, note the skin tightening, loosening, and tightening again as changes in temperatures affected it. She looked out one more time at the sails and decided to take in the foresail. Wearily, she dragged herself over to the control panel with a servo robot. She selected the right control and opened it for a week or so. She waited there, her heart buzzing, her throat whistling air, her fingernails breaking off gently as they grew. Finally, she checked to see if it really had been the right one, pushed again, and nothing happened. She pushed a third time. There was no response. Now she went back to the master panel, reread, checked the light direction, found a certain amount of infrared pressure which she should have been picking up. The sails had very gradually risen to something not far from the speed of light itself, because they moved fast with the one side dulled. The pods behind, sealed against time and eternity, swam obediently in an almost perfect weightlessness. She scanned. Her reading had been correct. The sail was wrong. She went back to the emergency panel and pressed. Nothing happened. She broke out a repair robot and sent it out to effect repairs, punching the papers as rapidly as she could to give instructions. The robot went out, and an instant, 3 days, later, it replied. The panel on the repair robot rang forth, "Does not conform." She sent a second repair robot. That had no effect either. She sent a third, the last. 3 bright lights. "Does not conform," stared at her. She moved the servo robots to the other side of the sails and pulled hard. The sail was still not at the right angle. She stood there wearied and lost in space, and she prayed. "Not for me, God. I am running away from a life that I did not want. But for this ship's souls and for the poor, foolish people that I am taking who are brave enough to want to worship their own way and need the light of another star, I ask you, God, help me now." She thought she had prayed very fervently, and she hoped that she would get an answer to her prayer. It did not work out that way. She was bewildered, alone. There was no sun. There was nothing, except the tiny cabin and herself, more alone than any woman had ever been before. She sensed the thrill and ripple of her muscles as they went through days of adjustment, while her mind noticed only the matter of minutes. She leaned forward, forced herself not to relax, and finally she remembered that one of the official busybodies had included a weapon. What she would use a weapon for she did not know. It pointed. It had a range of 200,000 miles. The target could be selected automatically. She got down on her knees, trailing the abdominal tube, and the feeding tube, and the catheter tubes, and the helmet wires, each one running back to the panel. She crawled underneath the panel for the servo robots, and she pulled out a written manual. She finally found the right frequency for the weapon's controls. She set the weapon up and went to the window. At the last moment she thought, perhaps the fools are going to make me shoot the window out. It ought to have been designed to shoot through the window without hurting it. That's the way they should have done it. She wondered about the matter for a week or two. Just before she fired it, she turned, and there, next to her, stood her sailor, the sailor from the stars, Mr. Grey no more. He said, "It won't work that way." He stood clear and handsome, the way she had seen him in New Madrid. He had no tubes. He did not tremble. She could see the normal rise and fall of his chest as he took one breath every hour or so. One part of her mind knew that he was a hallucination. Another part of her mind believed that he was real. She was mad, and she was very happy to be mad at this time, and she let the hallucination give her advice. She reset the gun so that it would fire through the cabin wall, and it fired a low charge at the repair mechanism out beyond the distorted and immovable sail. The low charge did the trick. The interference had been something beyond all technical anticipation. The weapon had cleaned out the forever unidentifiable obstruction, leaving the servo robots free to attack their tasks like a tribe of maddened ants. They worked again. They had had defenses built in against the minor impediments of space. All of them scurried and skipped about. With a sense of bewilderment close to religion, she perceived the wind of starlight blowing against the immense sails. The sails snapped into position. She got a momentary touch of gravity as she sensed a little weight. The soul was back on her course. 10. "It's a girl," they said to him on New Earth. "It's a girl. She must have been 18 herself." Mr. Grey no more did not believe it. But he went to the hospital, and there in the hospital he saw Helen America. "Here I am, sailor," said she. "I sailed, too." Her face was white as chalk. Her expression was that of a girl of about 20. Her body was that of a well-preserved woman of 60. As for him, he had not changed again, since he had returned home inside a pod. He looked at her. His eyes narrowed, and then, in a sudden reversal of roles, it was he who was kneeling beside her bed and covering her hands with his tears. Half coherently he babbled at her. "I ran away from you because I loved you so. I came back here where you would never follow, or if you did follow, you'd still be a young woman, and I'd still be too old. But you have sailed the soul in here, and you wanted me." The nurse of New Earth did not know about the rules which should be applied to the sailors from the stars. Very quietly she went out of the room, smiling in tenderness and human pity at the love which she had seen. But she was a practical woman, and she had a sense of her own advancement. She called a friend of hers at the news service and said, "I think I have got the biggest romance in history. If you get here soon enough, you can get the first telling of the story of Helen America and Mr. Grey no more. They just met like that. I guess they'd seen each other somewhere. They just met like that and fell in love." The nurse did not know that they had forsworn a love on earth. The nurse did not know that Helen America had made a lonely trip with an icy purpose, and the nurse did not know that the crazy image of Mr. Grey no more, the sailor himself, had stood beside Helen 20 years out from nothing at all in the depth and blackness of space between the stars. 11. The little girl had grown up, had married, and now had a little girl of her own. The mother was unchanged, for the Spielcher was very, very old. It had outlived all its marvelous tricks of adaptability, and for some years had stayed frozen in the role of a yellow-haired, blue-eyed girl doll. Out of sentimental sense of the fitness of things, she had dressed the Spielcher in a bright blue jumper with matching panties. The little animal crept softly across the floor on its tiny human hands, using its knees for hind feet. The mock-human face looked up blindly and squeaked for milk. The young mother said, "Mom, you want to get rid of that thing. It's all used up, and it looks horrible with your nice period furniture." "I thought you loved it," said the older woman. "Of course," said the daughter. "It was cute when I was a child, but I'm not a child anymore, and it doesn't even work." The Spielchair had struggled to its feet and clutched its mistress's ankle. The older woman took it away gently and put down a saucer of milk and a cup the size of a thimble. The Spielchair tried to curtsy, as it had been motivated to do at the beginning, slipped, fell, and whimpered. The mother righted it, and the little old animal toy began dipping milk with its thimble and sucking the milk into its tiny, toothless old mouth. "You remember, Mom," said the younger woman, and stopped. "Remember what, dear?" "You told me about Helen America and Mr. Gray No More when that was brand new." "Yes, darling, maybe I did." "You didn't tell me everything," said the younger woman, accusingly. "Of course not. You were a child." "But it was awful, those messy people and the horrible way sailors lived. I don't see how you idealized it and called it a romance." "But it was. It is," insisted the other. "Romance my foot," said the daughter. "It's as bad as you and the worn-out Spielchair." She pointed at the tiny, living, aged doll who had fallen asleep beside its milk. "I think it's horrible. You ought to get rid of it, and the world ought to get rid of sailors." "Don't be harsh, darling," said the mother. "Don't be a sentimental old slob," said the daughter. "Perhaps we are," said the mother with a loving sort of laugh. Unobtrusively, she put the sleeping Spielchair on a padded chair where it would not be stepped on or hurt. 12. Outsiders never knew the real end of the story. More than a century after their wedding, Helen lay dying. She was dying happily because her beloved sailor was beside her. She believed that if they could conquer space, they might conquer death as well. Her loving, happy, weary, dying mind blurred over, and she picked up an argument they hadn't touched upon for decades. "You did so come to the soul," she said. "You did so stand beside me when I was lost and did not know how to handle the weapon." "If I came then, darling, I'll come again, wherever you are. You're my darling, my heart, my own true love. You're my bravest of ladies, my boldest of people. You're my own. You sailed for me. You're my lady who sailed the soul." His voice broke, but his features stayed calm. He had never before seen anyone die so confident and so happy. Ralpha Boulevard. We were drunk with happiness in those early years. Everybody was, especially the young people. These were the first years of the rediscovery of man, when the instrumentality dug deep in the treasury, reconstructing the old cultures, the old languages, and even the old troubles. The nightmare of perfection had taken our forefathers to the edge of suicide. Now, under the leadership of the Lord Gestacost and the Lady Alice More, the ancient civilizations were rising like great land masses out of the sea of the past. I myself was the first man to put a postage stamp on a letter after 14,000 years. I took Virginia to hear the first piano recital. We watched at the eye machine when cholera was released in Tasmania, and we saw the Tasmanians dancing in the streets, now that they did not have to be protected anymore. Everywhere things became exciting. Everywhere men and women worked with a wild will to build a more imperfect world. I myself went into a hospital and came out French. Of course I remembered my early life. I remembered it, but it did not matter. Virginia was French too, and we had the years of our future lying ahead of us like ripe fruit hanging in an orchard of perpetual summers. We had no idea when we would die. Formerly, I would be able to go to bed and think, the government has given me 400 years. 374 years from now they will stop the strewn injections and I will then die. Now, I knew anything could happen. The safety devices had been turned off. The diseases ran free. With luck and hope and love, I might live 1,000 years, or I might die tomorrow. I was free. We reveled in every moment of the day. Virginia and I bought the first French newspaper to appear since the most ancient world fell. We found delight in the news, even in the advertisements. Some parts of the culture were hard to reconstruct. It was difficult to talk about foods of which only the names survived, but the homunculi and the machines, working tirelessly and down deep, kept the surface of the world filled with enough novelties to fill anyone's heart with hope. We knew that all of this was make-believe, and yet it was not. We knew that when the diseases had killed the statistically correct number of people, they would be turned off. When the accident rate rose too high, it would stop without our knowing why. We knew that over us all the instrumentality watched. We had confidence that the Lord Gestacost and the Lady Alice Moore would play with us as friends, and not use us as victims of a game. Take, for example, Virginia. She had been called Menorima, which represented the coded sounds of her birth number. She was small, verging on chubby. She was compact. Her head was covered with tight brown curls. Her eyes were a brown so deep and so rich that it took sunlight, with her squinting against it, to bring forth the treasures of her irises. I had known her well, but never known her. I had seen her often, but never seen her with my heart, until we met just outside the hospital, after becoming French. I was pleased to see an old friend and started to speak in the old common tongue, but the words jammed, and as I tried to speak it was not Menorima any longer, but someone of ancient beauty, rare and strange, someone who had wandered into these latter days from the treasure worlds of time past. All I could do was to stammer. "What do you call yourself now?" And I said it in ancient French. She answered in the same language, "Je m'appelle Virginie." Looking at her and falling in love was a single process. There was something strong, something wild in her, wrapped and hidden by the tenderness and youth of her girlish body. It was as though destiny spoke to me out of the certain brown eyes which questioned me surely and wonderingly, just as we both questioned the fresh new world which lay about us. "May I?" said I, offering her my arm, as I had learned in the hours of hypnopedia. She took my arm, and we walked away from the hospital. I hummed a tune which had come into my mind, along with the ancient French language. She tugged gently on my arm and smiled up at me. "What is it?" she asked. "Or don't you know?" The words came soft and unbidden to my lips, and I sang it very quietly, muting my voice in her curly hair, half singing, half whispering the popular song which had poured into my mind with all the other things which the rediscovery of man had given me. She wasn't the woman I went to seek. I met her by the merest chance. She did not speak the French of France, but the sordid French of Martinique. She wasn't rich, she wasn't chic, she had a most entrancing glance. And that was all. Suddenly I ran out of words. I seem to have forgotten the rest of it. It's called Macuba, and it has something to do with a wonderful island which the ancient French called Martinique. "I know where that is," she cried. She had been given the same memories that I had. "You can see it from Earthport." This was a sudden return to the world we had known. Earthport stood on its single pedestal, 12 miles high, at the eastern edge of the small continent. At the top of it, the lords worked amid machines, which had no meaning any more. There the ships whispered their way in from the stars. I had seen pictures of it, but I had never been there. As a matter of fact, I had never known anyone who had actually been up Earthport. Why should we have gone? We might not have been welcome, and we could always see it just as well through the pictures on the eye machine. For Menorima, familiar, dully pleasant, dear little Menorima, to have gone there was uncanny. It made me think that in the old, perfect world, things had not been as plain or forthright as they seemed. Virginia, the new Menorima, tried to speak in the old common tongue, but she gave up, and used French instead. "My aunt," she said, meaning a kindred lady, since no one had had aunts for thousands of years, was a believer. She took me to the Aberdingo to get holiness and luck. The old me was a little shocked. The French me was disquieted by the fact that this girl had done something unusual even before mankind itself turned to the unusual. The Aberdingo was a long, obsolete computer set part way up the column of Earthport. The homunculi treated it as a god, and occasionally people went to it. To do so was tedious and vulgar, or had been, till all things became new again. Keeping the annoyance out of my voice, I asked her, "What was it like?" She laughed lightly, yet there was a trill to her laughter which gave me a shiver. If the old Menorima had had secrets, what might the new Virginia do? I almost hated the fate which made me love her, which made me feel that the touch of her hand on my arm was a link between me and time forever. She smiled at me instead of answering my question. The surfaceway was under repair. We followed a ramp down to the level of the top underground, where it was legal for true persons and hominids and homunculi to walk. I did not like the feeling. I had never gone more than 20 minutes' trip from my birthplace. This ramp looked safe enough. There were few hominids around these days, men from the stars who, though of true human stock, had been changed to fit the conditions of 1,000 worlds. The homunculi were morally repulsive, though many of them looked like very handsome people. Bred from animals into the shape of men, they took over the tedious chores of working with machines, where no real man would wish to go. It was whispered that some of them had even bred with actual people, and I would not want my Virginia to be exposed to the presence of such a creature. She had been holding my arm. When we walked down the ramp to the busy passage, I slipped my arm free and put it over her shoulders, drawing her closer to me. It was light enough, bright enough to be clearer than the daylight which we had left behind, but it was strange and full of danger. In the old days I would have turned around and gone home rather than expose myself to the presence of such dreadful beings. At this time, in this moment, I could not bear to part from my newfound love, and I was afraid that if I went back to my own apartment in the tower, she might go to hers. Anyhow, being French gave a spice to danger. Actually, the people in the traffic looked commonplace enough. There were many busy machines, some in human form and some not. I did not see a single hominid. Other people, whom I knew to be homunculi, because they yielded the right of way to us, looked no different from the real human beings on the surface. A brilliantly beautiful girl gave me a look which I did not like, saucy, intelligent, provocative beyond all limits of flirtation. I suspected her of being a dog by origin. Among the homunculi, depersons are the ones most apt to take liberties. They even have a dog-man philosopher who once produced a tape arguing that since dogs are the most ancient of men's allies, they have the right to be closer to man than any other form of life. When I saw the tape, I thought it amusing that a dog should be bred into the form of a Socrates. Here, in the top underground, I was not so sure at all. What would I do if one of them became insolent? Kill him? That meant a brush with the law and a talk with the sub-commissioners of the Instrumentality. Virginia noticed none of this. She had not answered my question, but was asking me questions about the top underground instead. I had been there only once before when I was small, but it was flattering to have her wondering, husky voice murmuring in my ear. Then it happened. At first I thought he was a man, foreshortened by some trick of the underground light. When he came closer, I saw that he was not. He must have been 5 feet across the shoulders. Ugly red scars on his forehead showed where the horns had been dug out of his skull. He was a homunculus, obviously derived from cattle stock. Frankly, I had never known that they left them that ill-formed. And he was drunk. As he came closer, I could pick up the buzz of his mind. They're not people, they're not hominids, and they're not us. What are they doing here? The words they think confuse me. He had never telepathed French before. This was bad. For him to talk was common enough, but only a few of the homunculi were telepathic, those with special jobs. such as in the down deep, where only telepathy could relay instructions. Virginia clung to me. Thought I, in clear common tongue, "True men are we. You must let us pass." There was no answer but a roar. I do not know where he got drunk or on what, but he did not get my message. I could see his thoughts forming up into panic, helplessness, hate. Then he charged, almost dancing toward us, as though he could crush our bodies. My mind focused, and I threw the stop order at him. It did not work. Horror-stricken, I realized that I had thought French at him. Virginia screamed. The bullman was upon us. At the last moment he swerved, past us blindly, and let out a roar which filled the enormous passage. He had raced beyond us. Still holding Virginia, I turned around to see what had made him pass us. What I beheld was odd in the extreme. Our figures ran down the corridor away from us, my black-purple cloak flying in the still air as my image ran, Virginia's golden dress swimming out behind her as she ran with me. The images were perfect, and the bullman pursued them. I stared around in bewilderment. We had been told that the safeguards no longer protected us. A girl stood quietly next to the wall. I had almost mistaken her for a statue. Then she spoke. "Come no closer. I am a cat. It was easy enough to fool him. You had better get back to the surface." "Thank you," I said. "Thank you. What is your name?" "Does it matter?" said the girl. "I'm not a person." A little offended, I insisted. "I just wanted to thank you." As I spoke to her, I saw that she was as beautiful and as bright as a flame. Her skin was clear, the color of cream, and her hair, finer than any human hair could possibly be, was the wild golden orange of a Persian cat. "I'm Kamel," said the girl, "and I work at Earthport." That stopped both Virginia and me. Cat people were below us and should be shunned, but Earthport was above us and had to be respected. Which was Kamel? She smiled, and her smile was better suited for my eyes than for Virginia's. It spoke a whole world of voluptuous knowledge. I knew she wasn't trying to do anything to me. The rest of her manner showed that. Perhaps it was the only smile she knew. "Don't worry," she said, "about the formalities. You'd better take these steps here. I hear him coming back." I spun around, looking for the drunken bullman. He was not to be seen. "Go up there," urged Kamel. "They are emergency steps, and you will be back on the surface. I can keep him from following." "Was that French you were speaking?" "Yes," said I. "How did you—" "Get along," she said. "Sorry I asked. Hurry." I entered the small door. A spiral staircase went to the surface. It was below our dignity as true people to use steps, but with Kamel urging me there was nothing else I could do. I nodded goodbye to Kamel and drew Virginia after me up the stairs. At the surface we stopped. Virginia gasped. "Wasn't it horrible?" "We're safe now," said I. "It's not safety," she said. "It's the dirtiness of it. Imagine having to talk to her." Virginia meant that Kamel was worse than the drunken bullman. She sensed my reserve because she said, "The sad thing is, you'll see her again." "What? How do you know that?" "I don't know it," said Virginia. "I guess it. But I guess good, very good. After all, I went to the Aberdingo." "I asked you, darling, to tell me what happened there?" She shook her head mutely and began walking down the streetway. I had no choice but to follow her. It made me a little irritable. I asked again, more crossly, "What was it like?" With hurt, girlish dignity, she said, "Nothing, nothing. It was a long climb. The old woman made me go with her. It turned out that the machine was not talking that day anyhow, so we got permission to drop down a shaft and to come back on the rolling road. It was just a wasted day." She had been talking straight ahead, not to me, as though the memory were a little ugly. Then she turned her face to me. The brown eyes looked into my eyes as though she were searching for my soul. Soul. There's a word we have in French, and there is nothing quite like it in the old common tongue. She brightened and pleaded with me. Let's not be dull on the new day. Let's be good to the new us, Paul. Let's do something really French, if that's what we are to be. A cafe, I cried. We need a cafe, and I know where one is. Where? 2 undergrounds over, where the machines come out and where they permit their homunculi to peer in the window. The thought of homunculi peering at us struck the new me as amusing, though the old me had taken them as much for granted as windows or tables. The old me never met any, but knew that they weren't exactly people, since they were bred from animals, but they looked just like people, and they could talk. It took a Frenchman like the new me to realize that they could be ugly or beautiful, or picturesque. More than picturesque, romantic. Evidently Virginia now thought the same, for she said, "But they're nets, just adorable. What is the cafe called?" "The Greasy Cat," said I. The Greasy Cat. How was I to know that this led to a nightmare between high waters, and to the winds which cried? How was I to suppose that this had anything to do with Ralpha Boulevard? No force in the world could have taken me there, if I had known. Other new French people had gotten to the cafe before us. A waiter with a big brown mustache took our order. I looked closely at him to see if he might be a licensed homunculus, allowed to work among people because his services were indispensable, but he was not. He was pure machine, though his voice rang out with old Parisian heartiness, and the designers had even built into him the nervous habit of mopping the back of his hand against his big mustache, and had fixed him so that little beads of sweat showed high up on his brow, just below the hairline. "Mademoiselle, monsieur, beer, coffee, red wine next month. The sun will shine in the quarter after the hour and after the half-hour. At 20 minutes to the hour it will rain for 5 minutes, so that you can enjoy these umbrellas. I am a native of Alsace. You may speak French or German to me." "Anything," said Virginia. "You decide, Paul." "Beer, please," said I. "Blonde beer for both of us." "But certainly, monsieur," said the waiter. He left, waving his cloth wildly over his arm. Virginia puckered up her eyes against the sun and said, "I wish it would rain now. I've never seen real rain." "Be patient, honey." She turned earnestly to me. "What is German, Paul?" "Another language, another culture. I read they will bring it to life next year. But don't you like being French?" "I like it fine," she said. "Much better than being a number. But, Paul—" And then she stopped, her eyes blurred with perplexity. "Yes, darling?" "Paul," she said, and the statement of my name was a cry of hope from some depth of her mind beyond new me, beyond old me, beyond even the contrivances of the lords who molded us. I reached for her hand. Said I, "You can tell me, darling." "Paul," she said, and it was almost weeping. "Paul, why does it all happen so fast? This is our first day, and we both feel that we may spend the rest of our lives together. There's something about marriage, whatever that is, and we're supposed to find a priest, and I don't understand that either. Paul, why does it happen so fast? I want to love you. I do love you, but I don't want to be made to love you. I want it to be the real me." And as she spoke, tears poured from her eyes, though her voice remained steady enough. Then it was that I said the wrong thing. "You don't have to worry, honey. I'm sure that the lords of the Instrumentality have programmed everything well." At that she burst into tears, loudly and uncontrollably. I had never seen an adult weep before. It was strange and frightening. A man from the next table came over and stood beside me, but I did not so much as glance at him. "Darling," said I, reasonably, "darling, we can work it out. Paul, let me leave you so that I may be yours. Let me go away for a few days or a few weeks or a few years. Then, if If I do come back, you'll know it's me, and not some program ordered by a machine. For God's sake, Paul, for God's sake!" In a different voice she said, "What is God, Paul? They gave us the words to speak, but I do not know what they mean." The man beside me spoke. "I can take you to God," he said. "Who are you?" said I. "And who asked you to interfere?" This was not the kind of language that we had ever used when speaking the old common tongue. When they had given us a new language, they had built in temperament as well. The stranger kept his politeness. He was as French as we, but he kept his temper well. "My name," he said, "is Maximilian Macht, and I used to be a believer." Virginia's eyes lit up. She wiped her face absent-mindedly while staring at the man. He was tall, lean, sunburned. How could he have gotten sunburned so soon? He had reddish hair and a mustache almost like that of the robot waiter. "You asked about God, mademoiselle," said the stranger. "God is where he has always been, around us, near us, in us." This was strange talk from a man who looked worldly. I rose to my feet to bid him good-bye. Virginia guessed what I was doing, and she said, "That's nice of you, Paul. Give him a chair." There was warmth in her voice. The machine waiter came back with 2 conical beakers made of glass. They had a golden fluid in them with a cap of foam on top. I had never seen or heard of beer before, but I knew exactly how it would taste. I put imaginary money on the tray, received imaginary change, paid the waiter an imaginary tip. The instrumentality had not yet figured out how to have separate kinds of money for all the new cultures, and of course you could not use real money to pay for food or drink. Food and drink are free. The machine wiped his mustache, used his serviette, checked red and white, to dab the sweat off his brow, and then looked inquiringly at Monsieur Macht. "Monsieur, you will sit here?" "Indeed," said Macht. "Shall I serve you here?" "But why not?" said Macht, "if these good people permit." "Very well," said the machine, wiping his mustache with the back of his hand. He fled to the dark recesses of the bar. All this time Virginia had not taken her eyes off Macht. "You are a believer?" she asked. "You are still a believer when you have been made French like us? How do you know you're you? Why do I love Paul? Are the lords and their machines controlling everything in us? I want to be me. Do you know how to be me?" "Not you, mademoiselle," said Macht. "That would be too great an honor. But I am learning how to be myself. You see," he added, turning to me, "I have been French for 2 weeks now, and I know how much of me is myself, and how much has been added by this new process of giving us language and danger again." The waiter came back with a small beaker. It stood on a stem so that it looked like an evil little miniature of Earthport. The fluid it contained was milky white. Macht lifted his glass to us. "Your health!" Virginia stared at him as if she were going to cry again. When he and I sipped, she blew her nose and put her handkerchief away. It was the first time I had ever seen a person perform that act of blowing the nose, but it seemed to go well with our new culture. Macht smiled at both of us, as if he were going to begin a speech. The sun came out right on time. It gave him a halo, and made him look like a devil or a saint. But it was Virginia who spoke first. "You have been there?" Macht raised his eyebrows a little, frowned, and said, "Yes," very quietly. "Did you get a word?" she persisted. "Yes." He looked glum and a little troubled. "What did it say?" For answer, he shook his head at her as if there were things which should never be mentioned in public. I wanted to break in to find out what this was all about. Virginia went on, heeding me not at all. "But it did say something." "Yes," said Macht. "Was it important?" "Mademoiselle, let us not talk about it." "We must," she cried. "It's life or death." Her hands were clenched so tightly together that her knuckles showed white. Her beer stood in front of her, untouched, growing warm in the sunlight. "Very well," said Macht. "You may ask. I cannot guarantee to answer. I controlled myself no longer. What's all this about? Virginia looked at me with scorn, but even her scorn was the scorn of a lover, not the cold remoteness of the past. Please, Paul, you wouldn't know. Wait a while. What did it say to you, Monsieur Macht? That I, Maximilian Macht, would live or die with a brown-haired girl who was already betrothed. He smiled wryly, and I do not even quite know what betrothed means. We'll find out, said Virginia. When did it say this? Who is it? I shouted at them. For God's sake, what is this all about? Macht looked at me and dropped his voice when he spoke. The Aberdingo. To her he said, last week. Virginia turned white. So it does work, it does. Paul, darling, it said nothing to me, but it said to my aunt something which I can't ever forget. I held her arm firmly and tenderly and tried to look into her eyes, but she looked away. Said I, what did it say? Paul and Virginia. So what? Said I. I scarcely knew her. Her lips were tense and compressed. She was not angry. It was something different, worse. She was in the grip of tension. I suppose we had not seen that for thousands of years either. Paul sees this simple fact, if you can grasp it. The machine gave that woman our names, but it gave them to her 12 years ago. Macht stood up so suddenly that his chair fell over, and the waiter began running toward us. That settles it, he said. We're all going back. Going where? I said. To the Aberdingo. But why now? Said I, and, will it work? Said Virginia, both at the same time. It always works, said Macht, if you go on the northern side. How do you get there? Said Virginia. Macht frowned sadly. There's only one way, by Ralpha Boulevard. Virginia stood up, and so did I. Then, as I rose, I remembered. Ralpha Boulevard. It was a ruined street hanging in the sky, faint as a vapor trail. It had been a processional highway once, where conquerors came down and tribute went up, but it was ruined, lost in the clouds, closed to mankind for 100 centuries. I know it, said I. It's ruined. Macht said nothing, but he stared at me as if I were an outsider. Virginia, very quiet and white of countenance, said, Come along. But why? Said I. Why? You fool, she said. If we don't have a god, at least we have a machine. This is the only thing left on or off the world which the instrumentality doesn't understand. Maybe it tells the future. Maybe it's an unmachine. It certainly comes from a different time. Can't you use it, darling? If it says we're us, we're us. And if it doesn't, then we're not. Her face was sullen with grief. What do you mean? If we're not us, she said, we're just toys, dolls, puppets that the lords have written on. You're not you and I'm not me. But if the Aberdingo, which knew the names Paul and Virginia 12 years before it happened, if the Aberdingo says that we are us, I don't care if it's a predicting machine, or a god, or a devil, or a what. I don't care, but I'll have the truth. What could I have answered to that? Macht led, she followed, and I walked third in single file. We left the sunlight of the greasy cat. Just as we left, a light rain began to fall. The waiter, looking momentarily like the machine that he was, stared straight ahead. We crossed the lip of the underground and went down to the fast expressway. When we came out, we were in a region of fine homes. All were in ruins. The trees had thrust their way into the buildings. Flowers rioted across the lawn, through the open doors, and blazed in the roofless rooms. Who needed a house in the open, when the population of Earth had dropped so that the cities were commodious and empty? Once I thought I saw a family of homunculi, including little ones, peering at me as we trudged along the soft gravel road. Maybe the faces I had seen at the edge of the house were fantasies. Macht said nothing. Virginia and I held hands as we walked beside him. I could have been happy at this odd excursion, but her hand was tightly clenched in mine. She bit her lower lip from time to time. I knew it mattered to her. She was on a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage was an ancient walk to some powerful place, very good for body and soul. I didn't mind going along. In fact, they could not have kept me from coming, once she and Mocked decided to leave the cafe. But I didn't have to take it seriously. Did I? What did Mocked want? Who was Mocked? What thoughts had that mind learned in 2 short weeks? How had he preceded us into a new world of danger and adventure? I did not trust him. For the first time in my life I felt alone. Always up to now, I had only to think about the instrumentality, and some protector leaped, fully armed, into my mind. Telepathy guarded against all dangers, healed all hurts, carried each of us forward to the 146,097 days which had been allotted us. Now it was different. I did not know this man, and it was on him that I relied, not on the powers which had shielded and protected us. We turned from the ruined road into an immense boulevard. The pavement was so smooth and unbroken that nothing grew on it, save where the wind and dust had deposited random little pockets of earth. Mocked stopped. "This is it," he said. "Ralpha Boulevard." We fell silent and looked at the causeway of forgotten empires. To our left, the boulevard disappeared in a gentle curve. It led far north of the city in which I had been reared. I knew that there was another city to the north, but I had forgotten its name. Why should I have remembered it? It was sure to be just like my own. But to the right... To the right, the boulevard rose sharply like a ramp. It disappeared into the clouds. Just at the edge of the cloud line there was a hint of disaster. I could not see for sure, but it looked to me as though the whole boulevard had been sheared off by unimaginable forces. Somewhere beyond the clouds there stood the Abedingo, the place where all questions were answered. Or so they thought. Virginia cuddled close to me. "Let's turn back," said I. "We are city people. We don't know anything about ruins." "You can if you want to," said Mocked. "I was just trying to do you a favor." We both looked at Virginia. She looked up at me with those brown eyes. From the eyes there came a plea older than woman or man, older than the human race. I knew what she was going to say before she said it. She was going to say that she had to know. Mocked was idly crushing some soft rocks near his foot. At last Virginia spoke up. "Paul, I don't want danger for its own sake, but I meant what I said back there. Isn't there a chance that we were told to love each other? What sort of a life would it be if our happiness, our own selves, depended on a thread in a machine, or on a mechanical voice which spoke to us when we were asleep and learning French? It may be fun to go back to the old world. I guess it is. I know that you give me a kind of happiness which I never even suspected before this day. If it's really us, we have something wonderful, and we ought to know it. But if it isn't—" She burst into sobs. I wanted to say, "If it isn't, it will seem just the same." But the ominous, sulky face of Mocked looked at me over Virginia's shoulder as I drew her to me. There was nothing to say. I held her close. From beneath Mocked's foot there flowed a trickle of blood. The dust drank it up. "Mocked," said I, "are you hurt?" Virginia turned around, too. Mocked raised his eyebrows at me and said with unconcern, "No, why?" "The blood, at your feet." He glanced down. "Oh, those," he said. "They're nothing, just the eggs of some kind of an unbird which does not even fly." "Stop it!" I shouted telepathically, using the old common tongue. I did not even try to think in our new-learned French. He stepped back a pace in surprise. Out of nothing there came to me a message. Thank you, good, great, go home, please, thank you, good, great, go away, man bad, man bad, man bad." Somewhere an animal or bird was warning me against Mocked. I thought a casual thanks to it, and turned my attention to Mocked. He and I stared at each other. Was this what culture was? Were we now men? Did freedom always include the freedom to mistrust, to fear, to hate? I liked him not at all. The words of forgotten crimes came into my mind. Assassination, murder, abduction, insanity, rape, robbery. We had known none of these things, and yet I felt them all. He spoke evenly to me. We had both been careful to guard our minds against being read telepathically, so that our only means of communication were empathy and French. "It's your idea," he said most untruthfully. "Or at least your lady's." "Has lying already come into the world?" said I, "so that we walk into the clouds for no reason at all?" "There is a reason," said Mocked. I pushed Virginia gently aside and capped my mind so tightly that the anti-telepathy felt like a headache. "Mocked," said I, and I myself could hear the snarl of an animal in my own voice. "Tell me why you have brought us here, or I will kill you." He did not retreat. He faced me, ready for a fight. He said, "Kill? You mean to make me dead?" But his words did not carry conviction. Neither one of us knew how to fight, but he readied for defense, and I for attack. Underneath my thought shield, an animal thought crept in. Good man, take him by the neck. No air, no air, like broken egg." I took the advice without worrying where it came from. It was simple. I walked over to Mocked, reached my hands around his throat, and squeezed. He tried to push my hands away. Then he tried to kick me. All I did was hang on to his throat. If I had been a lord or a go-captain, I might have known about fighting. But I did not, and neither did he. It ended when a sudden weight dragged at my hands. Out of surprise, I let go. Mocked had become unconscious. Was that dead? It could not have been, because he sat up. Virginia ran to him. He rubbed his throat and said with a rough voice, "You should not have done that." This gave me courage. "Tell me," I spat at him. "Tell me why you wanted us to come, or I will do it again." Mocked grinned weakly. He leaned his head against Virginia's arm. "It's fear," he said. "Fear." Fear? I knew the word, peur, but not the meaning. Was it some kind of disquiet or animal alarm? I had been thinking with my mind open. He thought back, yes. "But why do you like it?" I asked. "It is delicious," he thought. "It makes me sick and thrilly and alive. It is like strong medicine, almost as good as strewn. I went there before. High up I had much fear. It was wonderful and bad and good, all at the same time. I lived 1,000 years in a single hour. I wanted more of it, but I thought it would be even more exciting with other people." "Now I will kill you," said I in French. "You are very, very—" I had to look for the word. "You are very evil." "No," said Virginia. "Let him talk." He thought at me, not bothering with words. "This is what the lords of the instrumentality never let us have. Fear, reality. We were born in a stupor and we died in a dream. Even the underpeople, the animals, had more life than we did. The machines did not have fear. That's what we were, machines who thought they were men, and now we are free." He saw the edge of raw red anger in my mind, and he changed the subject. "I did not lie to you. This is the way to the Aberdingo. I have been there. It works. On this side it always works." "It works!" cried Virginia. "You see, he says so. It works. He is telling the truth. Oh, Paul, do let's go on." "All right," said I. "We'll go." I helped him rise. He looked embarrassed, like a man who has shown something of which he is ashamed. We walked onto the surface of the indestructible Boulevard. It was comfortable to the feet. At the bottom of my mind, the little unseen bird or animal babbled its thoughts at me. Good man, make him dead, take water, take water. I paid no attention as I walked forward with her and him, Virginia between us. I paid no attention. I wish I had. We walked for a long time. The process was new to us. There was something exhilarating in knowing that no one guarded us, that the air was free air, moving without benefit of weather machines. We saw many birds, and when I thought at them, I found their minds startled and opaque. They were natural birds, the like of which I had never seen before. Virginia asked me their names, and I outrageously applied all the bird names which we had learned in French without knowing whether they were historically right or not. Maximilien Macht cheered up too, and he even sang us a song, rather off-key, to the effect that we would take the high road and he the low one, but that he would be in Scotland before us. It did not make sense, but the lilt was pleasant. Whenever he got a certain distance ahead of Virginia and me, I made up variations on Makuba, and whispered the phrases into her pretty ear. She wasn't the woman I went to seek. I met her by the merest chance. She did not speak the French of France, but the sordid French of Martinique. We were happy in adventure and freedom, until we became hungry. Then our troubles began. Virginia stepped up to a lamp-post, struck it lightly with her fist, and said, "Feed me." The post should either have opened, serving us a dinner, or else told us where. Within the next few hundred yards, food was to be had. It did neither. It did nothing. It must have been broken. With that, we began to make a game of hitting every single post. Ralpha Boulevard had risen about half a kilometer above the surrounding countryside. The wild birds wheeled below us. There was less dust on the pavement and fewer patches of weeds. The immense road, with no pylons below it, curved like an unsupported ribbon into the clouds. We wearied of beating posts, and there was neither food nor water. Virginia became fretful. "It won't do any good to go back now. Food is even farther the other way. I do wish you'd brought something." "How should I have thought to carry food? Who ever carries food? Why would they carry it when it is everywhere?" My darling was unreasonable, but she was my darling, and I loved her all the more for the sweet imperfections of her temper. Macht kept tapping pillars, partly to keep out of our fight, and obtained an unexpected result. At one moment I saw him leaning over to give the pillar of a large lamp the usual hearty but guarded whop. In the next instant he yelped like a dog, and was sliding uphill at a high rate of speed. I heard him shout something, but could not make out the words, before he disappeared into the clouds ahead. Virginia looked at me. "Do you want to go back now? Macht is gone. We can say that I got tired." "Are you serious?" "Of course, darling." I laughed, a little angrily. She had insisted that we come, and now she was ready to turn around and give it up, just to please me. "Never mind," said I. "It can't be far now. Let's go on." "Paul?" She stood close to me. Her brown eyes were troubled, as though she were trying to see all the way into my mind through my eyes. I thought to her, "Do you want to talk this way?" "No," said she, in French. "I want to say things one at a time. Paul, I do want to go to the Aberdingo. I need to go. It's the biggest need in my life. But at the same time, I don't want to go. There is something wrong up there. I would rather have you on the wrong terms than not have you at all. Something could happen." Edgily, I demanded, "Are you getting this fear that Macht was talking about?" "Oh, no, Paul, not at all. This feeling isn't exciting. It feels like something broken in a machine." "Listen," I interrupted her. From far ahead, from within the clouds, there came a sound like an animal wailing. There were words in it. It must have been Macht. I thought I heard, "Take care." When I sought him with my mind, the distance made circles and I got dizzy. "Let's follow, darling," said I. "Yes, Paul," said she, and in her voice there was an unfathomable mixture of happiness, resignation, and despair. Before we moved on, I looked carefully at her. She was my girl. The sky had turned yellow and the lights were not yet on. In the yellow, rich sky, her brown curls were tinted with gold. Her brown eyes approached the black in their irises. Her young and fate-haunted face seemed more meaningful than any other human face I had ever seen. "You are mine," I said. "Yes, Paul," she answered me, and then smiled brightly. "You said it. That is doubly nice." A bird on the railing looked sharply at us and then left. Perhaps he did not approve of human nonsense, so flung himself downward into dark air. I saw him catch himself far below and ride lazily on his wings. "We're not as free as birds, darling," I told Virginia, "but we are freer than people have been for 100 centuries. For answer, she hugged my arm and smiled at me. "And now," I added, "to follow Macht. Put your arms around me and hold me tight. I'll try hitting that post. If we don't get dinner, we may get a ride." I felt her take hold tightly, and then I struck the post. Which post? An instant later, the posts were sailing by us in a blur. The ground beneath our feet seemed steady, but we were moving at a fast rate. Even in the service underground, I had never seen a roadway as fast as this. Virginia's dress was blowing so hard that it made snapping sounds like the snap of fingers. In no time at all, we were in the cloud and out of it again. A new world surrounded us. The clouds lay below and above. Here and there, blue sky shone through. We were steady. The ancient engineers must have devised the walkway cleverly. We rode up, 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 without getting dizzy. Another cloud. Then things happened so fast that the telling of them takes longer than the event. Something dark rushed at me from up ahead. A violent blow hit me in the chest. Only much later did I realize that this was Macht's arm trying to grab me before we went over the edge. Then we went into another cloud. Before I could even speak to Virginia, a second blow struck me. The pain was terrible. I had never felt anything like that in all my life. For some reason, Virginia had fallen over me and beyond me. She was pulling at my hands. I tried to tell her to stop pulling me because it hurt, but I had no breath. Rather than argue, I tried to do what she wanted. I struggled toward her. Only then did I realize that there was nothing below my feet. No bridge, no jetway, nothing. I was on the edge of the boulevard, the broken edge of the upper side. There was nothing below me except for some looped cables, and far underneath them, a tiny ribbon which was either a river or a road. We had jumped blindly across the great gap, and I had fallen just far enough to catch the upper edge of the roadway on my chest. It did not matter, the pain. In a moment, the Dr. Robot would be there to repair me. A look at Virginia's face reminded me there was no Dr. Robot, no world, no instrumentality, nothing but wind and pain. She was crying. It took a moment for me to hear what she was saying. "I did it. I did it, darling. Are you dead?" Neither one of us was sure what dead meant, because people always went away at their appointed time, but we knew that it meant a cessation of life. I tried to tell her that I was living, but she fluttered over me and kept dragging me farther from the edge of the drop. I used my hands to push myself into a sitting position. She knelt beside me and covered my face with kisses. At last I was able to gasp, "Where's Macht?" She looked back. "I don't see him." I tried to look too. Rather than have me struggle, she said, "You stay quiet. I'll look again." Bravely, she walked to the edge of the sheared-off boulevard. She looked over toward the lower side of the gap, peering through the clouds which drifted past us as rapidly as smoke sucked by a ventilator. Then she cried out, "I see him! He looks so funny, like an insect in the museum. He is crawling across on the cables." Struggling to my hands and knees, I neared her and looked too. There he was, a dot moving along a thread, with the birds soaring by beneath him. It looked very unsafe. Perhaps he was getting all the fear that he needed to keep himself happy. I did not want that fear, whatever it was. I wanted food, water, and a Dr. Robot. None of these were here. I struggled to my feet. Virginia tried to help me, but I was standing before she could do more than touch my sleeve. "Let's go on." "On?" she said. "On, to the Abedingo. There may be friendly machines up there. Here there is nothing but cold and wind, and the lights have not yet gone on." She frowned. "But Macht?" "It will be hours before he gets here. We can come back." She obeyed. Once again we went to the left of the boulevard. I told her to squeeze my waist while I struck the pillars one by one. Surely there must have been a reactivating device for the passengers on the road. The fourth time it worked. Once again the wind whipped our clothing as we raced upward on Ralpha Boulevard. We almost fell as the road veered to the left. I caught my balance, only to have it veer the other way. And then we stopped. This was the Abedingo. A walkway littered with white objects, knobs and rods and imperfectly formed balls about the size of my head. Virginia stood beside me, silent. About the size of my head? I kicked one of the objects aside and then knew for sure what it was. It was people, the inside parts. I had never seen such things before. And that on the ground must once have been a hand. There were hundreds of such things along the wall. "Come, Virginia," said I, keeping my voice even and my thoughts hidden. She followed without saying a word. She was curious about the things on the ground, but she did not seem to recognize them. For my part, I was watching the wall. At last I found them, the little doors of Abedingo. One said meteorological. It was not old common tongue, nor was it French, but it was so close that I knew it had something to do with the behavior of air. I put my hand against the panel of the door. The panel became translucent, and ancient writing showed through. There were numbers which meant nothing, words which meant nothing, and then typhoon coming. My French had not taught me what a coming was, but typhoon was plainly typhon, a major air disturbance. Thought I, let the weather machines take care of the matter. It had nothing to do with us. "That's no help," said I. "What does it mean?" she said. "The air will be disturbed." "Oh," said she. "That couldn't matter to us, could it?" "Of course not." I tried the next panel, which said food. When my hand touched the little door, there was an aching creak inside the wall, as though the whole tower retched. The door opened a little bit, and a horrible odor came out of it. Then the door closed again. The third door said help, and when I touched it, nothing happened. Perhaps it was some kind of tax-collecting device from the ancient days. It yielded nothing to my touch. The fourth door was larger and already partly open at the bottom. At the top, the name of the door was Predictions. Plain enough, that one was, to anyone who knew Old French. The name at the bottom was more mysterious. Put paper here, it said, and I could not guess what it meant. I tried telepathy. Nothing happened. The wind whistled past us. Some of the calcium balls and knobs rolled on the pavement. I tried again, trying my utmost for the imprint of long-departed thoughts. A scream entered my mind, a thin, long scream which did not sound much like people. That was all. Perhaps it did upset me. I did not feel fear, but I was worried about Virginia. She was staring at the ground. "Paul," she said, "isn't that a man's coat on the ground among those funny things?" Once I had seen an ancient X-ray in the museum, so I knew that the coat still surrounded the material which had provided the inner structure of the man. There was no ball there, so that I was quite sure he was dead. How could that have happened in the old days? Why did the instrumentality let it happen? But then the instrumentality had always forbidden this side of the tower. Perhaps the violators had met their own punishment in some way I could not fathom. "Look, Paul," said Virginia, "I can put my hand in." Before I could stop her, she had thrust her hand into the flat, open slot which said, "Put paper here." She screamed. Her hand was caught. I tried to pull at her arm, but it did not move. She began gasping with pain. Suddenly her hand came free. Clear words were cut into the living skin. I tore my cloak off and wrapped her hand. As she sobbed beside me, I unbandaged her hand. As I did so, she saw the words on her skin. The words said in clear French, "You will love Paul all your life." Virginia let me bandage her hand with my cloak, and then she lifted her face to be kissed. "It was worth it," she said. "It was worth all the trouble, Paul. Let's see if we can get down. Now I know." I kissed her again and said reassuringly, "You do know, don't you?" "Of course." She smiled through her tears. "The instrumentality could not have contrived this. What a clever old machine. Is it a god or a devil, Paul?" I had not studied those words at that time, so I patted her instead of answering. We turned to leave. At the last moment I realized that I had not tried predictions myself. "Just a moment, darling. Let me tear a little piece off the bandage." She waited patiently. I tore a piece the size of my hand, and then I picked up one of the X-person units on the ground. It may have been the front of an arm. I returned to push the cloth into the slot, but when I turned to the door, an enormous bird was sitting there. I used my hand to push the bird aside, and he cawed at me. He even seemed to threaten me with his cries and his sharp beak. I could not dislodge him. Then I tried telepathy. "I am a true man. Go away." The bird's dim mind flashed back at me nothing but, "No, no, 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 no!" With that, I struck him so hard with my fist that he fluttered to the ground. He righted himself amid the white litter on the pavement, and then, opening his wings, he let the wind carry him away. I pushed in the scrap of cloth, counted to 20 in my mind, and pulled the scrap out. The words were plain, but they meant nothing. "You will love Virginia 21 more minutes." Her happy voice, reassured by the prediction but still unsteady from the pain in her written-on hand, came to me as though it were far away. "What does it say, darling?" Accidentally on purpose, I let the wind take the scrap. It fluttered away like a bird. Virginia saw it go. "Oh!" she cried disappointedly. "We've lost it! What did it say?" "Just what yours did." "But what words, Paul? How did it say it?" With love and heartbreak, and perhaps a little fear, I lied to her and whispered gently, "It said, 'Paul will always love Virginia.'" She smiled at me radiantly. Her stocky, full figure stood firmly and happily against the wind. Once again she was the chubby, pretty Menerima, whom I had noticed in our block when we both were children. And she was more than that. She was my newfound love in our newfound world. She was my mademoiselle from Martinique. The message was foolish. We had seen from the food slot that the machine was broken. "There's no food or water here," said I. Actually, there was a puddle of water near the railing, but it had been blown over the human structural elements on the ground, and I had no heart to drink it. Virginia was so happy that, despite her wounded hand, her lack of water and her lack of food, she walked vigorously and cheerfully. Thought I to myself, 21 minutes. About 6 hours have passed. If we stay here, we face unknown dangers. Vigorously, we walked downward, down Ralpha Boulevard. We had met the Aberdingo and were still alive. I did not think that I was dead, but the words had been meaningless so long that it was hard to think them. The ramp was so steep going down that we pranced like horses. The wind blew into our faces with incredible force. That's what it was, wind. But I looked up the word vent only after it was all over. We never did see the whole tower, just the wall at which the ancient jetway had deposited us. The rest of the tower was hidden by clouds which fluttered like torn rags as they raced past the heavy material. The sky was red on one side and a dirty yellow on the other. Big drops of water began to strike at us. "The weather machines are broken!" I shouted to Virginia. She tried to shout back to me, but the wind carried her words away. I repeated what I had said about the weather machines. She nodded happily and warmly, though the wind was by now whipping her hair past her face, and the pieces of water which fell from up above were spotting her flame-golden gown. It did not matter. She clung to my arm. Her happy face smiled at me as we stamped downward, bracing ourselves against the decline in the ramp. Her brown eyes were full of confidence and life. She saw me looking at her, and she kissed me on the upper arm without losing step. She was my own girl forever, and she knew it. The water from above, which I later knew was actual rain, came in increasing volume. Suddenly, it included birds. A large bird flapped his way vigorously against the whistling air and managed to stand still in front of my face, though his airspeed was many leagues per hour. He cawed in my face, and then was carried away by the wind. No sooner had that one gone than another bird struck me in the body. I looked down at it, but it too was carried away by the racing current of air. All I got was a telepathic echo from its bright, blank mind. "No, no, no, no!" Now what, thought I. A bird's advice is not much to go upon. Virginia grabbed my arm and stopped. I too stopped. The broken edge of Ralpha Boulevard was just ahead. Ugly yellow clouds swam through the break like poisonous fish, hastening on an inexplicable errand. Virginia was shouting. I could not hear her, so I leaned down. That way her mouth could almost touch my ear. "Where is Marked?" she shouted. Carefully, I took her to the left side of the road where the railing gave us some protection against the heavy racing air and against the water commingled with it. By now, neither of us could see very far. I made her drop to her knees. I got down beside her. The falling water pelted our backs. The light around us had turned to a dark, dirty yellow. We could still see, but we could not see much. I was willing to sit in the shelter of the railing, but she nudged me. She wanted us to do something about Marked. What anyone could do, that was beyond me. If he had found shelter, he was safe, but if he was out on those cables, the wild pushing air would soon carry him off, and then there would be no more Maximilian Marked. He would be dead, and his interior parts would bleach somewhere on the open ground. Virginia insisted. We crept to the edge. A bird swept in, true as a bullet, aiming for my face. I flinched. A wing touched me. It stung against my cheek like fire. I did not know that feathers were so tough. The birds must all have damaged mental mechanisms, thought I, if they hit people on Ralpha. That is not the right way to behave toward true people. At last we reached the edge, crawling on our bellies. I tried to dig the fingernails of my left hand into the stone-like material of the railing, but it was flat, and there was nothing much to hold to, save for the ornamental fluting. My right arm was around Virginia. It hurt me badly to crawl forward that way, because my body was still damaged from the blow against the edge of the road on the way coming up. When I hesitated, Virginia thrust herself forward. We saw nothing. The gloom was around us. The wind and the water beat at us like fists. Her gown pulled at her like a dog worrying its master. I wanted to get her back into the shelter of the railing, where we could wait for the air disturbance to end. Abruptly, the light shone all around us. It was wild electricity, which the ancients called lightning. Later, I found that it occurs quite frequently in the areas beyond the reach of the weather machines. The bright, quick light showed us a white face staring at us. He hung on the cables below us. His mouth was open, so he must have been shouting. I shall never know whether the expression on his face showed fear or great happiness. It was full of excitement. The bright light went out, and I thought that I heard the echo of a call. I reached for his mind telepathically, and there was nothing there. Just some dim, obstinate bird thinking at me, "No, no, 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 no!" Virginia tightened in my arms. She squirmed around. I shouted at her in French. She could not hear. Then I called with my mind. Someone else was there. Virginia's mind blazed at me, full of revulsion. "The cat girl! She is going to touch me!" She twisted. My right arm was suddenly empty. I saw the gleam of a golden gown flash over the edge, even in the dim light. I reached with my mind, and I caught her cry, "Paul, Paul, I love you! Paul, help me!" The thoughts faded as her body dropped. The someone else was Kamel, whom we had first met in the corridor. "I came to get you both," she thought at me. Not that the birds cared about her. What have the birds got to do with it? You saved them. You saved their young, when the red-topped man was killing them all. All of us have been worried about what you true people would do to us when you were free. We found out. Some of you are bad and kill other kinds of life. Others of you are good and protect life. Thought I. Is that all there is to good and bad? Perhaps I should not have left myself off guard. People did not have to understand fighting, but the homunculi did. They were bred amidst battle, and they served through troubles. Kamel, cat-girl that she was, caught me on the chin with a piston-like fist. She had no anesthesia, and the only way, cat or no cat, that she could carry me across the cables in the typhoon was to have me unconscious and relaxed. I awakened in my own room. I felt very well indeed. The robot doctor was there. Said he, "You've had a shock. I've already reached the sub-commissioner of the Instrumentality, and I can erase the memories of the last full day if you want me to." His expression was pleasant. Where was the racing wind? The air falling like stone around us. The water driving where no weather machines controlled it. Where was the golden brown and the wild, fear-hungry face of Maximilian Macht? I thought these things, but the robot doctor, not being telepathic, caught none of it. I stared hard at him. "Where?" I cried. "He's my own true love." Robots cannot sneer, but this one attempted to do so. The naked cat girl with the blazing hair? She left to get some clothing. I stared at him. His fuddy-duddy little machine mind cooked up its own nasty little thoughts. "I must say, sir, you free people change very fast indeed." Who argues with a machine? It wasn't worth answering him. But that other machine? 21 minutes. How could that work out? How could it have known? I did not want to argue with that other machine either. It must have been a very powerful leftover machine, perhaps something used in ancient wars. I had no intention of finding out. Some people might call it a god. I call it nothing. I do not need fear, and I do not propose to go back to Ralpha Boulevard again. But here, oh heart of mine, how can you ever visit the cafe again? Kamel came in, and the robot doctor left. Mother Hitton's Little Kittons. Poor communications deter theft. Good communications promote theft. Perfect communications stop theft. Von Braun. 1. The moon spun. The woman watched. 21 facets had been polished at the moon's equator. Her function was to arm it. She was Mother Hitton, the weapons mistress of old North Australia. She was a ruddy-faced, cheerful blonde of indeterminate age. Her eyes were blue, her bosom heavy, her arms strong. She looked like a mother, but the only child she had ever had died many generations ago. Now she acted as mother to a planet, not to a person. The Norstrilians slept well because they knew she was watching. The weapons slept their long, sick sleep. This night she glanced for the 200th time at the warning bank. The bank was quiet. No danger lights shone. Yet she felt an enemy out somewhere in the universe, an enemy waiting to strike at her and her world, to snatch at the immeasurable wealth of the Norstrilians, and she snorted with impatience. "Come along, little man," she thought. "Come along, little man, and die. Don't keep me waiting." She smiled when she recognized the absurdity of her own thought. She waited for him, and he did not know it. He, the robber, was relaxed enough. He was Benjamin Boatsart, and was highly trained in the arts of relaxation. No one at Sunvale, here on Titiole, could suspect that he was a senior warden of the Guild of Thieves, reared under the light of the starry violet star. No one could smell the odor of Viola Sideria upon him. Viola Sideria, the Lady Rue had said, was once the most beautiful of worlds, and it is now the most rotten. Its people were once models for mankind, and now they are thieves, liars, and killers. You can smell their souls in the open day. The Lady Rue had died a long time ago. She was much respected, but she was wrong. The robber did not smell to others at all. He knew it. He was no more wrong than a shark approaching a school of cod. Life's nature is to live, and he had been nurtured to live as he had to live, by seeking prey. How else could he live? Viola Sideria had gone bankrupt a long time ago, when the photonic sails had disappeared from space, and the planeforming ships began to whisper their way between the stars. His ancestors had been left to die on an off-trail planet. They refused to die. Their ecology shifted, and they became predators upon man, adapted by time and genetics to their deadly tasks. And he, the robber, was champion of all his people, the best of their best. He was Benjamin Boatsart. He had sworn to rob old North Australia or to die in the attempt, and he had no intention of dying. The beach at Sunvale was warm and lovely. Tetiole was a free and casual transit planet. His weapons were luck and himself. He planned to play both well. The Norstrilians could kill. So could he. At this moment, in this place, he was a happy tourist at a lovely beach. Elsewhere, elsewhen, he could become a ferret among conies, a hawk among doves. Benjamin Boatsart, thief and warden. He did not know that someone was waiting for him. Someone who did not know his name was prepared to waken death just for him. He was still serene. Mother Hitton was not serene. She sensed him dimly but could not yet spot him. One of her weapons snored. She turned it over. 1,000 stars away, Benjamin Boatsart smiled as he walked toward the beach. 2. Benjamin felt like a tourist. His tanned face was tranquil. His proud, hooded eyes were calm. His handsome mouth, even without its charming smile, kept a suggestion of pleasantness at its corners. He looked attractive without seeming odd in the least. He looked much younger than he actually was. He walked with springy, happy steps along the beach of Sunvale. The waves rolled in, white-crested, like the breakers of Mother Earth. The Sunvale people were proud of the way their world resembled Manhome itself. Few of them had ever seen Manhome, but they had all heard a bit of history, and most of them had a passing anxiety when they thought of the ancient government still wielding political power across the depth of space. They did not like the old instrumentality of Earth, but they respected and feared it. The waves might remind them of the pretty side of Earth. They did not want to remember the not-so-pretty side. This man was like the pretty side of old Earth. They could not sense the power within him. The Sunvale people smiled absently at him as he walked past them along the shoreline. The atmosphere was quiet and everything around him serene. He turned his face to the sun. He closed his eyes. He let the warm sunlight beat through his eyelids, illuminating him with its comfort and its reassuring touch. Benjamin dreamed of the greatest theft that any man had ever planned. He dreamed of stealing a huge load of the wealth from the richest world that mankind had ever built. He thought of what would happen when he would finally bring riches back to the planet of Viola Sideria, where he had been reared. Benjamin turned his face away from the sun and languidly looked over the other people on the beach. There were no Norstrilians in sight yet. They were easy enough to recognize. Big people with red complexions, superb athletes, and yet, in their own way, innocent, young, and very tough. He had trained for this theft for 200 years, his life prolonged for the purpose by the Guild of Thieves on Viola Sideria. He himself embodied the dreams of his own planet, a poor planet, once a crossroads of commerce, now sunk into being a minor outpost for spoliation and pilferage. He saw a Norstrilian woman come out from the hotel and go down to the beach. He waited, and he looked, and he dreamed. He had a question to ask, and no adult Australian would answer it. Funny, thought he, that I call them Australians even now. That's the old Earth name for them. Rich, brave, tough people. Fighting children standing on half the world. And now they are the tyrants of all mankind. They hold the wealth. They have the Santa Clara, and other people live or die depending upon the commerce they have with the Nostrilians. But I won't, and my people won't. We're men who are wolves to man. Benjamin waited gracefully. Tanned by the light of many suns, he looked 40, though he was 200. He dressed casually by the standards of a vacationer. He might have been an intercultural salesman, a senior gambler, an assistant starport manager. He might even have been a detective working along the commerce lanes. He wasn't. He was a thief. And he was so good a thief that people turned to him and put their property in his hands because he was reassuring, calm, gray-eyed, blonde-haired. Benjamin waited. The woman glanced at him, a quick glance full of open suspicion. What she saw must have calmed her. She went on past. She called back over the dune. "Come on, Johnny. We can swim out here." A little boy who looked 8 or 10 years old came over the dune top, running toward his mother. Benjamin tensed like a cobra. His eyes became sharp. His eyelids narrowed. This was the prey. Not too young, not too old. If the victim had been too young, he wouldn't know the answer. If the victim were too old, it was no use taking him on. Nostrilians were famed in combat. Adults were mentally and physically too strong to warrant attack. Benjamin knew that every thief who had approached the planet of the Nostrilians, who had tried to raid the dream world of old North Australia, had gotten out of contact with his people and had died. There was no word of any of them. And yet he knew that hundreds of thousands of Nostrilians must know the secret. They now and then made jokes about it. He had heard these jokes when he was a young man, and now he was more than an old man without once coming near the answer. Life was expensive. He was well into his 3rd lifetime, and the lifetimes had been purchased honestly by his people. Good thieves, all of them, paying out hard stolen money to obtain the medicine to let their greatest thief remain living. Benjamin didn't like violence, but when violence prepared the way to the greatest theft of all time, he was willing to use it. The woman looked at him again. The mask of evil which had flashed across his face faded into benignity. He calmed. She caught him in that moment of relaxation. She liked him. She smiled, and with that awkward hesitation so characteristic of the Nostrilians, she said, "Could you mind my boy a bit while I go in the water? I think we've seen each other here at the hotel." "I don't mind," said he. "I'd be glad to. Come here, son." Johnny walked across the sunlit dunes to his own death. He came within reach of his mother's enemy. But the mother had already turned. The trained hand of Benjamin Mozart reached out. He seized the child by the shoulder. He turned the boy toward him, forcing him down. Before the child could cry out, Benjamin had the needle into him with the truth drug. All Johnny reacted to was pain, and then a hammer blow inside his own skull as the powerful drug took force. Benjamin looked out over the water. The mother was swimming. She seemed to be looking back at them. She was obviously unworried. To her, the child seemed to be looking at something the stranger was showing him, in a relaxed, easy way. "Now, Sonny," said Benjamin, "tell me, what's the outside defense?" The boy didn't answer. "What is the outer defense, Sonny? What is the outer defense?" repeated Benjamin. The boy still didn't answer. Something close to horror ran over the skin of Benjamin Mozart as he realized that he had gambled his safety on this planet, gambled the plans themselves, for a chance to break the secret of the Nostrilians. He had been stopped by simple, easy devices. The child had already been conditioned against attack. Any attempt to force knowledge out of the child brought on a conditioned reflex of total muteness. The boy was literally unable to talk. Sunlight gleaming on her wet hair, the mother turned around and called back, "Are you all right, Johnny?" Benjamin waved to her instead. "I'm showing him my pictures, ma'am. He likes 'em. Take your time." The mother hesitated and then turned back to the water and swam slowly away. Johnny, taken by the drugs, sat lightly, like an invalid, on Benjamin's lap. Benjamin said, "Johnny, you're going to die now, and you will hurt terribly if you don't tell me what I want to know." The boy struggled weakly against his grasp. Benjamin repeated, "I'm going to hurt you if you don't tell me what I want to know. What are the outer defenses? What are the outer defenses?" The child struggled, and Benjamin realized that the boy was putting up a fight to comply with the orders, not a fight to get away. He let the child slip through his hands, and the boy put out a finger and began writing on the wet sand. The letters stood out. A man's shadow loomed behind them. Benjamin, alert, ready to spin, kill, or run, slipped to the ground beside the child and said, "That's a jolly puzzle. That is a good one. Show me some more." He smiled up at the passing adult. The man was a stranger. The stranger gave him a very curious glance, which became casual when he saw the pleasant face of Benjamin, so tenderly and so agreeably playing with the child. The fingers were still making the letters in the sand. There stood the riddle in letters: Mother Hitton's little kittens. The woman was coming back from the sea, the mother with questions. Benjamin stroked the sleeve of his coat and brought out his second needle, a shallow poison which it would take days or weeks of laboratory work to detect. He thrust it directly into the boy's brain, slipping the needle up behind the skin at the edge of the hairline. The hair shadowed the tiny prick. The incredibly hard needle slipped under the edge of the skull. The child was dead. Murder was accomplished. Benjamin casually erased the secret from the sand. The woman came nearer. He called to her, his voice full of pleasant concern. "Ma'am, you'd better come here. I think your son has fainted from the heat." He gave the mother the body of her son. Her face changed to alarm. She looked frightened and alert. She didn't know how to meet this. For a dreadful moment she looked into his eyes. 200 years of training took effect. She saw nothing. The murderer did not shine with murder. The hawk was hidden beneath the dove. The heart was masked by the trained face. Benjamin relaxed in professional assurance. He had been prepared to kill her, too, although he was not sure that he could kill an adult female Australian. Very helpfully said he, "You stay here with him. I'll run to the hotel and get help. I'll hurry." He turned and ran. A beach attendant saw him and ran toward him. "The child's sick," he shouted. He came to the mother in time to see blunt, puzzled tragedy on her face, and with it, something more than tragedy. Doubt. "He's not sick," said she. "He's dead." "He can't be." Benjamin looked attentive. He felt attentive. He forced the sympathy to pour out of his posture, out of all the little muscles of his face. "He can't be. I was talking to him just a minute ago. We were doing little puzzles in the sand." The mother spoke with a hollow, broken voice that sounded as though it would never find the right chords for human speech again, but would go on forever with the ill-attuned flats of unexpected grief. "He's dead," she said. "You saw him die, and I guess I saw him die too. I can't tell what's happened. The child was full of Santa Clara. He had 1,000 years to live, but now he's dead. What's your name?" Benjamin said, "Eldon. Eldon the salesman, ma'am. I live here lots of times." 3. Mother Hitton's little kittens. Mother Hitton's little kittens. The silly phrase ran in his mind. Who was Mother Hitton? Who was she the mother of? What were kittens? Were they a misspelling for kittens? Little cats? Or were they something else? Had he killed a fool to get a fool's answer? How many more days did he have to stay there with the doubtful, staggered woman? How many days did he have to watch and wait? He wanted to get back to Viola Sideria, to take the secret, bad as it was, for his people to study. Who was Mother Hitton? He forced himself out of his room and went downstairs. The pleasant monotony of a big hotel was such that the other guests looked interestedly at him. He was the man who had watched while the child died on the beach. Some lobby-living scandalmongers that stayed there had made up fantastic stories that he had killed the child. Others attacked the stories, saying they knew perfectly well who Eldon was. He was Eldon the salesman. It was ridiculous. People hadn't changed much, even though the ships with the go-captains sitting at their hearts whispered between the stars. Even though people shuffled between worlds, when they had the money to pay their passage back and forth, like leaves falling in soft, playful winds. Benjamin faced a tragic dilemma. He knew very well that any attempt to decode the answer would run directly into the protective devices set up by the Nostrilians. Old North Australia was immensely wealthy. It was known the length and breadth of all the stars that they had hired mercenaries, defensive spies, hidden agents, and alerting devices. Even Manhome, Mother Earth herself, whom no money could buy, was bribed by the drug of life. An ounce of the Santa Clara drug, reduced, crystallized, and called strewn, could give 40 to 60 years of life. Strewn entered the rest of the Earths by ounces and pounds, but it was refined back on North Australia by the ton. With treasure like this, the Nostrilians owned an unimaginable world, whose resources overreached all conceivable limits of money. They could buy anything. They could pay with other people's lives. For hundreds of years they had given secret funds to buying foreigners' services to safeguard their own security. Benjamin stood there in the lobby. Mother Hitton's little kittens. He had all the wisdom and wealth of 1,000 worlds stuck in his mind, but he didn't dare ask anywhere as to what it meant. Suddenly he brightened. He looked like a man who had thought of a good game to play, a pleasant diversion to be welcomed, a companion to be remembered, a new food to be tasted. He had had a very happy thought. There was one source that wouldn't talk, the library. He could at least check the obvious, simple things, and find out what there was already in the realm of public knowledge concerning the secret he had taken from the dying boy. His own safety had not been wasted. Johnny's life had not been thrown away. If he could find any one of the 4 words as a key, mother or Hitton or Littul in its special meaning, or kitten, he might yet break through to the loot of Nostralia. He swung jubilantly, turning on the ball of his right foot. He moved lightly and pleasantly toward the billiard room, beyond which lay the library. He went in. This was a very expensive hotel and very old-fashioned. It even had books made out of paper, with genuine bindings. Benjamin crossed the room. He saw that they had the Galactic Encyclopedia in 200 volumes. He took down the volume headed HI to HI. He opened it from the rear, looking for the name Hitton. And there it was. Hitton, Benjamin, pioneer of Old North Australia, said to be originator of part of the defense system, lived A.D. 10719 to 17213. That was all. Benjamin moved among the books. The word Kittons and that peculiar spelling did not occur anywhere, neither in the encyclopedia nor in any other list maintained by the library. He walked out and upstairs, back to his room. Littul had not appeared at all. It was probably the boy's own childish mistake. He took a chance. The mother, half-blind with bewilderment and worry, sat in a stiff-backed chair on the edge of the porch. The other women talked to her. They knew her husband was coming. Benjamin went up to her and tried to pay his respects. She didn't see him. "I'm leaving now, ma'am. I'm going on to the next planet, but I'll be back in 2 or 3 subjective weeks, and if you need me for urgent questions, I'll leave my address with the police here." Benjamin left the weeping mother. Benjamin left the quiet hotel. He obtained a priority passage. The easygoing Sunvale police made no resistance to his demand for a sudden departure visa. After all, he had an identity, he had his own funds, and it was not the custom of Sunvale to contradict its guests. Benjamin went on the ship, and as he moved toward the cabin in which he could rest for a few hours, a man stepped up beside him. A youngish man, hair parted in the middle, short of stature, grey of eyes. This man was the local agent of the Norstrilian secret police. Benjamin, trained thief that he was, did not recognize the policeman. It never occurred to him that the library itself had been attuned, and that the word Kittons in the peculiar Norstrilian spelling was itself an alert. Looking for that spelling had set off a minor alarm. He had touched the tripwire. The stranger nodded. Benjamin nodded back. "I'm a traveling man waiting over between assignments. I haven't been doing very well. How are you making out?" "Doesn't matter to me. I don't earn money. I'm a technician. Liverant is the name." Benjamin sized him up. The man was a technician, all right. They shook hands perfunctorily. Liverant said, "I'll join you in the bar a little later. I think I'll rest a bit first." They both lay down then and said very little while the momentary flash of planiform went through the ship. The flash passed. From books and lessons they knew that the ship was leaping forward in 2 dimensions, while somehow or other the fury of space itself was fed into the computers, and that these in turn were managed by the go-captain who controlled the ship. They knew these things, but they could not feel them. All they felt was the sting of a slight pain. The sedative was in the air itself, sprayed in the ventilating system. They both expected to become a little drunk. The thief Benjamin Bozart was trained to resist intoxication and bewilderment. Any sign whatever that a telepath had tried to read his mind would have been met with fierce animal resistance, implanted in his unconscious during early years of training. Bozart was not trained against deception by a technician. It never occurred to the Thieves' Guild back on Viola Sideria that it would be necessary for their own people to resist deceivers. Liverant had already been in touch with Norstrilia. Norstrilia, whose money reached across the stars. Norstrilia, who had alerted 100,000 worlds against the mere thought of trespass. Liverant began to chatter. "I wish I could go further than this trip. I wish that I could go to Olympia. You can buy anything in Olympia." "I've heard of it," said Bozart. "It's sort of a funny trading planet with not much chance for businessmen, isn't it?" Liverant laughed, and his laughter was merry and genuine. "Trading? They don't trade. They swap. They take all the stolen loot of 1,000 worlds and sell it over again, and they change it, and they paint it, and they mark it. That's their business there. The people are blind. It's a strange world, and all you have to do is to go in there and you can have anything you want." "Man," said Liverant, "what I could do in a year in that place. Everybody is blind except me and a couple of tourists. And there's all the wealth that everybody thought he's mislaid, half the wrecked ships, the forgotten colonies. They've all been cleaned out. And bang, it all goes to Olympia." Olympia wasn't really that good, and Liverant didn't know why it was his business to guide the killer there. All he knew was that he had a duty, and the duty was to direct the trespasser. Many years before either man was born, the code word had been planted in directories, in books, in packing cases, and invoices. Kittons, misspelled. This was the cover name for the outer moon of Norstrilian defense. The use of the cover name brought a raging alert ready into action, with systemic nerves as hot and quick as incandescent tungsten wire. By the time that they were ready to go to the bar and have refreshments, Benjamin had half forgotten that it was his new acquaintance who had suggested Olympia rather than another place. He had to go to Viola Sideria to get the credits to make the flight to take the wealth, to win the world of Olympia. 4. At home on his native planet, Bozart was the subject of a gentle but very sincere celebration. The elders of the Guild of Thieves welcomed him. They congratulated him. Who else could have done what you've done, boy? You've made the opening move in a brand-new game of chess. There has never been a gambit like this before. We have a name. We have an animal. We'll try it right here." The Thieves' Council turned to their own encyclopedia. They turned through the name Hitton, and then they found the reference, Kittons. None of them knew that a false lead had been planted there by an agent in their world. The agent, in his turn, had been seduced years before, debauched in the middle of his career, forced into temporary honesty, blackmailed and sent home. In all the years that he had waited for a dreaded countersign, a countersign which he himself never knew to be an extension of Norstrelian intelligence, he never dreamed that he could pay his debt to the outside world so simply. All they had done was to send him one page to add to the encyclopedia. He added it and then went home, weak with exhaustion. The years of fear and waiting were almost too much for the thief. He drank heavily for fear that he might otherwise kill himself. Meanwhile, the pages remained in order, including the new one, slightly altered for his colleagues. The encyclopedia indicated the change like any normal revision, though the whole entry was new and falsified. Beneath this passage, one revision ready, dated 24th year of second issue. The reported kittens of Norstralia are nothing more than the use of organic means to induce the disease in Earth-mutated sheep, which produces a virus in its turn, refinable as the Santa Clara drug. The term kittens enjoyed a temporary vogue as a reference term both to the disease and to the destructibility of the disease in the event of external attack. This is believed to have been connected with the career of Benjamin Hitton, one of the original pioneers of Norstralia. The Council of Thieves read it, and the chairman of the council said, "I've got your papers ready. You can go try them now. Where do you want to go? Through New Hamburg?" "No," said Ben Jackman. "I thought I'd try Olympia." "Olympia's all right," said the chairman. "Go easy. There's only one chance in 1,000 you'll fail, but if you do, we might have to pay for it." He smiled wryly and handed Ben Jackman a blank mortgage against all the labor and all the property of Viola Sideria. The chairman laughed with a sort of snort. "It'd be pretty rough on us if you had to borrow enough on the trading planet to force us to become honest, and then lost out anyhow." "No fear," said Ben Jackman. "I can cover that." There are some worlds where all dreams die, but square-clouded Olympia is not one of them. The eyes of men and women are bright on Olympia, for they see nothing. "Brightness was the color of pain," said Nachtigall, "when we could see. If thine eye offend thee, pluck thyself out, for the fault lies not in the eye, but in the soul." Such talk was common in Olympia, where the settlers went blind a long time ago, and now think themselves superior to sighted people. Radar wires tickle their living brains. They can perceive radiation as well as can an animal-type man, with little aquariums hung in the middle of his face. Their pictures are sharp and they demand sharpness. Their buildings soar at impossible angles. Their blind children sing songs as the tailored climate proceeds according to their numbers, geometrical as a kaleidoscope. There went the man, Mozart himself. Among the blind his dreams soared, and he paid money for information which no living person had ever seen. Sharp-clouded and aqua-skied, Olympia swam past him like another man's dream. He did not mean to tarry there, because he had a rendezvous with death in the sticky, sparky space around Norstralia. Once in Olympia, Ben Jackman went about his arrangements for the attack on Old North Australia. On his second day on the planet, he had been very lucky. He met a man named Lavender, and he was sure he had heard the name before. Not a member of his own guild of thieves, but a daring rascal with a bad reputation among the stars. It was no wonder that he had found Lavender. His pillow had told him Lavender's story 15 times during his sleep in the past week. And whenever he dreamed dreams which had been planted in his mind by the Norstrelian counterintelligence. They had beaten him in getting to Olympia first, and they were prepared to let him have only that which he deserved. The Norstrilian police were not cruel, but they were out to defend their world, and they were also out to avenge the murder of a child. The last interview which Benjamin had with Lavender in striking a bargain before Lavender agreed was a dramatic one. Lavender refused to move forward. "I'm not going to jump off anywhere. I'm not going to raid anything. I'm not going to steal anything. I've been rough, of course I have. But I don't get myself killed, and that's what you're bloody well asking for. Think of what we'll have, the wealth. I tell you there's more money here than anything else anybody's ever tried." Lavender laughed. "You think I haven't heard that before? You're a crook and I'm a crook. I don't do anything that's speculation. I want my hard cash down. I'm a fighting man and you're a thief, and I'm not going to ask you what you're up to. But I want my money first." "I haven't got it," said Benjamin. Lavender stood up. "Then you shouldn't have talked to me, because it's going to cost you money to keep me quiet whether you hire me or not." The bargaining process started. Lavender looked ugly indeed. He was a soft, ordinary man who had gone to a lot of trouble to become evil. Sin is a lot of work. The sheer effort it requires often shows in the human face. Boatsart stared him down, smiling easily, not even contemptuously. "Cover me while I get something from my pocket," said Boatsart. Lavender did not even acknowledge the comment. He did not show a weapon. His left thumb moved slowly across the outer edge of his hand. Benjamin recognized the sign, but did not flinch. "See," he said, "a planetary credit." Lavender laughed. "I've heard that, too." "Take it," said Boatsart. The adventurer took the laminated card. His eyes widened. "It's real," he breathed. "It is real." He looked up, incalculably more friendly. "I never even saw one of these before. What are your terms?" Meanwhile, the bright, vivid Olympians walked back and forth past them, their clothing all white and black in dramatic contrast. Unbelievable geometric designs shone on their cloaks and their hats. The two bargainers ignored the natives. They concentrated on their own negotiations. Benjamin felt fairly safe. He placed a pledge of 1 year's service of the entire planet of Viola Sideria in exchange for the full and unqualified services of Captain Lavender, once of the Imperial Marines' Internal Space Patrol. He handed over the mortgage. The year's guarantee was written in. Even on Olympia there were accounting machines which relayed the bargain back to Earth itself, making the mortgage a valid and binding commitment against the whole planet of thieves. This, thought Lavender, was the first step of revenge. After the killer had disappeared, his people would have to pay with sheer honesty. Lavender looked at Benjamin with a clinical sort of concern. Benjamin mistook his look for friendliness, and Benjamin smiled his slow, charming, easy smile. Momentarily happy, he reached out his right hand to give Lavender a brotherly solemnification of the bargain. The men shook hands, and Boatsart never knew with what he shook hands. 5. Grey lay the lando, grey grass from sky to sky. Not near the weir, dear, not a mountain, low or high, only hills and grey. Watch the dappled, dimpled twinkles blooming on the star bar. That is Norstrilia. All the muddy gubbery is gone, all the work and the waiting and the pain. Beige-brown sheep lie on blue-grey grass, while the clouds rush past, low overhead, like iron pipes ceilinging the world. Take your pick of sick sheep, man, it's the sick that pays. Sneeze me a planet, man, or cough me up a spot of immortality. If it's barmy there where the naughties and the trolls like you live, it's too right here. That's the book, boy. If you haven't seen Norstrilia, you haven't seen it. If you did see it, you wouldn't believe it. Charts call it Old North Australia. Here in the heart of the world was the farm which guarded the world. This was the Hitton place. Towers surrounded it, and wires hung between the towers, some of them drooping crazily and some gleaming with the sheen not shown by any other metal made by men from Earth. Within the towers there was open land, and within the open land there were 12,000 hectares of concrete. Radar reached down to within millimeter smoothness of the surface of the concrete, and the other radar threw patterns back and forth, down through molecular thinness. The farm went on. In its center there was a group of buildings. That was where Catherine Hitton worked on the task which her family had accepted for the defense of her world. No germ came in, no germ went out. All the food came in by space transmitter. Within this, there lived animals. The animals depended on her alone. Were she to die suddenly, by mischance, or as a result of an attack by one of the animals, the authorities of her world had complete facsimiles of herself, with which to train new animal tenders under hypnosis. This was a place where the gray wind leapt forward released from the hills, where it raced across the gray concrete, where it blew past the radar towers. The polished, faceted, captive moon always hung due overhead. The wind hit the buildings, themselves gray, with the impact of a blow before it raced over the open concrete beyond and whistled away into the hills. Outside the buildings, the valley had not needed much camouflage. It looked like the rest of Norstrilia. The concrete itself was tinted very slightly to give the impression of poor, starved, natural soil. This was the farm, and this the woman. Together they were the outer defense of the richest world mankind had ever built. Catherine Hitton looked out the window and thought to herself, 42 days before I go to market, and it's a welcome day that I get there and hear the jig of a music. Oh, to walk on market day and see my people proud and gay. She breathed deeply of the air. She loved the gray hills, though in her youth she had seen many other worlds. And then she turned back into the building, to the animals and the duties which awaited her. She was the only Mother Hitton, and these were her little kittens. She moved among them. She and her father had bred them from earth mink, from the fiercest, smallest, craziest little minks that had ever been shipped out from man-home. Out of these minks they had made their lives to keep away other predators who might bother the sheep on whom the strewn grew. But these minks were born mad. Generations of them had been bred psychotic to the bone. They lived only to die, and they died so that they could stay alive. These were the kittens of Norstrilia, animals in whom fear, rage, hunger, and sex were utterly intermixed, who could eat themselves or each other, who could eat their young or people, or anything organic, animals who screamed with murder lust when they felt love, animals born to loathe themselves with a fierce and livid hate, and who survived only because their waking moments were spent on couches, strapped tight, claw by claw, so that they could not hurt each other or themselves. Mother Hitton let them waken only a few moments in each lifetime. They bred and killed. She wakened them only 2 at a time. All that afternoon she moved from cage to cage. The sleeping animals slept well. The nourishment ran into their bloodstreams. They lived sometimes for years without awaking. She bred them when the males were only partly awakened and the females aroused only enough to accept her veterinary treatments. She herself had to pluck the young away from their mothers as the sleeping mothers begot them. Then she nourished the young through a few happy weeks of kittenhood until their adult natures began to take. Their eyes ran red with madness and heat, and their emotions sounded in the sharp, hideous little cries they uttered through the building, and the twisting of their neat, furry faces, the rolling of their crazy bright eyes, and the tightening of their sharp, sharp claws. She woke none of them this time. Instead, she tightened them in their straps. She removed the nutrients. She gave them delayed stimulus medicine, which would, when they were awakened, bring them suddenly full waking with no lulled stupor first. Finally, she gave herself a heavy sedative, leaned back in a chair, and waited for the call which would come. When the shock came and the call came through, she would have to do what she had done thousands of times before. She would ring an intolerable noise through the whole laboratory. Hundreds of the mutated minks would awaken. In awakening, they would plunge into life with hunger, with hate, with rage, and with sex. Plunge against their straps, strive to kill each other, their young, themselves, her. They would fight everything and everywhere, and do everything they could to keep going. She knew this. In the middle of the room there was a tuner. The tuner was a direct, empathic relay capable of picking up the simpler range of telepathic communications. Into this tuner went the concentrated emotions of Mother Hitton's little kittens. The rage, the hate, the hunger, the sex were all carried far beyond the limits of the tolerable, and then all were thereupon amplified. And then the waveband on which the telepathic control went out was amplified, right there beyond the studio, on the high towers that swept the mountain ridge, up and beyond the valley in which the laboratory lay. And Mother Hitton's moon, spinning geometrically, bounced the relay into a hollow englobement. From the faceted moon it went to the satellites, 16 of them, apparently part of the weather control system. These blanketed not only space, but nearby subspace. The Norstrilians had thought of everything. The short shocks of an alert came from Mother Hitton's transmitter bank. A call came. Her thumb went numb. The noise shrieked. The mink awakened. Immediately the room was full of chattering, scraping, hissing, growling, and howling. Under the sound of the animal voices there was the other sound, a scratchy, snapping sound, like hail falling on a frozen lake. It was the individual claws of hundreds of mink trying to tear their way through metal panels. Mother Hitton heard a gurgle. One of the minks had succeeded in tearing its paw loose, and had obviously started to work on its own throat. She recognized the tearing fur, the ripping of veins. She listened for the cessation of that individual voice, but she couldn't be sure. The others were making too much noise. One mink less. Where she sat, she was partly shielded from the telepathic relay, but not altogether. She herself, old as she was, felt queer, wild dreams go through her. She thrilled with hate as she thought of beings suffering out beyond her, suffering terribly, since they were not masked by the built-in defenses of the Norstrilian communications system. She felt the wild throb of long-forgotten lust. She hungered for things she had not known she remembered. She went through the spasms of fear that the hundreds of animals expressed. Underneath this, her sane mind kept asking, "How much longer can I take it? How much longer must I take it? Lord God, be good to your people here on this world. Be good to poor old me." The green light went on. She pressed a button on the other side of her chair. The gas hissed in. As she passed into unconsciousness, she knew that her kittens passed into instant unconsciousness too. She would waken before they did, and then her duties would begin, checking the living ones, taking out the one that had clawed out its own throat, taking out those who had died of heart attacks, rearranging them, dressing their wounds, treating them alive and asleep and happy, breeding, living in their sleep, until the next call should come to waken them for the defense of the treasures which blessed and cursed her native world. 6. Everything had gone exactly right. Lavender had found an illegal planiform ship. This was no inconsequential accomplishment, since planiform ships were very strictly licensed, and obtaining an illegal one was a chore on which a planet full of crooks could easily have worked a lifetime. Lavender had been lavished with money, Benjamin's money. The honest wealth of the thieves' planet had gone in and had paid the falsifications and great debts, imaginary transactions that were fed to the computers for ships and cargoes and passengers that would be almost untraceably commingled in the commerce of 10,000 worlds. "Let him pay for it," said Lavender to one of his confederates, an apparent criminal who was also an Norstrilian agent. "This is paying good money for bad. You better spend a lot of it." Just before Benjamin took off, Lavender sent on an additional message. He sent it directly through the Go-Captain, who usually did not carry messages. The Go-Captain was a relay commander of the Norstrilian fleet, but he had been carefully ordered not to look like it. The message concerned the planiform license. Another 20-odd tablets of strewn which could mortgage Viola Sideria for hundreds upon hundreds of years. The captain said, "I don't have to send that through. The answer is yes." Benjamin came into the control room. This was contrary to regulations, but he had hired the ship to violate regulations. The captain looked at him sharply. "You're a passenger. Get out." Benjamin said, "You have my little yacht on board. I am the only man here outside of your people. Get out. There's a fine if you're caught here." "It does not matter," Benjamin said. "I'll pay it." "You will you?" said the captain. "You would not be paying 20 tablets of strewn. That's ridiculous. Nobody could get that much strewn." Benjamin laughed, thinking of the thousands of tablets he would soon have. All he had to do was to leave the planiform ship behind, strike once, go past the Kittons, and come back. His power and his wealth came from the fact that he knew he could now reach it. The mortgage of 20 tablets of strewn against this planet was a low price to pay, if it would pay off at thousands to one. The captain replied, "It's not worth it. It just is not worth risking 20 tablets for your being here. But I can tell you how to get inside the Norstralian communications net, if that is worth 27 tablets." Benjamin went tense. For a moment he thought he might die. All this work, all this training, the dead boy on the beach, the gamble with the credit, and now this unsuspected antagonist. He decided to face it out. "What do you know?" said Benjamin. "Nothing," said the captain. "You said Norstralia." "That I did," said the captain. "If you said Norstralia, you must have guessed it. Who told you?" "Where else would a man go if you look for infinite riches? If you get away with it? 20 tablets is nothing to a man like you." "It's 200 years' worth of work from 300,000 people," said Benjamin grimly. "When you get away with it, you will have more than 20 tablets, and so will your people." And Benjamin thought of the thousands and thousands of tablets. "Yes, that I know." "If you don't get away with it, you've got the card." "That's right." "All right, get me inside the net. I'll pay the 27 tablets." "Give me the card." Benjamin refused. He was a trained thief, and he was alert to thievery. Then he thought again. This was the crisis of his life. He had to gamble a little on somebody. He had to wager the card. "I'll mark it, and then I'll give it back to you." Such was his excitement that Benjamin did not notice that the card went into a duplicator, that the transaction was recorded, that the message went back to Olympia Center, that the loss and the mortgage against the planet of Viola Sideria should be credited to certain commercial agencies in Earth for 300 years to come. Benjamin got the card back. He felt like an honest thief. If he did die, the card would be lost, and his people would not have to pay. If he won, he could pay that little bit out of his own pocket. Benjamin sat down. The go-captain signaled to his pinlighters. The ship lurched. For half a subjective hour they moved, the captain wearing a helmet of space upon his head, sensing and grasping and guessing his way, stepping stone to stepping stone, right back to his home. He had to fumble the passage, or else Benjamin might guess that he was in the hands of double agents. But the captain was well-trained, just as well-trained as Benjamin. Agents and thieves, they rode together. They planiformed inside the communications net. Benjamin shook hands with them. "You are allowed to materialize as soon as I call." "Good luck, sir," said the captain. "Good luck to me," said Benjamin. He climbed into his space yacht. For less than a second in real space, the gray expanse of Norstralia loomed up. The ship, which looked like a simple warehouse, disappeared into planiform, and the yacht was on its own. The yacht dropped. As it dropped, Benjamin had a hideous moment of confusion and terror. He never knew the woman down below, but she sensed him plainly as he received the wrath of the much-amplified Kittons. His conscious mind quivered under the blow. With a prolongation of subjective experience which made 1 or 2 seconds seem like months of hurt, drunken bewilderment, Benjamin Botzart swept beneath the tide of his own personality. The moon relay threw minkish minds against him. The synapses of his brain reformed to conjure up might-have-beens, terrible things that never happened to any man. Then his knowing mind whited out in an overload of stress. His subcortical personality lived on a little longer. His body fought for several minutes. Mad with lust and hunger, the body arched in the pilot's seat. The mouth bit deep into his own arm. Driven by lust, the left hand tore at his face, ripping out his left eyeball. He screeched with animal lust as he tried to devour himself, not entirely without success. The overwhelming telepathic message of Mother Hitton's little kittens ground into his brain. The mutated minks were fully awake. The relay satellites had poisoned all the space around him with the craziness to which the minks were bred. Botzart's body did not live long. After a few minutes, the arteries were open, the head slumped forward, and the yacht was dropping helplessly toward the warehouses which it had meant to raid. Australian police picked it up. The police themselves were ill. All of them were ill. All of them were white-faced. Some of them had vomited. They had gone through the edge of the mink defense. They had passed through the telepathic band at its thinnest and weakest point. This was enough to hurt them badly. They did not want to know. They wanted to forget. One of the younger policemen looked at the body and said, "What on earth could do that to a man?" "He picked the wrong job," said the police captain. The young policeman said, "What's the wrong job?" "The wrong job is trying to rob us, boy. We are defended, and we don't want to know how." The young policeman, humiliated and on the verge of anger, looked almost as if he would defy his superior, while keeping his eyes away from the body of Benjamin Botzart. The elder man said, "It's all right. He did not take long to die, and this is the man who killed the boy Johnny not very long ago." "Oh, him? So soon?" "We brought him." The old police officer nodded. "We let him find his death. That's how we live. Tough, isn't it?" The ventilators whispered softly, gently. The animals slept again. A jet of air poured down on Mother Hitton. The telepathic relay was still on. She could feel herself, the sheds, the faceted moon, the little satellites. Of the robber there was no sign. She stumbled to her feet. Her raiment was moist with perspiration. She needed a shower and fresh clothes. Back at Manholm, the commercial credit circuit called shrilly for human attention. A junior sub-chief of the Instrumentality walked over to the machine and held out his hand. The machine dropped a card neatly into his fingers. He looked at the card. Debit Viola Sideria. Credit Earth Contingency. Subcredit Australian account. 400 million man mega-years. Though all alone, he whistled to himself in the empty room. We'll all be dead, strewn or no strewn, before they finish paying that. He went off to tell his friends the odd news. The machine, not getting its card back, made another one. A Planet Named Shayol. 1. There was a tremendous difference between the liner and the ferry in Mercer's treatment. On the liner, the attendants made jibes when they brought him his food. "Scream good and loud," said one rat-faced steward, "and then we'll know it's you when they broadcast the sounds of punishment on the Emperor's birthday." The other fat steward ran the tip of his wet red tongue over his thick purple-red lips one time and said, "Stands to reason, man. If you hurt all the time, the whole lot of you would die. Something pretty good must happen along with, whatchamacallit. Maybe you turn into a woman. Maybe you turn into two people. Listen, cousin, if it's real crazy fun, let me know." Mercer said nothing. Mercer had enough troubles of his own not to wonder about the daydreams of nasty men. At the ferry it was different. The biopharmaceutical staff was deft, impersonal, quick in removing his shackles. They took off all his prison clothes and left them on the liner. When he boarded the ferry, naked, they looked him over as if he were a rare plant or a body on the operating table. They were almost kind in the clinical deftness of their touch, They did not treat him as a criminal, but as a specimen. Men and women, clad in their medical smocks, they looked at him as though he were already dead. He tried to speak. A man, older and more authoritative than the others, said firmly and clearly, "Do not worry about talking. I will talk to you myself in a very little time. What we are having now are the preliminaries to determine your physical condition. Turn around, please." Mercer turned around. An orderly rubbed his back with a very strong antiseptic. "This is going to sting," said one of the technicians, "but it is nothing serious or painful. We are determining the toughness of the different layers of your skin." Mercer, annoyed by this impersonal approach, spoke up just as a sharp little sting burned him above the 6th lumbar vertebra. "Don't you know who I am?" "Of course we know who you are," said a woman's voice. "We have it all in a file in the corner. The chief doctor will talk about your crime later, if you want to talk about it. Keep quiet now. We are making a skin test, and you will feel much better if you do not make us prolong it." Honesty forced her to add another sentence. "And we will get better results as well." They had lost no time at all in getting to work. He peered at them sidewise to look at them. There was nothing about them to indicate that they were human devils in the antechambers of hell itself. Nothing was there to indicate that this was the satellite of Shayol, the final and uttermost place of chastisement and shame. They looked like medical people from his life before he committed the crime without a name. They changed from one routine to another. A woman wearing a surgical mask waved her hand at a white table. "Climb up on that, please." No one had said please to Mercer since the guards had seized him at the edge of the palace. He started to obey her, and then he saw that there were padded handcuffs at the head of the table. He stopped. "Get along, please," she demanded. 2 or 3 of the others turned around to look at both of them. The second please shook him. He had to speak. These were people, and he was a person again. He felt his voice rising, almost cracking into shrillness as he asked her, "Please, ma'am, is the punishment going to begin?" "There's no punishment here," said the woman. "This is the satellite. Get on the table. We're going to give you your first skin toughening before you talk to the head doctor. Then you can tell him all about your crime." "You know my crime?" he said, greeting it almost like a neighbor. "Of course not," said she. "But all the people who come through here are believed to have committed crimes. Somebody thinks so, or they wouldn't be here. Most of them want to talk about their personal crimes. But don't slow me down. I'm a skin technician, and down on the surface of Shayol, you're going to need the very best work that any of us can do for you. Now get on that table. And when you are ready to talk to the chief, you'll have something to talk about besides your crime." He complied. Another masked person, probably a girl, took his hands in cool, gentle fingers and fitted them to the padded cuffs in a way he had never sensed before. By now he thought he knew every interrogation machine in the whole empire, but this was nothing like any of them. The orderly stepped back. "All clear, Sir and Doctor." "Which do you prefer?" said the skin technician. "A great deal of pain or a couple of hours' unconsciousness?" "Why should I want pain?" said Mercer. "Some specimens do," said the technician, "by the time they arrive here. I suppose it depends on what people have done to them before they got here. I take it you did not get any of the dream punishments?" "No," said Mercer. "I missed those." He thought to himself, "I didn't know that I missed anything at all." He remembered his last trial, himself wired and plugged into the witness stand. The room had been high and dark. Bright blue light shone on the panel of judges, their judicial caps a fantastic parody of the episcopal mitres of long, long ago. The judges were talking, but he could not hear them. Momentarily the insulation slipped, and he heard one of them say, "Look at that white, devilish face. A man like that is guilty of everything. I vote for Pain Terminal." "Not Planet Shayol," said a second voice. "The Dromazoa place," said a third voice. "That should suit him," said the first voice. One of the judicial engineers must then have noticed that the prisoner was listening illegally. He was cut off. Mercer then thought that he had gone through everything which the cruelty and intelligence of mankind could devise. But this woman said he had missed the dream punishments. Could there be people in the universe even worse off than himself? There must be a lot of people down on Shayol. They never came back. He was going to be one of them. Would they boast to him of what they had done before they were made to come to this place? "You asked for it," said the woman technician. "It is just an ordinary anesthetic. Don't panic when you awaken. Your skin is going to be thickened and strengthened chemically and biologically." "Does it hurt?" "Of course," said she. "But get this out of your head. We're not punishing you. The pain here is just ordinary medical pain. Anybody might get it if they needed a lot of surgery. The punishment, if that's what you want to call it, is down on Shayol. Our only job is to make sure that you are fit to survive after you are landed. In a way, we are saving your life ahead of time. You can be grateful for that if you want to be. Meanwhile, you will save yourself a lot of trouble if you realize that your nerve endings will respond to the change in the skin. You had better expect to be very uncomfortable when you recover, but then we can help that too." She brought down an enormous lever, and Mercer blacked out. When he came to, he was in an ordinary hospital room, but he did not notice it. He seemed bedded in fire. He lifted his hand to see if there were flames on it. It looked the way it always had, except that it was a little red and a little swollen. He tried to turn in the bed. The fire became a scorching blast which stopped him in mid-turn. Uncontrollably he moaned. A voice spoke. "You are ready for some painkiller." It was a girl nurse. "Hold your head still," she said, "and I will give you half an amp of pleasure. Your skin won't bother you then." She slipped a soft cap on his head. It looked like metal, but it felt like silk. He had to dig his fingernails into his palms to keep from threshing about on the bed. "Scream if you want to," she said. "A lot of them do. It will just be a minute or two before the cap finds the right lobe in your brain." She stepped to the corner and did something which he could not see. There was the flick of a switch. The fire did not vanish from his skin. He still felt it, but suddenly it did not matter. His mind was full of delicious pleasure which throbbed outward from his head and seemed to pulse down through his nerves. He had visited the pleasure palaces, but he had never felt anything like this before. He wanted to thank the girl, and he twisted around in the bed to see her. He could feel his whole body flash with pain as he did so, but the pain was far away, and the pulsating pleasure which coursed out of his head, down his spinal cord, and into his nerves was so intense that the pain got through only as a remote, unimportant signal. She was standing very still in the corner. "Thank you, nurse," said he. She said nothing. He looked more closely, though it was hard to look while enormous pleasure pulsed through his body like a symphony written in nerve messages. He focused his eyes on her and saw that she too wore a soft metallic cap. He pointed at it. She blushed all the way down to her throat. She spoke dreamily. "You looked like a nice man to me. I didn't think you'd tell on me." He gave her what he thought was a friendly smile, but with the pain in his skin and the pleasure bursting out of his head, he really had no idea of what his actual expression might be. "It's against the law," he said. "It's terribly against the law, but it is nice." "How do you think we stand it here?" said the nurse. "You specimens come in here talking like ordinary people, and then you go down to Shayol. Terrible things happen to you on Shayol. Then the surface station sends up parts of you over and over again. I may see your head 10 times, quick frozen, and ready for cutting up before my 2 years are up. You prisoners ought to know how we suffer," she crooned, the pleasure charge still keeping her relaxed and happy. "You ought to die as soon as you get down there, and not pester us with your torments. We can hear you screaming, you know. You keep on sounding like people even after Shayol begins to work on you. Why do you do it, Mr. Specimen?" She giggled sillily. "You hurt our feelings so. No wonder a girl like me has to have a little jolt now and then. It's real dreamy, and I don't mind getting you ready to go down on Shayol." She staggered over to his bed. "Pull this cap off me, will you? I haven't got enough willpower left to raise my hands." Mercer saw his hand tremble as he reached for the cap. His fingers touched the girl's soft hair through the cap. As he tried to get his thumb under the edge of the cap in order to pull it off, he realized this was the loveliest girl he had ever touched. He felt that he had always loved her, that he always would. Her cap came off. She stood erect, staggering a little before she found a chair to hold to. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. "Just a minute," she said in her normal voice. "I'll be with you in just a minute. The only time I can get a jolt of this is when one of you visitors gets a dose to get over the skin trouble." She turned to the room mirror to adjust her hair. Speaking with her back to him, she said, "I hope I didn't say anything about downstairs." Mercer still had the cap on. He loved this beautiful girl who had put it on him. He was ready to weep at the thought that she had had the same kind of pleasure which he still enjoyed. Not for the world would he say anything which could hurt her feelings. He was sure she wanted to be told that she had not said anything about downstairs, probably shop talk for the surface of Shayol. So he assured her warmly, "You said nothing. Nothing at all." She came over to the bed, leaned, kissed him on the lips. The kiss was as far away as the pain. He felt nothing. The Niagara of throbbing pleasure which poured through his head left no room for more sensation. But he liked the friendliness of it. A grim, sane corner of his mind whispered to him that this was probably the last time he would ever kiss a woman, but it did not seem to matter. With skilled fingers she adjusted the cap on his head. "There now. You're a sweet guy. I'm going to pretend forget and leave the cap on you till the doctor comes." With a bright smile she squeezed his shoulder. She hastened out of the room. The white of her skirt flashed prettily as she went out the door. He saw that she had very shapely legs indeed. She was nice, but the cap, it was the cap that mattered. He closed his eyes and let the cap go on stimulating the pleasure centers of his brain. The pain in his skin was still there, but it did not matter any more than did the chair standing in the corner. The pain was just something that happened to be in the room. A firm touch on his arm made him open his eyes. The older, authoritative-looking man was standing beside the bed, looking down at him with a quizzical smile. "She did it again," said the old man. Mercer shook his head, trying to indicate that the young nurse had done nothing wrong. "I'm Dr. Vomacht," said the older man, "and I am going to take this cap off you. You will then experience the pain again, but I think it will not be so bad. You can have the cap several more times before you leave here." With a swift, firm gesture, he snatched the cap off Mercer's head. Mercer promptly doubled up with the inrush of fire from his skin. He started to scream, and then saw that Dr. Vomacht was watching him calmly. Mercer gasped. "It is easier now." "I knew it would be," said the doctor. "I had to take the cap off to talk to you. You have a few choices to make." "Yes, doctor," gasped Mercer. "You have committed a serious crime, and you are going down to the surface of Shayol." "Yes," said Mercer. "Do you want to tell me your crime?" Mercer thought of the white palace walls in perpetual sunlight and the soft mewing of the little things when he reached them. He tightened his arms, legs, back, and jaw. "No," he said. "I don't want to talk about it. It's the crime without a name, against the imperial family." "Fine," said the doctor. "That's a healthy attitude. The crime is past, your future is ahead. Now I can destroy your mind before you go down, if you want me to." "That's against the law," said Mercer. Dr. Vomacht smiled warmly and confidently. "Of course it is. A lot of things are against human law, but there are laws of science, too. Your body down on Shayol is going to serve science. It doesn't matter to me whether the body has Mercer's mind or the mind of a low-grade shellfish. I have to leave enough mind in you to keep the body going, but I can wipe out the historic you and give your body a better chance of being happy. It's your choice, Mercer. Do you want to be you or not?" Mercer shook his head back and forth. "I don't know." "I'm taking a chance," said Dr. Vollmacht, "in giving you this much leeway. I'd have it done if I were in your position. It's pretty bad down there." Mercer looked at the full, broad face. He did not trust the comfortable smile. Perhaps this was a trick to increase his punishment. The cruelty of the Emperor was proverbial. Look at what he had done to the widow of his predecessor, the Dowager Lady Da. She was younger than the Emperor himself, and he had sent her to a place worse than death. If he had been sentenced to Shayol, why was this doctor trying to interfere with the rules? Maybe the doctor himself had been conditioned, and did not know what he was offering. Dr. Vollmacht read Mercer's face. "All right, you refuse. You want to take your mind down with you. It's all right with me. I don't have you on my conscience. I suppose you'll refuse the next offer, too. Do you want me to take your eyes out before you go down? You'll be much more comfortable without vision. I know that from the voices that we record for the warning broadcasts. I can sear the optic nerves so that there will be no chance of your getting vision again." Mercer rocked back and forth. The fiery pain had become a universal itch, but the soreness of his spirit was greater than the discomfort of his skin. "You refuse that, too," said the doctor. "I suppose so," said Mercer. "Then all I have to do is to get ready. You can have the cap for a while if you want." Mercer said, "Before I put the cap on, can you tell me what happens down there?" "Some of it," said the doctor. "There is an attendant. He is a man, but not a human being. He is a homunculus fashioned out of cattle material. He is intelligent and very conscientious. You specimens are turned loose on the surface of Shayol. The dromazoa are a special life form there. When they settle in your body, Bidikat, that's the attendant, carves them out with an anesthetic and sends them up here. We freeze the tissue cultures, and they are compatible with almost any kind of oxygen-based life. Half the surgical repair you see in the whole universe comes out of buds that we ship from here. Shayol is a very healthy place, so far as survival is concerned. You won't die." "You mean," said Mercer, "that I am getting perpetual punishment?" "I didn't say that," said Dr. Vollmacht. "Or if I did, I was wrong. You won't die soon. I don't know how long you will live down there. Remember, no matter how uncomfortable you get, the samples which Bidikat sends up will help thousands of people in all the inhabited worlds. Now take the cap." "I'd rather talk," said Mercer. "It may be my last chance." The doctor looked at him strangely. "If you can stand that pain, go ahead and talk." "Can I commit suicide down there?" "I don't know," said the doctor. "It's never happened, and to judge by the voices, you'd think they wanted to. Has anybody ever come back from Shayol?" "Not since it was put off limits about 400 years ago." "Can I talk to other people down there?" "Yes," said the doctor. "Who punishes me down there?" "Nobody does, you fool," cried Dr. Vollmacht. "It's not punishment. People don't like it down on Shayol, and it's better, I guess, to get convicts instead of volunteers. But there isn't anybody against you at all." "No jailers?" asked Mercer, with a whine in his voice. "No jailers, no rules, no prohibitions. Just Shayol and Bidikat to take care of you. Do you still want your mind and your eyes?" "I'll keep them," said Mercer. "I've gone this far, and I might as well go the rest of the way." "Then let me put the cap on you for your second dose," said Dr. Vollmacht. The doctor adjusted the cap just as lightly and delicately as had the nurse. He was quicker about it. There was no sign of his picking out another cap for himself. The inrush of pleasure was like a wild intoxication. His burning skin receded into distance. The doctor was near in space, but even the doctor did not matter. Mercer was not afraid of Shayol. The pulsation of happiness out of his brain was too great to leave room for fear or pain. Dr. Vollmacht was holding out his hand. Mercer wondered why, and then realized that the wonderful, kindly, cap-giving man was offering to shake hands. He lifted his own. It was heavy, but his arm was happy too. They shook hands. It was curious, thought Mercer, to feel the handshake beyond the double level of cerebral pleasure and dermal pain. "Goodbye, Mr. Mercer," said the doctor. "Goodbye, and a good night." 2. The ferry satellite was a hospitable place. The hundreds of hours that followed were like a long, weird dream. Twice again the young nurse sneaked into his bedroom with him when he was being given the cap, and had a cap with him. There were baths which calloused his whole body. Under strong local anesthetics his teeth were taken out and stainless steel took their place. There were irradiations under blazing lights which took away the pain of his skin. There were special treatments for his fingernails and toenails. Gradually they changed into formidable claws. He found himself stropping them on the aluminum bed one night, and saw that they left deep marks. His mind never became completely clear. Sometimes he thought he was home with his mother, that he was little again and in pain. Other times, under the cap, he laughed in his bed to think that people were sent to this place for punishment, when it was all so terribly much fun. There were no trials, no questions, no judges. Food was good, but he did not think about it much. The cap was better. Even when he was awake, he was drowsy. At last, with the cap on him, they put him into an adiabatic pod, a one-body missile which could be dropped from the ferry to the planet below. He was all closed in, except for his face. Dr. Vollmacht seemed to swim into the room. "You're strong, Mercer," the doctor shouted. "You are very strong. Can you hear me?" Mercer nodded. "We wish you well, Mercer. No matter what happens, remember, you are helping other people up here." "Can I take the cap with me?" said Mercer. For an answer, Dr. Vollmacht removed the cap himself. Two men closed the lid of the pod, leaving Mercer in total darkness. His mind started to clear, and he panicked against his wrappings. There was the roar of thunder and the taste of blood. The next thing that Mercer knew, he was in a cool, cool room, much chillier than the bedrooms and operating rooms of the satellite. Someone was lifting him gently onto a table. He opened his eyes. An enormous face, 4 times the size of any human face Mercer had ever seen, was looking down at him. Huge brown eyes, cow-like in their gentle inoffensiveness, moved back and forth as the big face examined Mercer's wrappings. The face was that of a handsome man of middle years, clean-shaven, hair chestnut brown, with sensual full lips, and gigantic but healthy yellow teeth exposed in a half-smile. The face saw Mercer's eyes open and spoke with a deep, friendly roar. "I'm your best friend. My name is Bidicat, but you don't have to use that here. Just call me friend, and I will always help you." "I hurt," said Mercer. "Of course you do. You hurt all over. That's a big drop," said Bidicat. "Can I have a cap, please?" begged Mercer. It was not a question, it was a demand. Mercer felt that his private inward eternity depended on it. Bidicat laughed. "I haven't any caps down here. I might use them myself, or so they think. I have other things, much better. No fear, fellow, I'll fix you up." Mercer looked doubtful. If the cap had brought him happiness on the ferry, it would take at least electrical stimulation of the brain to undo whatever torments the surface of Shayol had to offer. Bidicat's laughter filled the room like a bursting pillow. "Have you ever heard of condamine?" "No," said Mercer. "It's a narcotic so powerful that the pharmacopoeias are not allowed to mention it." "You have that?" said Mercer hopefully. "Something better. I have supercondamine. It's named after the new French town where they developed it. The chemists hooked in one more hydrogen molecule. That gave it a real jolt. If you took it in your present shape, you'd be dead in 3 minutes. But those 3 minutes would seem like 10,000 years of happiness to the inside of your mind." Bidicat rolled his brown cow eyes expressively and smacked his rich red lips with a tongue of enormous extent. "What's the use of it, then?" "You can take it. said Bidicat. "You can take it after you have been exposed to the dromazoa outside this cabin. You get all the good effects and none of the bad. You want to see something?" "What answer is there except yes?" thought Mercer grimly. "Does he think I have an urgent invitation to a tea party?" "Look out the window," said Bidicat, "and tell me what you see." The atmosphere was clear. The surface was like a desert, ginger yellow with streaks of green, where lichen and low shrubs grew, obviously stunted and tormented by high, dry winds. The landscape was monotonous. 200 or 300 yards away there was a herd of bright pink objects, which seemed alive, but Mercer could not see them well enough to describe them clearly. Further away, on the extreme right of his frame of vision, there was the statue of an enormous human foot, the height of a 6-story building. Mercer could not see what the foot was connected to. "I see a big foot," said he, "but—" "But what?" said Bidicat, like an enormous child hiding the denouement of a hugely private joke. Large as he was, he would have been dwarfed by any one of the toes on that tremendous foot. "But it can't be a real foot," said Mercer. "It is," said Bidicat. "That's Go-Captain Alvarez, the man who found this planet. After 600 years, he's still in fine shape. Of course, he's mostly dromazoitic by now, but I think there is some human consciousness inside him. You know what I do?" "What?" said Mercer. "I give him 6 cubic centimeters of supercondomine, and he snorts for me. Real happy little snorts. A stranger might think it was a volcano. That's what supercondomine can do, and you're going to get plenty of it. You're a lucky man, Mercer. You have me for a friend, and you have my needle for a treat. I do all the work, and you get all the fun. Isn't that a nice surprise?" Mercer thought, "You're lying. Where do the screams come from that we have all heard broadcast as a warning on Punishment Day? Why did the doctor offer to cancel my brain, or to take out my eyes?" The cowman watched him sadly, a hurt expression on his face. "You don't believe me," he said, very sadly. "It's not quite that," said Mercer, with an attempt at heartiness, "but I think you're leaving something out." "Nothing much," said Bidicat. "You jump when the dromazoa hits you. You'll be upset when you start growing new parts, heads, kidneys, hands. I had one fellow in here who grew 38 hands in a single session outside. I took them all off, froze them, and sent them upstairs. I take good care of everybody. You'll probably yell for a while, but remember, just call me friend, and I have the nicest treat in the universe waiting for you. Now, would you like some fried eggs? I don't eat eggs myself, but most true men like them." "Eggs?" said Mercer. "What have eggs got to do with it?" "Nothing much. It's just a treat for you people. Get something in your stomach before you go outside. You'll get through the first day better." Mercer, unbelieving, watched as the big man took 2 precious eggs from a cold chest, expertly broke them into a little pan, and put the pan in the heat field at the center of the table Mercer had awakened on. "Friend, eh?" Bidicat grinned. "You'll see I'm a good friend. When you go outside, remember that." An hour later, Mercer did go outside. Strangely at peace with himself, he stood at the door. Bidicat pushed him in a brotherly way, giving him a shove which was gentle enough to be an encouragement. "Don't make me put on my lead suit, fellow." Mercer had seen a suit fully the size of an ordinary spaceship cabin hanging on the wall of an adjacent room. "When I close this door, the outer one will open. Just walk on out." "But what will happen?" said Mercer, the fear turning around in his stomach and making little grabs at his throat from the inside. "Don't start that again," said Bidicat. For an hour he had fended off Mercer's questions about the outside. A map? Bidicat had laughed at the thought. Food? He said not to worry. Other people? They'd be there. Weapons? What for? Bidicat had replied. Over and over again, Bidicat had insisted that he was Mercer's friend. What would happen to Mercer? The same that happened to everybody else. Mercer stepped out. Nothing happened. The day was cool. The wind moved gently against his toughened skin. Mercer looked around apprehensively. The mountainous body of Captain Alvarez occupied a good part of the landscape to the right. Mercer had no wish to get mixed up with that. He glanced back at the cabin. Bidicat was not looking out the window. Mercer walked slowly, straight ahead. There was a flash on the ground, no brighter than the glitter of sunlight on a fragment of glass. Mercer felt a sting in the thigh, as though a sharp instrument had touched him lightly. He brushed the place with his hand. It was as though the sky fell in. A pain. It was more than a pain, it was a living throb, ran from his hip to his foot on the right side. The throb reached up to his chest, robbing him of breath. He fell, and the ground hurt him. Nothing in the hospital satellite had been like this. He lay in the open air, trying not to breathe, but he did breathe anyhow. Each time he breathed, the throb moved with his thorax. He lay on his back, looking at the sun. At last he noticed that the sun was violet white. It was no use even thinking of calling. He had no voice. Tendrils of discomfort twisted within him. Since he could not stop breathing, he concentrated on taking air in the way that hurt him least. Gasps were too much work. Little tiny sips of air hurt him least. The desert around him was empty. He could not turn his head to look at the cabin. Is this it? He thought. Is an eternity of this the punishment of Shayol? There were voices near him. Two faces, grotesquely pink, looked down at him. They might have been human. The man looked normal enough, except for having two noses side by side. The woman was a caricature beyond belief. She had grown a breast on each cheek, and a cluster of naked baby-like fingers hung limp from her forehead. "It's a beauty," said the woman. "A new one." "Come along," said the man. They lifted him to his feet. He did not have strength enough to resist. When he tried to speak to them, a harsh cawing sound, like the cry of an ugly bird, came from his mouth. They moved with him efficiently. He saw that he was being dragged to the herd of pink things. As they approached, he saw that they were people. Better, he saw that they had once been people. A man with the beak of a flamingo was picking at his own body. A woman lay on the ground. She had a single head, but beside what seemed to be her original body, she had a boy's naked body growing sidewise from her neck. The boy body, clean, new, paralytically helpless, made no movement other than shallow breathing. Mercer looked around. The only one of the group who was wearing clothing was a man with his overcoat on sidewise. Mercer stared at him, finally realizing that the man had two, or was it three, stomachs growing on the outside of his abdomen. The coat held them in place. The transparent peritoneal wall looked fragile. "New one," said his female captor. She and the two-nosed man put him down. The group lay scattered on the ground. Mercer lay in a state of stupor among them. An old man's voice said, "I'm afraid they're going to feed us pretty soon." "Oh, no, it's too early! Not again!" Protests echoed from the group. The old man's voice went on. "Look, near the big toe of the mountain!" The desolate murmur in the group attested their confirmation of what he had seen. Mercer tried to ask what it was all about, but produced only a caw. A woman, was it a woman? Crawled over to him on her hands and knees. Besides her ordinary hands, she was covered with hands all over her trunk and halfway down her thighs. Some of the hands looked old and withered. Others were as fresh and pink as the baby fingers on his captress's face. The woman shouted at him, though it was not necessary to shout. "The dromazoa are coming! This time it hurts. When you get used to the place, you can dig in." She waved at a group of mounds which surrounded the herd of people. "They're dug in," she said. Mercer cawed again. "Don't you worry," said the hand-covered woman, and gasped as a flash of light touched her. The lights reached Mercer, too. The pain was like the first contact, but more probing. Mercer felt his eyes widen as odd sensations within his body led to an inescapable conclusion. These lights, these things, these whatever they were feeding him and building him up. Their intelligence, if they had it, was not human, but their motives were clear. In between the stabs of pain, he felt them fill his stomach, put water in his blood, draw water from his kidneys and bladder, massage his heart, move his lungs for him. Every single thing they did was well-meant and beneficent in intent, and every single action hurt. Abruptly, like the lifting of a cloud of insects, they were gone. Mercer was aware of a noise somewhere outside, a brainless, bawling cascade of ugly noise. He started to look around, and the noise stopped. It had been himself screaming the ugly screams of a psychotic, a terrified drunk, an animal driven out of understanding or reason. When he stopped, he found he had his speaking voice again. A man came to him, naked like the others. There was a spike sticking through his head. The skin had healed around it on both sides. "Hello, fellow," said the man with the spike. "Hello," said Mercer. It was a foolishly commonplace thing to say in a place like this. "You can't kill yourself," said the man with the spike through his head. "Yes, you can," said the woman covered with hands. Mercer found that his first pain had disappeared. "What's happening to me?" "You got a part," said the man with the spike. "They're always putting parts on us. After a while, Bedikat comes and cuts most of them off, except for the ones that ought to grow a little more. Like her," he added, nodding at the woman who lay with the boy body growing from her neck. "And that's all?" said Mercer. "The stabs for the new parts and the stinging for the feeding?" "No," said the man. "Sometimes they think we're too cold and they fill our insides with fire, or they think we're too hot and they freeze us, nerve by nerve." The woman with the boy body called over. "And sometimes they think we're unhappy, so they try to force us to be happy. I think that's the worst of all." Mercer stammered. Are you the only herd?" The man with the spike coughed instead of laughing. "Herd! That's funny. The land is full of people. Most of them dig in. We're the ones who can still talk. We stay together for company. We get more turns with Bedikat that way." Mercer started to ask another question, but he felt the strength run out of him. The day had been too much. The ground rocked like a ship on water. The sky turned black. He felt someone catch him as he fell. He felt himself being stretched out on the ground, and then, mercifully and magically, he slept. 3. Within a week, he came to know the group well. They were an absent-minded bunch of people. Not one of them ever knew when a dromazoan might flash by and add another part. Mercer was not stung again, but the incision he had obtained just outside the cabin was hardening. Spikehead looked at it when Mercer modestly undid his belt and lowered the edge of his trouser top so they could see the wound. "You've got a head," he said. "A whole baby head. They'll be glad to get that one upstairs when Bedikat cuts it off you." The group even tried to arrange his social life. They introduced him to the girl of the herd. She had grown one body after another, pelvis turning into shoulders, and the pelvis below that turning into shoulders again, until she was 5 people long. Her face was unmarred. She tried to be friendly to Mercer. He was so shocked by her that he dug himself into the soft, dry, crumbly earth and stayed there for what seemed like 100 years. He found later that it was less than a full day. When he came out, the long, many-bodied girl was waiting for him. "You didn't have to come out just for me," said she. Mercer shook the dirt off himself. He looked around. The violet sun was going down, and the sky was streaked with blues, deeper blues, and trails of orange sunset. He looked back at her. "I didn't get up for you. It's no use lying there waiting for the next time." "I want to show you something," she said. She pointed to a low hummock. "Dig that up." Mercer looked at her. She seemed friendly. He shrugged and attacked the soil with his powerful claws. With tough skin and heavy digging nails on the ends of his fingers, he found it was easy to dig like a dog. The earth cascaded beneath his busy hands. Something pink appeared down in the hole he had dug. He proceeded more carefully. He knew what it would be. It was a man sleeping. Extra arms grew down one side of his body in an orderly series. The other side looked normal. Mercer turned back to the many-bodied girl who had writhed closer. "That's what I think it is, isn't it?" "Yes," she said. "Dr. Vomacht burned his brain out for him, and took his eyes out, too." Mercer sat back on the ground and looked at the girl. "You told me to do it. Now tell me what for." "To let you see, to let you know, to let you think." "That's all?" said Mercer. The girl twisted with startling suddenness. All the way down her series of bodies, her chests heaved. Mercer wondered how the air got into all of them. He did not feel sorry for her. He did not feel sorry for anyone except himself. When the spasm passed, the girl smiled at him apologetically. "They just gave me a new plant." Mercer nodded grimly. "What now, a hand? It seems you have enough." "Oh, those," she said, looking back at her many torsos. "I promised Bidikat that I'd let them grow. He's good. But that man, stranger. Look at that man you dug up. Who's better off, he or we?" Mercer stared at her. "Is that what you had me dig him up for?" "Yes," said the girl. "Do you expect me to answer?" "No," said the girl. "Not now." "Who are you?" said Mercer. "We never ask that here. It doesn't matter. But since you're new, I'll tell you. I used to be the Lady Da, the Emperor's stepmother." "You!" he exclaimed. She smiled ruefully. "You're still so fresh you think it matters. But I have something more important to tell you." She stopped and bit her lip. "What?" he urged. "Better tell me before I get another bite. I won't be able to think or talk then, not for a long time. Tell me now." She brought her face close to his. It was still a lovely face, even in the dying orange of this violet-sunned sunset. "People never live forever." "Yes," said Mercer. "I knew that." "Believe it," ordered the Lady Da. Lights flashed across the dark plain, still in the distance. Said she, dig in for the night. They may miss you." Mercer started digging. He glanced over at the man he had dug up. The brainless body, with motions as soft as those of a starfish under water, was pushing its way back into the earth. 5 or 7 days later there was a shouting through the herd. Mercer had come to know a half-man, the lower part of whose body was gone and whose viscera were kept in place with what resembled a translucent plastic bandage. The half-man had shown him how to lie still when the Dromazoa came with their inescapable errands of doing good. Said the half-man, "You can't fight them. They made Alvarez as big as a mountain so that he never stirs. Now they're trying to make us happy. They feed us and clean us and sweeten us up. Lie still. Don't worry about screaming. We all do." "When do we get the drug?" said Mercer. "When Bidikat comes." Bidikat came that day, pushing a sort of wheeled sled ahead of him. The runners carried it over the hillocks, the wheels worked on the surface. Even before he arrived, the herd sprang into furious action. Everywhere people were digging up the sleepers. By the time Bidikat reached their waiting place, the herd must have uncovered twice their own number of sleeping pink bodies, men and women, young and old. The sleepers looked no better and no worse than the waking ones. "Hurry," said the Lady Da. "He never gives any of us a shot until we're all ready." Bidikat wore his heavy lead suit. He lifted an arm in friendly greeting, like a father returning home with treats for his children. The herd clustered around him, but did not crowd him. He reached into the sled. There was a harnessed bottle which he threw over his shoulders. He snapped the locks on the straps. From the bottle there hung a tube. Midway down the tube there was a small pressure pump. At the end of the tube there was a glistening hypodermic needle. When ready, Bidikat gestured for them to come closer. They approached him with radiant happiness. He stepped through their ranks and past them, to the girl who had the boy growing from her neck. His mechanical voice boomed through the loudspeaker set in the top of his suit. "Good girl, good girl. You get a big present." He thrust the hypodermic into her so long that Mercer could see an air bubble travel from the pump up to the bottle. Then he moved back to the others, booming a word now and then, moving with improbable grace and speed amid the people. His needle flashed as he gave them hypodermics under pressure. The people dropped to sitting positions or lay down on the ground as though half asleep. He knew Mercer. "Hello, fellow. Now you can have the fun. It would have killed you in the cabin. Do you have anything for me?" Mercer stammered, not knowing what Bedicat meant, and the two-nosed man answered for him. "I think he has a nice baby head, but it isn't big enough for you to take yet." Mercer never noticed the needle touch his arm. Bedicat had turned to the next knot of people when the supercondomine hit Mercer. He tried to run after Bedicat to hug the lead spacesuit, to tell Bedicat that he loved him. He stumbled and fell, but it did not hurt. The many-bodied girl lay near him. Mercer spoke to her. "Isn't it wonderful? You're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm so happy to be here." The woman covered with growing hands came and sat beside them. She radiated warmth and good fellowship. Mercer thought that she looked very distinguished and charming. He struggled out of his clothes. It was foolish and snobbish to wear clothing when none of these nice people did. The two women babbled and crooned at him. With one corner of his mind, he knew that they were saying nothing, just expressing the euphoria of a drug so powerful that the known universe had forbidden it. With most of his mind, he was happy. He wondered how anyone could have the good luck to visit a planet as nice as this. He tried to tell the Lady Da, but the words weren't quite straight. A painful stab hit him in the abdomen. The drug went after the pain and swallowed it. It was like the cap in the hospital, only 1,000 times better. The pain was gone, though it had been crippling the first time. He forced himself to be deliberate. He rammed his mind into focus and said to the two ladies who lay pinkly nude beside him in the desert, "That was a good bite. Maybe I will grow another head. That would make Bedicat happy." The Lady Da forced the foremost of her bodies into an upright position. Said she, "I'm strong, too. I can talk. Remember, man, remember, people never live forever. We can die, too. We can die like real people. I do so believe in death." Mercer smiled at her through his happiness. "Of course you can. But isn't this nice?" With this, he felt his lips thicken and his mind go slack. He was wide awake, but he did not feel like doing anything. In that beautiful place, among all those companionable and attractive people, he sat and smiled. Bedicat was sterilizing his knives. Mercer wondered how long the supercondomine had lasted him. He endured the ministrations of the dromazoa without screams or movement. The agonies of nerves and itching of skin were phenomena which happened somewhere near him but meant nothing. He watched his own body with remote, casual interest. The Lady Da and the hand-covered woman stayed near him. After a long time, the half-man dragged himself over to the group with his powerful arms. Having arrived, he blinked sleepily and friendlily at them, and lapsed back into the restful stupor from which he had emerged. Mercer saw the sun rise on occasion, closed his eyes briefly, and opened them to see stars shining. Time had no meaning. The dromazoa fed him in their mysterious way. The drug cancelled out his needs for cycles of the body. At last he noticed a return of the inwardness of pain. The pains themselves had not changed. He had. He knew all the events which could take place on Shayol. He remembered them well from his happy period. Formerly he had noticed them. Now he felt them. He tried to ask the Lady Da how long they had had the drug, and how much longer they would have to wait before they had it again. She smiled at him with benign, remote happiness. Apparently her many torsos, stretched out along the ground, had a greater capacity for retaining the drug than did his body. She meant him well, but was in no condition for articulate speech. The half-man lay on the ground, arteries pulsating prettily behind the half-transparent film which protected his abdominal cavity. Mercer squeezed the man's shoulder. The half-man woke, recognized Mercer, and gave him a healthily sleepy grin. "A good morrow to you, my boy. That's out of a play. Did you ever see a play?" "You mean a game with cards?" "No," said the half-man. "A sort of eye machine with real people doing the figures." "I never saw that," said Mercer. But you want to ask me when Bedicat is going to come back with the needle?" "Yes," said Mercer, a little ashamed of his obviousness. "Soon," said the half-man. "That's why I think of plays. We all know what is going to happen. We all know when it is going to happen. We all know what the dummies will do." He gestured at the hummocks in which the decorticated men were cradled. "And we all know what the new people will ask. But we never know how long a scene is going to take." "What's a scene?" asked Mercer. "Is that the name for the needle?" The half-man laughed with something close to real humor. No. You've got the lovelies on the brain. A scene is just part of a play. I mean, we know the order in which things happen, but we have no clocks, and nobody cares enough to count days or to make calendars, and there's not much climate here, so none of us know how long anything takes. The pain seems short and the pleasure seems long. I'm inclined to think that they are about 2 Earth weeks each." Mercer did not know what an Earth week was, since he had not been a well-read man before his conviction. But he got nothing more from the half-man at that time. The half-man received a dromozoitic implant, turned red in the face, shouted senselessly at Mercer, "Take it out, you fool! Take it out of me!" While Mercer looked on helplessly, the half-man twisted over on his side, his pink, dusty back turned to Mercer, and wept hoarsely and quietly to himself. Mercer himself could not tell how long it was before Bedicat came back. It might have been several days. It might have been several months. Once again Bedicat moved among them like a father. Once again they clustered like children. This time Bedicat smiled pleasantly at the little head which had grown out of Mercer's thigh, a sleeping child's head, covered with light hair on top and with dainty eyebrows over the resting eyes. Mercer got the blissful needle. When Bedicat cut the head from Mercer's thigh, he felt the knife grinding against the cartilage which held the head to his own body. He saw the child face grimace as the head was cut. He felt the far, cool flash of unimportant pain as Bedicat dabbed the wound with a corrosive antiseptic, which stopped all bleeding immediately. The next time it was 2 legs growing from his chest. Then there had been another head beside his own. Or was that after the torso and legs, waist-to-toe tips, of the little girl which had grown from his side? He forgot the order. He did not count time. Lady Da smiled at him, often, but there was no love in this place. She had lost the extra torsos. In between teratologies, she was a pretty and shapely woman, but the nicest thing about their relationship was her whisper to him, repeated some thousands of times, repeated with smiles and hope. People never live forever. She found this immensely comforting, even though Mercer did not make much sense out of it. Thus, events occurred and victims changed in appearance, and new ones arrived. Sometimes Bedicat took the new ones, resting in the everlasting sleep of their burned-out brains, in a ground truck to be added to other herds. The bodies in the truck threshed and bawled without human speech when the dromozoa struck them. Finally, Mercer did manage to follow Bedicat to the door of the cabin. He had to fight the bliss of supercondomine to do it. Only the memory of previous hurt, bewilderment, and perplexity made him sure that if he did not ask Bedicat when he, Mercer, was happy, the answer would no longer be available when he needed it. Fighting pleasure itself, he begged Bedicat to check the records and to tell him how long he had been there. Bedicat grudgingly agreed, but he did not come out of the doorway. He spoke through the public address box built into the cabin, and his gigantic voice roared out over the empty plain, so that the pink herd of talking people stirred gently in their happiness and wondered what their friend Bedicat might be wanting to tell them. When he said it, they thought it exceedingly profound, though none of them understood it, since it was simply the amount of time that Mercer had been on Shayol. Standard years, 84 years, 7 months, 3 days, 2 hours, 11 and 1/2 minutes. Good luck, fellow." Mercer turned away. The secret little corner of his mind, which stayed sane through happiness and pain, made him wonder about Bedicat. What persuaded the cowman to remain on Shayol? What kept him happy without supercondomine? Was Bedicat a crazy slave to his own duty, or was he a man who had hopes of going back to his own planet someday, surrounded by a family of little cow people resembling himself? Mercer, despite his happiness, wept a little at the strange fate of Bedicat. His own fate he accepted. He remembered the last time he had eaten. Actual eggs from an actual pan. The dromazoa kept him alive, but he did not know how they did it. He staggered back to the group. The Lady Da, naked in the dusty plain, waved a hospitable hand and showed that there was a place for him to sit beside her. There were unclaimed square miles of seating space around them, but he appreciated the kindliness of her gesture nonetheless. 4. The years, if they were years, went by. The land of Shayol did not change. Sometimes the bubbling sound of geysers came faintly across the plain to the herd of men. Those who could talk declared it to be the breathing of Captain Alvarez. There was night and day, but no setting of crops, no change of season, no generations of men. Time stood still for these people, and their load of pleasure was so commingled with the shocks and pains of the dromazoa that the words of the Lady Da took on very remote meaning. People never live forever. Her statement was a hope, not a truth in which they could believe. They did not have the wit to follow the stars in their courses, to exchange names with each other, to harvest the experience of each for the wisdom of all. There was no dream of escape for these people. Though they saw the old-style chemical rockets lift up from the field beyond Bedicat's cabin, they did not make plans to hide among the frozen crop of transmuted flesh. Far long ago, some other prisoner than one of these had tried to write a letter. His handwriting was on a rock. Mercer read it, and so had a few of the others, but they could not tell which man had done it, nor did they care. The letter, scraped on stone, had been a message home. They could still read the opening. "Once I was like you, stepping out of my window at the end of day and letting the winds blow me gently toward the place I lived in. Once, like you, I had 1 head, 2 hands, 10 fingers on my hands. The front part of my head was called a face, and I could talk with it. Now I can only write, and that only when I get out of pain. Once, like you, I ate foods, drank liquid, had a name. I cannot remember the name I had. You can stand up, you who get this letter. I cannot even stand up. I just wait for the lights to put my food in me molecule by molecule and to take it out again. Don't think that I am punished anymore. This place is not a punishment. It is something else." Among the pink herd, none of them ever decided what was something else. Curiosity had died among them long ago. Then came the day of the little people. It was a time, not an hour, not a year, a duration somewhere between them, when the Lady Da and Mercer sat wordless with happiness and filled with the joy of supercondomine. They had nothing to say to one another. The drug said all things for them. A disagreeable roar from Bedicat's cabin made them stir mildly. Those two, and 1 or 2 others, looked toward the speaker of the public address system. The Lady Da brought herself to speak, though the matter was unimportant beyond words. "I do believe," said she, "that we used to call that the war alarm." They drowsed back into their happiness. A man with 2 rudimentary heads growing beside his own crawled over to them. All 3 heads looked very happy, and Mercer thought it delightful of him to appear in such a whimsical shape. Under the pulsing glow of supercondomine, Mercer regretted that he had not used times when his mind was clear to ask him who he had once been. He answered it for them. Forcing his eyelids open by sheer willpower, he gave the Lady Da and Mercer the lazy ghost of a military salute and said, "Suzdal, ma'am and sir, former cruiser commander. They are sounding the alert. Wish to report that I am not quite ready for battle." He dropped off to sleep. The gentle peremptorynesses of the Lady Da brought his eyes open again. "Commander, why are they sounding it here? Why did you come to us?" "You, ma'am, and the gentleman with the ears seem to think best of our group. I thought you might have orders." Mercer looked around for the gentleman with the ears. It was himself. In that time his face was almost wholly obscured with a crop of fresh little ears, but he paid no attention to them, other than expecting that Bedicat would cut them all off in due course, and that the Dromazoa would give him something else. The noise from the cabin rose to a higher, ear-splitting intensity. Among the herd, many people stirred. Some opened their eyes, looked around, murmured, "It's a noise," and went back to the happy drowsing with supercondomine. The cabin door opened. Bedicat rushed out without his suit. They had never seen him on the outside without his protective metal suit. He rushed up to them, looked wildly around, recognized the Lady Da and Mercer, picked them up, one under each arm, and raced with them back to the cabin. He flung them into the double door. They landed with bone-splitting crashes, and found it amusing to hit the ground so hard. The floor tilted them into the room. Moments later Bedicat followed. He roared at them. "You're people, or you were. You understand people. I only obey them. But this I will not obey. Look at that!" 4 beautiful human children lay on the floor. The 2 smallest seemed to be twins, about 2 years of age. There was a girl of 5 and a boy of 7 or so. All of them had slack eyelids. All of them had thin red lines around their temples, and their hair, shaved away, showed how their brains had been removed. Bedicat, heedless of danger from Dromazoa, stood beside the Lady Da and Mercer shouting, "You're real people! I'm just a cow! I do my duty! My duty does not include this! These are children!" The wise, surviving recess of Mercer's mind registered shock and disbelief. It was hard to sustain the emotion, because the supercondomine washed at his consciousness like a great tide, making everything seem lovely. The forefront of his mind, rich with the drug, told him, "Won't it be nice to have some children with us?" But the undestroyed interior of his mind, keeping the honor he knew before he came to Shayol, whispered, "This is a crime worse than any crime we have committed, and the Empire has done it." "What have you done?" said the Lady Da. "What can we do?" "I tried to call the satellite. When they knew what I was talking about, they cut me off. After all, I'm not people. The head doctor told me to do my work." "Was it Dr. Vomacht?" Mercer asked. "Vomacht?" said Bedicat. "He died 100 years ago, of old age. No, a new doctor cut me off. I don't have people feeling, but I am earth-born, of earth blood. I have emotions myself, pure cattle emotions. This I cannot permit." "What have you done?" Bedicat lifted his eyes to the window. His face was illuminated by a determination which, even beyond the edges of the drug which made them love him, made him seem like the father of this world, responsible, honorable, unselfish. He smiled. "They will kill me for it, I think, but I have put in the galactic alert. All ships here." The Lady Da, sitting back on the floor, declared, "But that's only for new invaders. It is a false alarm." She pulled herself together and rose to her feet. "Can you cut these things off me right now in case people come? And get me a dress? And do you have anything which will counteract the effect of the supercondomine?" "That's what I wanted," cried Bedicat. "I will not take these children. You give me leadership." There and then, on the floor of the cabin, he trimmed her down to the normal proportions of mankind. The corrosive antiseptic rose like smoke in the air of the cabin. Mercer thought it all very dramatic and pleasant, and dropped off in catnaps part of the time. Then he felt Bedicat trimming him, too. Bedicat opened a long, long drawer and put the specimens in. From the cold in the room, it must have been a refrigerated locker. He sat them both up against the wall. "I've been thinking," he said. "There is no antidote for supercondomine. Who would want one? But I can give you the hypos from my rescue boat. They're supposed to bring a person back no matter what has happened to that person out in space." There was a whining over the cabin roof. Bidicat knocked a window out with his fist, stuck his head out of the window and looked up. "Come on in!" he shouted. There was the thud of a landing craft touching ground quickly. Doors whirred. Mercer wondered mildly why people dared to land on Shayol. When they came in, he saw that they were not people, they were customs robots, who could travel at velocities which people could never match. One wore the insignia of an inspector. "Where are the invaders?" "There are no—" began Bidicat. The Lady Da, imperial in her posture though she was completely nude, said in a voice of complete clarity, "I am a former empress, the Lady Da. Do you know me?" "No, ma'am," said the robot inspector. He looked as uncomfortable as a robot could look. The drug made Mercer think that it would be nice to have robots for company, out on the surface of Shayol. "I declare this top emergency, in the ancient words. Do you understand? Connect me with the instrumentality." "We can't," said the inspector. "You can ask," said the Lady Da. The inspector complied. The Lady Da turned to Bidicat. "Give Mercer and me those shots now. Then put us outside the door so the Dromazoa can repair these scars. Bring us in as soon as a connection is made. Wrap us in cloth if you do not have clothes for us. Mercer can stand the pain." "Yes," said Bidicat, keeping his eyes away from the four soft children and their collapsed eyes. The injection burned like no fire ever had. It must have been capable of fighting the supercondomine because Bidicat put them through the open window so as to save time going through the door. The Dromazoa, sensing that they needed repair, flashed upon them. This time the supercondomine had something else fighting it. Mercer did not scream, but he lay against the wall and wept for 10,000 years. In objective time, it must have been several hours. The customs robots were taking pictures. The Dromazoa were flashing against them, too, sometimes in whole swarms, but nothing happened. Mercer heard the voice of the communicator inside the cabin calling loudly for Bidicat. "Surgery satellite calling Shayol. Bidicat, get on the line!" He obviously was not replying. There were soft cries coming from the other communicator, the one which the customs officials had brought into the room. Mercer was sure that the eye machine was on, and that people in other worlds were looking at Shayol for the first time. Bidicat came through the door. He had torn navigation charts out of his lifeboat. With these he cloaked them. Mercer noted that the Lady Da changed the arrangement of the cloak in a few minor ways, and suddenly looked like a person of great importance. They re-entered the cabin door. Bidicat whispered, as if filled with awe, "The instrumentality has been reached, and a lord of the instrumentality is about to talk to you." There was nothing for Mercer to do, so he sat back in a corner of the room and watched. The Lady Da, her skin healed, stood pale and nervous in the middle of the floor. The room filled with an odorless, intangible smoke. The smoke clouded. The full communicator was on. A human figure appeared. A woman, dressed in a uniform of radically conservative cut, faced the Lady Da. "This is Shayol. You are the Lady Da. You called me." The Lady Da pointed to the children on the floor. "This must not happen," she said. "This is a place of punishments, agreed upon between the instrumentality and the Empire. No one said anything about children." The woman on the screen looked down at the children. "This is the work of insane people," she cried. She looked accusingly at the Lady Da. "Are you imperial?" "I was an empress, madam," said the Lady Da. "And you permit this?" "Permit it?" cried the Lady Da. "I had nothing to do with it." Her eyes widened. "I am a prisoner here myself. Don't you understand?" The image woman snapped. "No, I don't." "I," said the Lady Da, "am a specimen. Look at the herd out there. I came from them a few hours ago." "Adjust me," said the image woman to Bidicat. "Let me see that herd." Her body, standing upright, soared through the wall in a flashing arc, and was placed in the very center of the herd. The Lady Da and Mercer watched her. They saw even the image lose its stiffness and dignity. The image woman waved an arm to show that she should be brought back into the cabin. Biddicat tuned her back into the room. "I owe you an apology," said the image. "I am the Lady Johanna Nade, one of the lords of the Instrumentality." Mercer bowed, lost his balance, and had to scramble up from the floor. The Lady Da acknowledged the introduction with a royal nod. The two women looked at each other. "You will investigate," said the Lady Da, "and when you have investigated, please put us all to death. You know about the drug?" "Don't mention it," said Biddicat. "Don't even say the name into a communicator. It is a secret of the Instrumentality." "I am the Instrumentality," said the Lady Johanna. "Are you in pain? I did not think that any of you were alive. I had heard of the surgery banks on your off-limits planet, but I thought that robots tended parts of people and sent up the new grafts by rocket. Are there any people with you? Who is in charge? Who did this to the children?" Biddicat stepped in front of the image. He did not bow. "I'm in charge." "You're under people," cried the Lady Johanna. "You're a cow." "A bull, ma'am. My family is frozen back on Earth itself, and with 1,000 years' service I am earning their freedom and my own. Your other questions, ma'am. I do all the work. The Dromazoa do not affect me much, though I have to cut a part off myself now and then. I throw those away. They don't go into the bank. Do you know the secret of this place?" The Lady Johanna talked to someone behind her on another world. Then she looked at Biddicat and commanded, "Just don't name the drug or talk too much about it. Tell me the rest." "We have," said Biddicat very formally, 1,321 people who can still be counted on to supply parts when the Dromazoa implant them. There are about 700 more, including Go Captain Alvarez, who have been so thoroughly absorbed by the planet that it is no use trimming them. The Empire set up this place as a point of uttermost punishment. But the Instrumentality gave secret orders for medicine," he accented the word strangely, meaning supercondomine, "to be issued so that the punishment would be counteracted. The Empire supplies our convicts. The Instrumentality distributes the surgical material." The Lady Johanna lifted her right hand in a gesture of silence and compassion. She looked around the room. Her eyes came back to the Lady Da. Perhaps she guessed what effort the Lady Da had made in order to remain standing erect while the two drugs, the supercondomine and the lifeboat drug, fought within her veins. "You people can rest. I will tell you now that all things possible will be done for you. The Empire is finished. The fundamental agreement by which the Instrumentality surrendered the Empire 1,000 years ago has been set aside. We did not know that you people existed. We would have found out in time, but I am sorry we did not find out sooner. Is there anything we can do for you right away?" "Time is what we all have," said the Lady Da. "Perhaps we cannot ever leave Shayol because of the Dromazoa, and the medicine. The one could be dangerous. The other must never be permitted to be known." The Lady Johanna Nade looked around the room. When her glance reached him, Biddicat fell to his knees and lifted his enormous hands in complete supplication. "What do you want?" said she. "These," said Biddicat, pointing to the mutilated children. "Order a stop on children. Stop it now." He commanded her with the last cry, and she accepted his command. "And lady—" He stopped as if shy. "Yes, go on." "Lady, I am unable to kill. It is not in my nature. To work, to help, but not to kill. What do I do with these?" He gestured at the 4 motionless children on the floor. "Keep them," she said. "Just keep them." "I can't," he said. "There's no way to get off this planet alive. I do not have food for them in the cabin. They will die in a few hours. And governments," he added wisely, "take a long, long time to do things." "Can you give them the medicine?" "No, it would kill them if I give them that stuff first before the Dromazoa have fortified their bodily processes." The Lady Johanna Nade filled the room with tinkling laughter that was very close to weeping. Fools, poor fools, and the more fool I. If supercondomine works only after the dromazoa, what is the purpose of the secret? Bedicat rose to his feet, offended. He frowned, but he could not get the words with which to defend himself. The Lady Da, ex-empress of a fallen empire, addressed the other lady with ceremony and force. Put them outside so they will be touched. They will hurt. Have Bedicat give them the drug as soon as he thinks it's safe. I beg your leave, my lady. Mercer had to catch her before she fell. You've all had enough, said the Lady Johanna. A storm ship with heavily armed troops is on its way to your ferry satellite. They will seize the medical personnel and find out who committed this crime against children. Mercer dared to speak. Will you punish the guilty doctor? You speak of punishment, she cried. You! It's fair. I was punished for doing wrong. Why shouldn't he be? Punish, punish, she said to him. We will cure that doctor, and we will cure you too, if we can. Mercer began to weep. He thought of the oceans of happiness which supercondomine had brought him, forgetting the hideous pain and the deformities on Shayol. Would there be no next needle? He could not guess what life would be like off Shayol. Was there to be no more tender, fatherly Bedicat coming with his knives? He lifted his tear-stained face to the Lady Johanna Nade and choked out the words, Lady, we are all insane in this place. I do not think we want to leave. She turned her face away, moved by enormous compassion. Her next words were to Bedicat. You are wise and good, even if you are not a human being. Give them all of the drug they can take. The instrumentality will decide what to do with all of you. I will survey your planet with robot soldiers. Will the robots be safe, cowman? Bedicat did not like the thoughtless name she called him, but he held no offense. The robots will be all right, ma'am, but the dromazoa will be excited if they cannot feed them and heal them. Send as few as you can. We do not know how the dromazoa live or die. As few as I can, she murmured. She lifted her hand in command to some technician unimaginable distances away. The odorless smoke rose about her, and the image was gone. A shrill, cheerful voice spoke up. I fixed your window, said the customs robot. Bedicat thanked him absent-mindedly. He helped Mercer and the Lady Da into the doorway. When they had gotten outside, they were promptly stung by the dromazoa. It did not matter. Bedicat himself emerged, carrying the 4 children in his 2 gigantic, tender hands. He lay the slack bodies on the ground near the cabin. He watched as the bodies went into spasm with the onset of the dromazoa. Mercer and the Lady Da saw that his brown cow eyes were rimmed with red, and that his huge cheeks were dampened by tears. Hours or centuries? Who could tell them apart? The herd went back to its usual life, except that the intervals between needles were much shorter. The once commander, Suzdal, refused the needle when he heard the news. Whenever he could walk, he followed the customs robots around as they photographed, took soil samples, and made a count of the bodies. They were particularly interested in the mountain of Go Captain Alvarez, and professed themselves uncertain as to whether there was organic life there or not. The mountain did appear to react to supercondomine, but they could find no blood, no heartbeat. Moisture, moved by the dromazoa, seemed to have replaced the once human bodily processes. 5. And then, early one morning, the sky opened. Ship after ship landed. People emerged wearing clothes. The dromazoa ignored the newcomers. Mercer, who was in a state of bliss, confusedly tried to think this through until he realized that the ships were loaded to their skins with communications machines. The people were either robots or images of persons in other places. The robots swiftly gathered toward the herd. Using wheelbarrows, they brought the hundreds of mindless people to the landing area. Mercer heard a voice he knew. It was the Lady Johanna Nade. "Set me high," she commanded. Her form rose until she seemed 1/4 the size of Alvarez. Her voice took on more volume. "Wake them all," she commanded. Robots moved among them, spraying them with a gas which was both sickening and sweet. Mercer felt his mind go clear. The supercondomine still operated in his nerves and veins, but his cortical area was free of it. He thought clearly. "I bring you," cried the compassionate feminine voice of the gigantic Lady Johanna, "the judgment of the instrumentality on the planet Shayol. Item: the surgical supplies will be maintained, and the dromazoa will not be molested. Portions of human bodies will be left here to grow, and the grafts will be collected by robots. Neither man nor homunculus will live here again. Item: the underman Bidicat of cattle extraction will be rewarded by an immediate return to Earth. He will be paid twice his expected 1,000 years of earnings." The voice of Bidicat, without amplification, was almost as loud as hers through the amplifier. He shouted his protest. "Lady! Lady!" She looked down at him, his enormous body reaching to ankle height on her swirling gown, and said in a very informal tone, "What do you want?" "Let me finish my work first," he cried, so that all could hear. "Let me finish taking care of these people." The specimens who had minds all listened attentively. The brainless ones were trying to dig themselves back into the soft earth of Shayol using their powerful claws for the purpose. Whenever one began to disappear, a robot seized him by a limb and pulled him out again. Item: cephaloectomies will be performed on all persons with irrecoverable minds. Their bodies will be left here. Their heads will be taken away and killed as pleasantly as we can manage, probably by an overdosage of supercondomine. "The last big jolt," murmured Commander Suzdal, who stood near Mercer. "That's fair enough." Item: the children have been found to be the last heirs of the Empire. An overzealous official sent them here to prevent their committing treason when they grew up. The doctor obeyed orders without questioning them. Both the official and the doctor have been cured, and their memories of this have been erased, so that they need have no shame or grief for what they have done. "It's unfair," cried the half-man. "They should be punished as we were." The Lady Johanna Nade looked down at him. "Punishment is ended. We will give you anything you wish, but not the pain of another. I shall continue. Item: since none of you wish to resume the lives which you led previously, we are moving you to another planet nearby. It is similar to Shayol, but much more beautiful. There are no dromazoa." At this an uproar seized the herd. They shouted, wept, cursed, appealed. They all wanted the needle, and if they had to stay on Shayol to get it, they would stay. "Item," said the gigantic image of the lady, overriding their babble with her great but feminine voice, "you will not have supercondomine on the new planet, since without dromazoa it would kill you. But there will be caps. Remember the caps. We will try to cure you and to make people of you again. But if you give up, we will not force you. Caps are very powerful. With medical help, you can live under them many years." A hush fell on the group. In their various ways, they were trying to compare the electrical caps which had stimulated their pleasure lobes with the drug which had drowned them 1,000 times in pleasure. Their murmur sounded like assent. "Do you have any questions?" said the Lady Johanna. "When do we get the caps?" said several. They were human enough that they laughed at their own impatience. "Soon," said she reassuringly. "Very soon." "Very soon," echoed Bidicat, reassuring his charges even though he was no longer in control. "Question!" cried the Lady Da. "My lady," said the Lady Johanna, giving the ex-empress her due courtesy, "will we be permitted marriage?" The Lady Johanna looked astonished. "I don't know." She smiled. "I don't know any reason why not." "I claim this man, Mercer," said the Lady Da. "When the drugs were deepest and the pain was greatest, he was the one who always tried to think. May I have him?" Mercer thought the procedure arbitrary, but he was so happy that he said nothing. The Lady Johanna scrutinized him, and then she nodded. She lifted her arms in a gesture of blessing and farewell. The robots began to gather the pink herd into two groups. One group was to whisper in a ship over to a new world, new problems and new lives. The other group, no matter how much its members tried to scuttle into the dirt, was gathered for the last honor which humanity could pay their manhood. Bidikat, leaving everyone else, jogged with his bottle across the plain to give the mountain man Alvarez an especially large gift of delight. From Gustible's Planet. Shortly after the celebration of the 4,000th anniversary of the opening of space, Angry J. Gustible discovered Gustible's Planet. The discovery turned out to be a tragic mistake. Gustible's planet was inhabited by highly intelligent life forms. They had moderate telepathic powers. They immediately mind-read Angry J. Gustible's entire mind and life history, and embarrassed him very deeply by making up an opera concerning his recent divorce. The climax of the opera portrayed his wife throwing a teacup at him. This created an unfavorable impression concerning Earth culture, and Angry J. Gustible, who held a reserve commission as a sub-chief of the Instrumentality, was profoundly embarrassed to find that it was not the higher realities of Earth which he had conveyed to these people, but the unpleasant, intimate facts. As negotiations proceeded, other embarrassments developed. In physical appearance, the inhabitants of Gustible's planet, who called themselves Apetians, resembled nothing more than oversized ducks. Ducks 4 feet to 4 feet 6 in height. At their wingtips they had developed juxtaposed thumbs. They were paddle-shaped and sufficed to feed the Apetians. Gustible's planet matched Earth in several respects. In the dishonesty of the inhabitants, in their enthusiasm for good food, in their instant capacity to understand the human mind. Before Gustible began to get ready to go back to Earth, he discovered that the Apetians had copied his ship. There was no use hiding this fact. They had copied it in such detail that the discovery of Gustible's planet meant the simultaneous discovery of Earth by the Apetians. The implications of this tragic development did not show up until the Apetians followed him home. They had a planiforming ship capable of traveling in non-space just as readily as his. The most important feature of Gustible's planet was its singularly close match to the biochemistry of Earth. The Apetians were the first intelligent life forms ever met by human beings who were at once capable of smelling and enjoying everything which human beings smelled and enjoyed, capable of following any human music with forthright pleasure, and capable of eating and drinking everything in sight. The very first Apetians on Earth were greeted by somewhat alarmed ambassadors who discovered that an appetite for Munich beer, camembert cheese, tortillas, and enchiladas, as well as the better grades of chow mein, far transcended any serious cultural, political, or strategic interests which the new visitors might have. Arthur Dijon, a lord of the Instrumentality who was acting for this particular matter, delegated an Instrumentality agent named Calvin Dredd as the chief diplomatic officer of Earth to handle the matter. Dredd approached one Schmext, who seemed to be the Apetian leader. The interview was an unfortunate one. Dredd began by saying, "Your Exalted Highness, we are delighted to welcome you to Earth." Schmext said, "Are those edible?" and proceeded to eat the plastic buttons from Calvin Dredd's formal coat, even before Dredd could say, though not edible, they were attractive. Schmext said, "Don't try to eat those, they are really not very good." Dredd, looking at his coat sagging wide open, said, "May I offer you some food?" Schmext said, "Indeed, yes." And while Schmext ate an Italian dinner, a Peking dinner, a red-hot peppery Szechuanese dinner, a Japanese sukiyaki dinner, 2 British breakfasts, a smorgasbord, and 4 complete servings of diplomatic-level Russian zakuska, He listened to the propositions of the instrumentality of Earth. These did not impress him. Schmext was intelligent, despite his gross and defensive eating habits. He pointed out, "We two worlds are equal in weapons. We can't fight. Look," said he to Calvin Dredd in a threatening tone. Calvin Dredd braced himself as he had learned to do. Schmext also braced him. For an instant, Dredd did not know what had happened. Then he realized that in putting his body into a rigid and controlled posture, he had played along with the low-grade but manipulable telepathic powers of the visitors. He was frozen rigid till Schmext laughed and released him. Schmext said, "You see, we are well matched. I can freeze you. Nothing short of utter desperation could get you out of it. If you try to fight us, we'll lick you. We are going to move in here and live with you. We have enough room on our planet. You can come and live with us, too. We would like to hire a lot of those cooks of yours. You'll simply have to divide space with us, and that's all there is to it." That really was all there was to it. Arthur DeJean reported back to the Lords of the Instrumentality that, for the time being, nothing could be done about the disgusting people from Gustible's planet. They kept their greed within bounds, by their standards. A mere 72,000 of them swept the earth, hitting every wine shop, dining hall, snack bar, soda bar, and pleasure center in the world. They ate popcorn, alfalfa, raw fruit, live fish, birds on the wing, prepared foods, cooked and canned foods, food concentrates, and assorted medicines. Outside of an enormous capacity to hold many times what the human body could tolerate in the way of food, they showed very much the same effects as persons. Thousands of them got various local diseases, sometimes called by such undignified names as the Yangtze Rapids, Delhi Belly, the Roman Gronin, or the like. Other thousands became ill and had to relieve themselves in the fashion of ancient emperors. Still they came. Nobody liked them. Nobody disliked them enough to wish a disastrous war. Actual trade was minimal. They bought large quantities of foodstuffs, paying in rare metals. But their economy on their own planet produced very little which the world itself wanted. The cities of mankind had long since developed to a point of comfort and corruption where a relatively monocultural being, such as the citizens of Gustible's planet, could not make much impression. The word Apetian came to have unpleasant connotations of bad manners, greediness, and prompt payment. Prompt payment was considered rude in a credit society, but after all, it was better than not being paid at all. The tragedy of the relationship of the two groups came from the unfortunate picnic of the Lady Chow, who prided herself on having ancient Chinesian blood. She decided that it would be possible to satiate Schmext and the other Apetians to a point at which they would be able to listen to reason. She arranged a feast which, for quality and quantity, had not been seen since previous historic times, long before the many interruptions of war, collapse, and rebuilding of culture. She searched the museums of the world for recipes. The dinner was set forth on the telescreens of the entire world. It was held in a pavilion built in the old Chinesian style. A soaring dream of dry bamboo and paper walls, the festival building had a thatched roof in the true ancient fashion. Paper lanterns with real candles illuminated the scene. The 50 selected Apetian guests gleamed like ancient idols. Their feathers shone in the light, and they clicked their paddle-like thumbs readily as they spoke, telepathically and fluently, in any earth language which they happened to pick out of the heads of their hearers. The tragedy was fire. Fire struck the pavilion, wrecked the dinner. The Lady Chow was rescued by Calvin Dredd. The Apetians fled. All of them escaped, all but one, Schmext himself. Schmext suffocated. He let out a telepathic scream which was echoed in the living voices of all the human beings, other Apetians, and animals within reach, so that the television viewers of the world caught a sudden cacophony of birds shrilling, dogs barking, cats yowling, otters screeching, and one lone panda letting out a singularly high grunt. Then Schmext perished. The pity of it. The Earth leaders stood about, wondering how to solve the tragedy. On the other side of the world, the lords of the Instrumentality watched the scene. What they saw was amazing and horrible. Calvin Dredd, cold, disciplined agent that he was, approached the ruins of the pavilion. His face was twisted in an expression which they had difficulty in understanding. It was only after he licked his lips for the 4th time, and they saw a ribbon of drool running down his chin, that they realized he had gone mad with appetite. The Lady Chow followed close behind, drawn by some remorseless force. She was out of her mind. Her eyes gleamed. She stalked like a cat. In her left hand, she held a bowl and chopsticks. The viewers all over the world watching the screen could not understand the scene. 2 alarmed and dazed Apetians followed the humans, wondering what was going to happen. Calvin Dredd made a sudden reach. He pulled out the body of Schmext. The fire had finished Schmext. Not a feather remained on him. And then the flash fire, because of the peculiar dryness of the bamboo and the paper and the thousands upon thousands of candles, had baked him. The television operator had an inspiration. He turned on the smell control. Throughout the planet Earth, where people had gathered to watch this unexpected and singularly interesting tragedy, there swept a smell which mankind had forgotten. It was an essence of roast duck. Beyond all imagining, it was the most delicious smell that any human being had ever smelled. Millions upon millions of human mouths watered. Throughout the world, people looked away from their sets to see if there were any Apetians in the neighborhood. Just as the lords of the Instrumentality ordered the disgusting scene cut off, Calvin Dredd and the Lady Chow began eating the roast Apetian, Schmext. Within 24 hours, most of the Apetians on Earth had been served, some with cranberry sauce, others baked, some fried Southern style. The serious leaders of Earth dreaded the consequences of such uncivilized conduct. Even as they wiped their lips and asked for one more duck sandwich, they felt that this behavior was difficult beyond all imagination. The blocks that the Apetians had been able to put on human action did not operate when they were applied to human beings who, looking at an Apetian, went deep into the recesses of their personality and were animated by a mad hunger which transcended all civilization. The lords of the Instrumentality managed to round up Schmext's deputy and a few other Apetians and to send them back to their ship. The soldiers watching them licked their lips. The captain tried to see if he could contrive an accident as he escorted his state visitors. Unfortunately, tripping Apetians did not break their necks, and the Apetians kept throwing violent mind blocks at human beings in an attempt to save themselves. One of the Apetians was so undiplomatic as to ask for a chicken salad sandwich, and almost lost a wing, raw and alive, to a soldier whose appetite had been re-stimulated by reference to food. The Apetians went back, the few survivors. They liked Earth well enough, and Earth food was delicious, but it was a horrible place when they considered the cannibalistic human beings who lived there, so cannibalistic that they ate ducks. The lords of the Instrumentality were relieved to note that when the Apetians left, they closed the space lane behind them. No one quite knows how they closed it, or what defenses they had. Mankind, salivating and ashamed, did not push the pursuit hotly. Instead, people tried to make up chicken, duck, goose, Cornish hen, pigeon, seagull, and other sandwiches to duplicate the incomparable taste of a genuine inhabitant of Gustible's planet. None were quite authentic, and people in their right minds were not uncivilized enough to invade another world solely for getting the inhabitants as tidbits. The lords of the Instrumentality were happy to report to one another, and to the rest of the world at their next meeting, that the Apetians had managed to close Gustible's planet altogether, had had no further interest in dealing with Earth, and appeared to possess just enough of a technological edge on human beings to stay concealed from the eyes and the appetites of men. Save for that, the Apetians were almost forgotten. A confidential secretary of the Office of Interstellar Trade was astonished when the frozen intelligences of a methane planet ordered 40,000 cases of Munich beer. He suspected them of being jobbers, not consumers. But, on the instructions of his superiors, he kept the matter confidential and allowed the beer to be shipped. It undoubtedly went to Gustible's planet, but they did not offer any of their own citizens in exchange. The matter was closed, the napkins were folded, trade and diplomacy were at an end.